Day one again. I'm so upset. We're back, though. All right. Holy. All right, bet. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Am I live? I know I'm not live until I see the Academy. What's going on with my hair right here, man? What's going on with this little strand? This keep fucking me up. We're not live until I see the King Academics chat. Not King Academics, the Academy chat pop up. It ain't pop up yet. We're still not clear. Just trying to make sure everybody's online. All right, let me get Meta online. We should be live everywhere. Shout out to my people on Kick. Yo, we've been strong on Kick. Yo, Kick and Rumble, shout out to y'all. But Kick, like, yo, we don't even got 10,000 followers yet on Kick. We about to hit it now. Yo, what up? Yo, so much pressure when my birthday's done because now I'm like, yo, whoo, I don't got to do that for another 360 days. Let's get back to regular programming. Just to let y'all know, and I want everybody to know, originally when I thought about my birthday months ago, it was going to be Big Act, Feet Up, Kicked Up in Turks, 10 of my finest. I was just gonna be in Turks. Let's just say that. you know what I mean? I was just gonna have a good time, okay? It was supposed to be yesterday. This Diddy case is hitting though. You know me. Listen, every day is a Saturday for me in my life. I'm having the greatest time of my life doing what I love, entertaining y'all. I plan to do this until I'm 70. I've said fuck a vacation. We'll get that in later. So I ain't gonna lie, whenever this Diddy trial is over, I'm going on the craziest vacation. You gonna see it. It's gonna be great. But right now, it ain't time for vacation. It's time for work. It's time for work, okay? Time for work, all right? It's time for work. So chat, we here. I know I was supposed to go live at 8:30. It's all good. I was doing a coffee run. Okay. Somebody said, no, come on. The Turks freak off. The post-Diddy verdict Turks freak off. Oh, that would be crazy. I ain't gonna lie. I was gonna fly my finest there and be like, meet each other. No, I'm playing out. But I'm not. It's my birthday. Who gives a fuck? What the hell? Anyway, fuck the birthday shit. All right, we back here to work. Yo, chat. They're in court. We're gonna give you a full day today. I'm back to regular coverage. I should have streamed a couple minutes earlier because I got some other topics. I gotta knock these topics out, and that's why, man, I ain't streamed last night. I got some topics to knock out, all right? Fuck. Gunna, Thug. Yo, Thug is still on Gunna's bumper. Pause. What else? DDG Soldier. What else? Tory Bricks, Tory Lanez. Rich the Kid. We gotta get to those topics. We're doing heavy court shit, but remind me when we have a moment of like dullness, let me switch to another topic because we got a couple topics queued up. And also it's Monday, so y'all know what it is, you know, Monday. Well, I know y'all say Sunday fun day. Monday is really fun day for me because it's all the topics. We're going to get some new headlines as well. So chat, prepare for a good day. I'm already 6 shots in. I'm going to try to balance it out with some coffee, and I'm here to rock with y'all at least for the next 8 hours. I'll give y'all the day for me. I'm going to stream with y'all until at least 5. So right now, 8 hours. I'm rocking with y'all for 8 hours. And then I'm supposed to go do some shit with Myron too. So me and Myron going to do another recap because he's in court. We're going to do another recap later on in person. So me and him will stream together, like sit next to each other from a studio. But until then, y'all got me for 8 hours. Hopefully, y'all don't get bored. All right, cool. Chat. Bunch of updates. Let me get my little list ready. They're just starting up in court. They're doing like the little procedural shit right now. For everybody who asked how was my birthday, shout out to my team, shout out to my family. They took me on a nice dinner. And I'll say this. I consistently told them, you know, because they took me on the day of my birthday, like, how's your birthday been? And I literally told everybody, I celebrated my birthday on the 15th with the chat. It was the most surreal experience of my life. I'm still reliving moments from that night. I always wanted something like that. Never thought I'd be able to pull it off. I'm very happy. The May 15th, whoever who came out to New York City, forever you're embedded in my memory. That was my birthday. So the 17th, I'll be chilling. Like, I just be chilling. I ain't gonna lie. So for my actual birthday, I didn't really do much, right? I didn't really do much. My real birthday was being at Gramercy Theater with all of y'all. It was too much love in the building. Not too much. It was enough love in the building. But that was all the birthday celebration that I needed. You get what I'm saying? And I want to thank everybody who was a part of that. Okay, cool. So, all right, enough of that. We're done with the birthday shit. Birthdays could be a lot of pressure sometimes because everybody was hitting my phone. What's the wave? There is no wave. Nigga already did my event. There ain't no fucking wave. It's time to get back to work. Okay, perfect. So, they're in court now. It started about 19 minutes ago, right? Why do we have double? Hold on there. Okay, I think that's a double. Yep, cool. All right. Yo, I really want to touch on the other topics. Yeah, I do want to touch on the other topics, but we have to be current. Okay, chat. Do you want me to, let me see where we at with this. 5 minutes. Okay. Do we have any new updates? Okay, cool. Chat. Could I hit this new topic real quick? I just want to hit this topic real quick. So everybody who's tuning in for the Diddy stuff, did I tweet this out? We're doing all Diddy shit today. Pause. Extra pause. But I wanted to get this topic out. First and foremost, if you guys haven't seen, and shout out to all my people who run DJ Academics TV or Academics TV on Twitter, I think they figured it out, right? Along with a couple fans, that it appears Young Gunna Wanna has chosen to cover up the tattoo that says YSL. Let me go to DJ Academics TV on Instagram. You guys should follow all these pages. It appears that Gunna has now covered up the tattoo. When was this posted? Jesus Christ. And it's a tattoo of YSL. Now, I've been telling you guys this for a while. Gunna got out of jail, and he's been trying to hopefully getting forgiven by Thug. From what I hear, he was down to, when he got out on the Alford plea, he was down to, be the guy who was holding the YSL flag, getting money in for the label in case, blah, 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 blah. Thug ain't with it. Thug got a lot of artist friends. They might not be YSL. Whether it's Savage, Dirk, obviously Dirk's locked up now, Baby, other people. He's not looking to Gunna for Gunna to, go take the Alfred plea, get free, and go on some tours and send money back to me. No. For whatever reason, he don't fuck with the fact that Gunna kind of went on his own and took this plea to get out of trouble, not knowing what his plea could have implications for everybody else. Now, I've been told this a bunch of different ways, because some people would like to say, well, why is he mad at Gunna? His brother also took a plea. Here's how it goes when these guys claim gang, but everybody knows what this is, right? Everybody's gang until you get in the interrogation room and you got to call your lawyer by yourself and it says attorney-client privilege. It's not about what your code's saying at that point. From what I understand, Thug, and this is where I think that Thug is going to learn an important lesson. Thug wants to play street in the industry still. I don't think that's going to work. Young Thug is still, let me say it one more time. Young Thug is still trying to play street in the industry. It's not going to work. So, what Thug did, for what I hear, was honorable. He operated as a leader. He didn't fold on any of his guys, not that he really could. His guys didn't fold on him. Even the guy who folded Woody kind of ended up pretty much helping him, even though he still don't fuck with Woody. But Thug's entire thing was, it's not only for me to get out on the other side. And some people do look at it like fans. We look at it like, well, we don't give a fuck about this guy and that guy. We care about the star. Thug was trying to make sure they all got out. What happened was that as prosecutors were wheeling and dealing, and they're like, well, you know, Gunna, you don't really got too much to do with this, but you could have something to do with it. Gunna decided to make a personal choice. A choice for him, his family, his well-being, and for his career. That choice was not consulted with the rest of the people. Now, as I said, I think Thug has a major flaw. He's acting like the music industry is the streets. That's always going to fuck you up. And I don't think Thug's legal problems are going to end. I know he's on probation. I think there's more to come. I'm going to tell you why. Until you disassociate the industry and the streets, you're always going to fall in that pitfall of you trying to be real for the streets. So Gunna makes a personal choice. He gets out of Dodge. From what he was explained to him by his lawyer, nothing he said. He was never going to be able to testify against Thug and them. He felt like, I'm isolated, I'm dipping out. Thug was always looking at this as, if we're not making a decision as a group, you're making a decision that's going against us. Because it's going to make it harder. They could leverage you. That's snitching. That's been Thug's demeanor then. That is Thug demeanor now. So when Gunna got out and he was ever speaking about YSL or Thug, he spoke very complimentary, and Thug ain't like that shit. I got all the voice recording. He sent 4 voice notes out to other artists saying, I want to drop when that fuck nigga dropping. I don't like that nigga. Well, he was on the jail phone, so he said it coded. Yo, do a verse for me. Do this. He wanted to shit on Gunna. Gunna at the time is saying, nah, listen, man, Thug is, he's speaking highly of him. Thug also can't say certain shit because Gunna is technically part of the case and could be seen as a witness and could be intimidation. So that's where you see like all the families saying, oh yeah, no, there's no problem, whatever. I was on the proper authority that even though YSL was dropping his first project, the one with Bread and Butter and all that, what's that called? The one that went #1. Y'all know the song. Fuck You Mean. They would drop the music, but that's Thug's label. They ain't fully banging with him. I told y'all way back, I said, Gunna was going to end up on Warner or Atlantic. What had happened was 300 got merged over there. A lot of people said, nah, Ak, you're lying. I'm telling you what the executives are saying. Thug don't like the nigga, genuinely, from the bottom of his heart. Now, the reason why I say Thug is going to get caught up and fucked up in a lot of this shit is because he's taking this shit so personal. He thinks fans like us give a fuck about his street codes. We don't. We like snitches. I know some of y'all might not like quote-unquote snitches, but Gunna makes good music. We're not looking at him as snitching. He looks at Gunna as a snitch. We don't look at Gunna as a snitch. You see, it's easy when it's 6ix9ine and he's on the stand pointing. It's easy. These gray areas where he deems somebody as a snitch, but fans don't deem him as a snitch or even care, it becomes a little problematic. So, let me speed the story because I know we got to get to other topics. Jeffrey finds a way out of his situation. Even though he didn't get found not guilty, he got a plea as well. But his plea was favorable, and his plea it's kind of insinuated in the plea that he got. The prosecutor ain't really had nothing for him. So he continues the same mindset of saying, if everybody stayed solid, we would all get the fuck out. Even a guy who was accused and charged with murder, Gotti, I believe, or attempted murder, he's also getting out. So basically, they looked at it and say, why did this nigga separate from us and flip on us? Granted, no one really went down for some shit. Actually, some people, but they were in jail already. Already had other charges. He holds it against Gunna because he thinks what Gunna did was dishonorable to the street code, dishonorable to him, and Gunna is a goddamn rodent. Master Splinter. Now, when Thug gets out, you see Gunna's demeanor change. Gunna stopped shouting out Thug because Gunna was shouting out Thug when Thug couldn't say nothing. That's why Thug was trying to drop on his release date, send out these voice notes, because I'm telling you, and I heard people tell me I was lying. They were like, no, he was desperately telling everybody, I hate this motherfucker. Don't support him. Tell people I don't like him. Fans didn't care. When Thug gets out, for real, and he could speak for himself, you hear what he said. Yo, Gunna, stop acting like we friends. They ain't delete it. But you stop seeing Gunna claim YSL. Gunna's plan, I'm telling you this is a fact. He always thought Thug would be free. But he thought that once Thug got his freedom and didn't get all those years, granted, I think he got let out maybe a year and a half before Thug. He thought Thug would forgive him. Thug would be like, all right, bro, yeah, you right. Like, what they caught you up on wasn't really shit. It's all good. You're my mans. You're still gang. Thug is not letting it go. So Gunna at that point realizes not only is Thug free, there's no place for me on YSL anymore. And there's no love and there's no more returning to that friendship. Gunna always wanted to get back together. Thug never wanted to. That was crystallized when Thug got out. And now Gunna has accepted that. What happened is that Gunna had a YSL tattoo. He's now covered it up. You see some flames. This is the new fit Gunna. He's covered up YSL. The snake and also the word or the letters YSL. Okay? The update is that Thug still feel the same way. Thug still on his head top. Thug hopped up in a comment section after another page, Our Generation Music, posted the YSL thing here, it being covered up here. You heard what Thug said, and you know this is Thug's page. He says, I mean, he did say it must end. LOL. Chat, for all y'all fans who are just wishfully thinking these guys are going to come back together, this is the question that most of y'all are not prepared to answer. I don't care. I get it. I might think me and the Vlads and the Charleston Whites, oh, y'all like people who cooperated. That's not what it is. We're just not street dudes. We don't care. Y'all don't really care either. Because if y'all really cared, it's very obvious that Thug feels so deeply offended by what Gunna did, he thinks Gunna is a snitch. Y'all still listen. Y'all gonna still listen to Gunna. Y'all still gonna listen to Thug. So that's the point where I'm saying Thug is thinking the industry or fans are going to move on his principles. And when 6ix9ine snitched, DSPs blackballed him for snitching because he was not cultural. The DSPs love Gunna. Fans still love Gunna. The point is, I say that to say, Thug, with all due respect, you're on the clock. This and Gunna ain't going to help you. Drop a hot album. We want to hear your story. This whole anti-Gunna campaign, it just ain't working. So we just need you to drop some hot shit and let Gunna go have his career because he's going to have an illustrious career. And every single day that passes by, more and more people start fucking with him. You see Offset with him? Obviously DDG, but DDG's not a street dude. You see, I think he did some shit with Roddy Ricch. Yeah, people don't give a fuck. Last thing I'll say before we get on to what we got to get to. My advice to Thug, you dropped a song with Future, it debuted outside of the top 40. Your first song debuted outside of the top 40. I'm not saying you waited long enough, but maybe it's not hot enough, and I know you're talented enough because you are one of those legends. Get on your shit. You need to drop a fire album. By the way, Youngboy's on that time right now. He's on the clock too, but here's the thing. Everybody know Youngboy. No matter how much time you lock him up, this and third, Youngboy a little bit mentally, he not about to come back on some different shit. The judge told you can't wipe your nose no more. You can't say you slime. You can't even say YSL. This is why your comment said, he said it must end. You can't say YSL. So you are neutered. You're rapping with your hands behind your back. They try to revoke your shit because you try to speak up for baby. I don't know how you're going to make that music, and you're really talented. I think you can. But that remains to be seen. You're on the clock. Forget about Gunna. It's about you. I think YB about to go put out a classic and go on tour and go sell every place out. But we'll talk about YB in a little bit. Leave Gunna alone. Move on. Anyway, I just want to do that quick topic real quick. And let's get to court. We are in court, people. Virtual court. Today is the second week, the first day of the second week. This is day 6 of the Diddy trial, okay? Week 2 is beginning with the judge ruling on the scope of Dawn Richard. Everybody got a little special name. It's not Dawn Richard, it's Dawn Richard. Testimony. And then apparently Kerry Morgan is going to testify after. So Kerry Morgan, if you don't know, is the best friend or former best friend of Cassie. She claimed Diddy threw a wooden hanger, fucked up her face, but she was Cassie's closest friend while she was getting cool with Diddy. At a point, she even testified, or not testified, according to Cassie, Cassie was hitting up Diddy like, wait, do you want my friend over me? Because she felt that Diddy was expressing interest in both of them. Her testimony is going to be important to what she's seen. Clearly, she's a government witness, so she's not going to be like, oh, no, Diddy ain't do nothing wrong. Cassie was a whore. So she's going to be probably trying to say, yeah, Diddy was always forceful. He was always intimidating. He did hit me, blah, blah. So that's going to come. But Dawn Richard Dawn Richard is one of the first witnesses that has been a former artist for Diddy. And her day 2 of testimony, she only did like half a day before, starts today. Welcome, people. Welcome, welcome. Welcome. I see everybody on the King Academics channel, everybody on the Academy channel. Everybody real quick, if you don't know, you've never been to one of the live streams, you're not a chat nigga yet. You could be, or a chat queen. Just check in. We want to know where you're from, where you're repping. Give me an idea of where maybe your perspective is based out of, okay? Just let me know where you're from. Just check in real quick, all right? That's like roll call. Okay, we're going to roll into this pretty slowly. So it started 32 minutes ago. It says, all rise. The judge, Submaranian, says, on the defense application with regards to Dawn Richard, Mrs. Garagos, which is Tenny Garagos, her opening statement opened the door to this testimony, okay? As to Mr. James, the testimony would be admissible absent more. So, don't know exactly what the application is. I could probably pull it up because it was probably filed on Friday or probably filed this morning or over the weekend, but, argue this morning. It appears that the defense wants to carve out certain parts of, sorry, it's coffee. Yeah, I just gulped the whole coffee thing now because I got to be good. So the defense carved out certain parts of Dawn Richard's testimony. Now, here's the thing about Dawn Richard, right? And this is going to be a main thing about a Dawn Richard or a Kerry Morgan testimony. It's one thing when Cassie takes that stand, and Cassie is a first-person witness, which means Diddy was punching dick in her stomach. She was getting peed on. She was swallowing all different flavors of the rainbow of semen. It's one thing if someone's giving a first-hand recounting or testimony. It's another thing if, oh, you were there, but none of that happened to you. So you're just saying what you've seen. Here's the problem with that. Even if Cassie had an incentive of money, which, come on, there's a lot of money that people could have gained. She gained supposedly 30, 20 from Diddy, 10 from Intercontinental. She was a victim. Let's talk about the people who ain't victims. Diddy ain't punched no dick in your stomach. You wasn't in no free coughs, but you were here to testify. That person could be then deemed and seen as, well, and we're going to talk about Aubrey O'Day. Please remind me. Your gripe might stem from the fact that your career didn't go nowhere. Your gripe might stem from the fact that Diddy didn't believe in you musically. Your gripe could stem from whatever wrong you thought he did to you non-sexually that you now feel is in your best interest or your get back to testify against him about what you claim you saw. Keep in mind, none of it you saw at the time. Did you ever blow the whistle then? What's your excuse? I was an artist. I didn't want to kill my career. Now your career is dead. Now you're down to talk. So that's the thing where the defense is starting to, hold on. We can't let everybody just get up in here claim they've seen some shit. Okay? That's the thing. So the AUSA says, as I argued in my letter, the judge then ruled orally on letters that are not in the docket. Okay, cool. Let's see if we can see this real quick. Okay, all right, never mind. This is inner city press stuff. Okay, cool. All right. So the judge says the same brand of testimony that was objected to on Friday, does the government expect Rashad to say what she heard and saw? Remember, chat, the very basis of even some of the things, like, again, it's one thing, it's like, this is what I've been through. It's another thing, it's like, this is what I heard and saw other people do. It's the definition of a hearsay, right? So the AUSA, which is the prosecutor, says, yes, we expect her to kind of give the same testimony about what she heard and saw. The judge says that would be permissible, just like the testimony in the recording studio, okay? So the judge is kind of choosing the AUSA side on this matter. They're saying two things. The reason why we're going to allow Dawn Rashad, because here's the thing. Diddy's team is coming in at halftime, so to speak, because they didn't say anything Friday. She started testifying on Friday. She said things on Friday. Monday, you know, they've been working, and we've seen Diddy's team has admitted they stayed up till 3 a.m. to get their shit right. Cross their T's, dot their I's. Now, they spent the weekend. They're like, whoa, we could probably get the judge to carve out A, B, and C. The judge is now just saying, here's the problem. I already allowed it on Friday, and you didn't say nothing on Friday. So if they started on Friday saying that, why would I now rule it out? They already started. Number two, in your opening statement, you guys mentioned some of these other people, including Dawn Rashad, who you knew was going to be a witness for the government, and you basically brought up things to nullify what she was going to say. Because you did that, it actually gives her permission to say what she's going to say. That's kind of where we're at with it. Okay, cool. The judge said it would be permissible. Another AUSA, or maybe it's the same one, Slavic, says, the personal assistants were with Combs 20 hours a day. Their testimony is admissible. So now they're moving beyond Dawn Rashad, because what's going to happen, Kerry Morgan is Cassie's best friend. Remember, she's seen and heard, right? Then there's going to be Mia. Mia was Diddy's former assistant. Diddy didn't fuck her, I think. Diddy didn't put her in freak-offs, I think. But she's seen and heard. An assistant and a driver, a security, all of them seen and heard. So the AUSA is now putting it out there, we don't want them to, since Dawn Rashad, they can't do nothing about because she already started. We don't want them to bring up the same issue about these other people. And here's the thing. And this is why I said Cassie's the main witness, right? She's the main witness. She's been through it. There's Jane Doe. She's been through it. We don't know anybody else who is a witness/victim who've been through it. The rest are people who've been around it, giving a testimony, just saying, I seen this. I was there. I was the person who helped her go to the hospital after she got a bloody mouth, whatever the case is. Okay. So Slavic is saying personal assistants were with him 20 hours a day. Their testimony is admissible. The judge says, my concern is that there's other way to get evidence in. What Mr. James would add is just a postscript. So basically they're saying, unless these people are direct witnesses, like for example, I seen her punch her in the mouth. You're a direct witness, right? Now you have levels to this. The victim is the best. He punched me in my mouth. I'm telling you, it happened to me. Look at my bloody mouth. He punched me. Good. That's the highest. Then we're going to get, I seen him punch him in the mouth. I was in the room. I seen it with my 2 eyes. Cool. Then you get even a lesser witness, which is like, Yo, I heard a loud noise that sounded like a punch, and then I seen her walk outside and her mouth was bleeding. So I came to the conclusion he punched her in the mouth, or she told me he punched her in the mouth. You see, there's levels to it. So again, the thing with the Diddy case, and this is why Diddy's secrets went, protected for all these years, he wasn't doing everything in front of everybody. So the freak off only Cassie and a few other people could talk about. There was security and other people around there, but they weren't in the room. So all they're doing now is kind of like describing the atmosphere around the room, what they would see. Oh, she walked out crying. I seen this. But Diddy's defense is like, yo, all that shit is bullshit. Y'all never seen nothing. And also, y'all all have some type of gripe against Diddy now. Your career didn't go nowhere, Don Rashad. You're on food stamps. Of course. Diddy's flying private jets. He got astroglide baby oil and motherfucking, like he got that pink cocaine in his spot right now. Like, of course you still mad. You're irrelevant. So you're going to say a story that goes along with anything that's against him. That's what his defense team is trying to say, okay? And the judges kind of say his concern is that if Mr. James, who was an assistant just like Mia, if he don't see it, and even if he's called in to clean up some shit, isn't there other ways to bring in this evidence? Because at this point, it's a lot of assumptions and hearsay, right? And by the way, this is very important, chat. And I know I'm doing some yapidemics. If this case turns into a lot of hearsay and assumptions, instead of this happened to me, I was a victim in this way, this might not be as strong as you think. Okay, so Agnifilio, which is Diddy's lawyer, says, on the David James issue, as a former personal assistant of Diddy, this defeats the whole purpose of this hearsay objection. As I said, hearsay. The government is arguing that it's all admissible because the job descriptions are so vague. We contend it's personal matters. So what they're saying, what Diddy's lawyers is saying is that, yo, that's like you know a girl who gets her ass beat allegedly by her boyfriend. You've never seen him beat her ass. But every time she comes to you, she might have a bruise, and she says, yo, he beat my ass. Now you're the witness that he beat her ass. How the fuck do you know he beat her ass? You've never seen him beat her ass. You're listening to her, and we already got her testimony. So remember, they already got Cassie's testimony. They got Cassie's testimony. Why we need to hear what Cassie told other people, or other people who were helping Cassie after the matter, right? Anyway, the judge says, let me focus you on the assault of the chef. Mr. James learns from a member of the security detail that Combs assaulted the chef. Chat, remember, this is going to be very important, right? Chef Diddy. So remember, there was a former personal chef of Diddy who basically she's claimed that she was assaulted. I think this should be the same one because this one filed a lawsuit and this was in 2017. They claim that, and by the way, start getting into some sexual shit because they claim that, we didn't know it was freak-offs at the time, but they said after sexual encounters, Diddy would order the chef to bring food in the room and Diddy's cock was just lying on the side. Like, he just laid out all type of shit. You know what I mean? Nigga still stroking while she bringing in the fucking, bacon, egg, and cheese. You get what I'm saying? So they basically were just like, what the fuck is going on? They sued, and before we could really think Diddy was some really creep deviant, they paid out. So Diddy settled it. And it went away, and that was 2017. Nothing really popped up till 2023, which was 6 years later. So that was a good settlement for Diddy, even though he probably should have settled this before he even went to the press. Whatever. I think that's a chef. Maybe there's been another chef, but that's the only chef we knew of so far. Let's keep reading. Let me focus you on the assault of the chef. Mr. James learned from a member of security that Combs assaulted the chef. Wouldn't that be in the scope of their employment? So the judge is basically asking Diddy's lawyer, listen, yeah, I don't want to bring in a bunch of hearsay here and allow these people to testify to bullshit or what they heard, blah, blah, blah. But if they do, even if they didn't witness it, and people complained in the moment of some violence, and they could be partied or privied, or they could be vouching for how this violence or whatever was reported. Maybe it doesn't mean it happened, but they know it was reported. They should be able to talk about that, right? And Agnifilio says, I don't know what this has relevance to racketeering. Okay? The reason why he says that, remember, in a racket, these people are complicit. The judge is saying, well, if the security heard that a girl got knocked upside her head and he could testify to that, that's relevant. Even if he didn't see her get knocked upside the head. What Diddy's lawyer is saying, okay, cool, we'll concede that point, but he's charged with racketeering. In racketeering and in a racket, people are colluding. So if the scope of their employment was not to collude with Diddy in this quote-unquote sex trafficking ring, and they were just doing their job, why is their testimony relevant if you're going to say it's not in collusion with Diddy? Who gives a fuck what they say? If they're not working with Diddy to cover shit up or whatever, and then let's keep going. So this has become sort of a bad act free-for-all. Assault is not one of the racketeering acts. Okay? So essentially what they're saying is like, yo, bro, like, y'all go on some other shit. Slavic, which is AUSA, says, this is relevant to the means and methods of the enterprise. The chef is identified as a victim of forced labor. Ooh. Okay. Agnifilio says, I'm going to defer to Miss Westmoreland on the other witness. Now, this is the first time we've heard Miss Westmoreland. So, again, remember, I keep telling you, Diddy's team is really structured. Everybody has an expertise. Let's look. Westmoreland Diddy, that's a lawyer. That's a black woman he added earlier this month who supposedly survived sexual assault, okay? She was going to play a role and looked like her role was maybe to deal with some of the chef stuff. She runs Nicole Westmoreland, she runs her own firm. She joined the defense team with a notice of attorney appearance, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. She joined after the jury was being picked. Interesting. Okay, cool. So Westmoreland stands up and says, Miss Richard claims that Mr. Combs assaulted Ventura right in front of her. The other alleged threats are nowhere in close proximity to an alleged assault. We have to distinguish between Danity Kane and the Diddy Dirty Money eras. And Mr. Pierre was telling her, where are you going to go? I don't see how that could be misconstrued as a threat. So the judge says, let me think about this. So here's the thing. What they're trying to say, if Dawn Richards, and by the way, chat, I know you guys are incredibly smart. I'm not trying to make y'all sound stupid. So if y'all hear me repeating or trying to give a colloquial explanation, like a layman's terms explanation that anybody can understand, and you're like, nigga, we already understand what we read, I apologize. There might be some people that don't. What Westmoreland, one of Diddy's lawyers, is saying, check this out. Yo, if she want to testify that she saw Diddy beat Cassie, cool. She's an eyewitness, cool. But if she's testifying to threats that that could be misconstrued as whatever between the groups or whatever, and this is like bullshit. So the judge is kind of realizing, all right, yeah, if they allow everybody to be like, oh yeah, we thought Diddy was talking in a harsh tone of voice, we were scared. Yeah, you're going to paint the guy as a monster. Of course they're going to want to send a nigga to jail, right? So the judge is going to think about it. Then they're saying we have an application from the press that emails be put in the record. Okay? I'm directing you to put them together and put them in a docket by next Tuesday, and after that on a weekly basis. Okay? See, I told you, Inner City Press, which is this person, they put in a application to the court, and that application clearly is admitted. That's what I'm telling you. This is why he's the only person really tweeting the case. There are people in there I've now found out, like if for Fox News, they're in court and they're communicating. I don't know how they are, but they're communicating to their reporter who's like speaking about it, but they're not tweeting it. Okay. All right. Here's the filing, and this is what Inner City Press did. This is cool. Oh, it was an email. By email. So they emailed it. So honorable blah blah. This is a press application, a docket, and unseal government and defense communications to the chambers on evidential. Oh, okay. Dear Submarinian, Inner City Press has been covering the above like many others. Okay, perfect. Yo, got to say, Inner City Press, everybody, including me, we owe you a debt of gratitude. You're doing the Lord's work. Without you, coverage of this case would be very difficult, and we'd be probably getting it once a day from like Fox News. Thank you. Okay? Don't know how we could really show you our appreciation, but I do want to tell you you are very appreciated. And I know me, myself particularly, if there's a way we could try to show our appreciation, we absolutely will. All right? All good. 13 minutes ago, the jury is now entered, and AUSA Slavic says, by the way, Don Richard is on the stand again. Says, when Mr. Combs told you that people could go missing, how'd you interpret that? Don Richard says that people could die. I couldn't believe that this could be the beginning of a journey for us. AUSA says, what do you mean? Like Diddy Dirty Money? She says, yes. So look like at the beginning of Diddy Dirty Money happening, things are going on, craziness, and Diddy's letting people know like, yo, y'all fuck around with me, niggas could go missing. And she's admitting she interpreted that to be people could die, right? AUSA Slavic then says, well, what did you observe? By the way, I feel like she already said this, but okay, cool. She's saying again. He would drag her, talking about Cassie, and kick her and punch her in the mouth. AUSA says, what would prompt these acts of violence? Combs says, Westmoreland, who's now more involved, says, objection. The judge says overrule. Don Richard says whenever she would speak up for herself, talking about Cassie again. Slavic says, who in security witnessed these things? Don Richard says, D-Rock and Roger Bonds. AUSA says, where did Miss Ventura get hit? Don Richard says, her knees, her face, all over. The AUSA says, did there come a time you were in New York for a festival? Don Richard says, yes, in Central Park. The AUSA says, in the residence, what happened? Don Richard said, he punched Cassie. She came into the bathroom crying. Remember what I told you, chat? Some of these things she saw herself, some of these things she was around. And this is why the Combs team wanted to limit her testimony, because Cassie already said what supposedly happened to her. You don't need to keep saying the same thing 15 times, but with lesser and lesser possible credible witnesses, right? If you didn't see it, why are you still talking about it? But the judge is still thinking about it, hasn't made a ruling on it. Said he punched Cassie. She came into the bathroom crying. You could see her upset. She was hurt. Another objection. Remember, this doesn't seem like she saw he punched Cassie. It seems like he saw her come into the bathroom and probably assumed, or maybe Cassie told her, I got punched. The judge sustains it for now, which means you guys know what that means, right? So overruled, which means answer. Sustained means move on. So what injuries did you observe? So remember, they can't testify to what Diddy did. That's what they're trying to carve out. Dawn, you ain't see Diddy punch her. And Diddy was really slick and shrewd in that type of way. No matter how, and I think the government's going to make a bigger point of this, no matter how Diddy, part of his defense is that I was, incapacitated. I was drunk. I was inebriated. He was always slick enough that he didn't do everything in front of everybody. That's the only reason why for 11 or how many years, people didn't know exactly what he was doing, right? So he would do it in another room. You might see her cry. You might hear her scream. But it's not like he was like, everybody watch me while I punch the shit out of her. He would say, yo, let's go in the room real quick. He go in the room real quick. He do whatever he do. She comes out crying. Or they hear a scream. He comes down and say, oh, yeah, I got to go. You assume, like, oh, damn, he must be beating her ass. So his defense, knowing this, is saying, we're going to make sure people don't testify to none of that other shit. Cool. Here we go. So she says she observed a swollen eye. It appears she may have not observed the punch, but she's assuming it's a punch because she's seen a swollen eye. By the way, it would be crazy if Diddy was straight, like, closed fist punching Cassie. And again, chat, you know, we're trying to be very neutral here, but we have some humanity. And also, we're not going to assume Diddy's all the way guilty on everything. We're going to try to give him a fair shot. We're trying to do a court analysis with some real nigga lenses, right? If it is true that he's punching her closed fist in the eye, that is crazy. A grown-ass man punching a woman who's like 17 years younger than him in the face with a closed fist is crazy, okay? But again, we don't know if it was a punch. She's claiming it was a punch, but it was objected to. Okay, let's go. AUSA says, well, why did you remain with Ventura after the incident? Dawn Rashad says, I wanted her to feel supported. AUSA says, what is this? And I guess they show a picture or some type of exhibit. Dawn Rashad says, well, that's a Central Park event. They showed photos of Cassie in a sunglass, and there was Dawn Rashad too. So it was a picture of both of them, probably at the Central Park event. AUSA says, why did you wear them? Solidarity. So apparently Cassie gets punched in the eye. Her eye is swollen. She wears sunglasses at the event, but Dawn wears sunglasses too. The AUSA, the prosecutor, is saying, why'd you wear sunglasses? She's saying, I wanted to be in solidarity with Cassie. Interesting. We get some more tweets. The next assault, who was there? Dawn says, D-Rock, Capricorn Clark, and Harv Pierre. Harv Pierre was a former president of Bad Boy Records. He's been sued in some of these civil suits, but it's the first time we've heard his name being brought up in the criminal case, okay? AUSA says, who was Mr. Pierre? At Bad Boy, he was answering the Combs. By the way, we could look it up, and just let's be factual here. Harv Pierre, I'll show you a picture of him. That's him. You may have seen him on Making in the Band. He was best known for working with Diddy Bad Boy Records, but he was, I believe, either the president or something of the sort. Give me a second. I'll get you his title, because I remember I used to see it on the screen all the time. Yeah, he was the president. If you looked at his LinkedIn, he was the president of Bad Boy Entertainment, okay? By the way, he also shares the fact that he has a Howard background with Diddy as well. Let's keep it going. Dawn says that Bad Boy was answering the Combs. AUSA says, did they do anything? Dawn said, none of us did anything, okay? Now, it's an interesting, sequence of conversation or questions that they're going along with to ask Dawn about, because remember, this is a racketeering case. So what you want to show is complicitness, not people ignoring a situation or wanting to mind their business for their own jobs. You want to show people helping to cover up, helping to placate, helping to facilitate what Diddy was doing. So I'm watching this line of questioning. Again, it's one thing to say, yo, okay, say I have a bunch of employees. I punch a chick, right? When I punch her, my security, my assistants, my presidents, my chief of staffs, they all ignore it and act like they didn't see it. That's one thing. It's another thing if one of them run to the store to go get some Tylenol, one of them get some Band-Aid, one of them start sweet talking a chick like, come on, don't say nothing. We're going to bring it to the hospital. This is a story. Now it looks like everybody's working with what I did. That seems like a racket. That seems like a criminal organization, as opposed to maybe everybody just want to mind their motherfucking business. Okay? Mind your motherfucking business just seems like, self-survival. Anyway. Y'all all good, by the way? Let me bring up the King Academics chat. By the way, shout out to all my people on Rumble. And, of course, all my people on Kick. I got Kick up on the screen, too. Check Kick Team email chat. What? Okay. Wait, did Kick Team email me? You got an email. Yeah, I remember Blue's Clues. You got mail. Actually, that's AOL shit. Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you. And by the way, shout out to and thank you to the Kick. Shout out to the Kick chat. All right. They told me some really important shit. Here we go. There we go. Here we go. Wait, how do I do this? Oh. Give me 1 second, Jay. Wait, how do I do this? I'm trying to edit the stream info real quick. Oh, I'm clicking on the wrong fucking thing, bro. I'm clicking on the wrong fucking thing. All right. Thank you to Kick. And thank you. By the way, I want to say, yo, chat, you guys are so amazing. We do stream on multiple platforms at times. We might do a little Kick exclusive at the end. Maybe a little bit gambling and like just some, riffing and shit like that. But I will say this to y'all. Kick hit us up and they say, yo, your audience is amazing. We love how you guys been running it up on here. And I want to say for everybody who is a chat nigga, I know you may have different viewing preference. I know some of y'all love watching on Rumble, love watching on YouTube. Shit, people even watch on Meta. And I know a bunch are starting to watch on Kick. I love you guys because, I'm telling you, the platform is very happy with us based on how you guys turn up support. Appreciate you guys so much for that, right? Okay, good. And by the way, I'm always honest with y'all, like, especially after the whole Twitch shit happened, we can't just be on one platform. We got to be everywhere. You get what I'm saying? When you one place, they got you by the balls. When you everywhere, it's a little harder. All right, cool. So it looks like they're trying to figure out what the hell Dawn and them did. And it's clear that after the next assault, we don't know if it was a punch or something, but they're saying that D-Rock, who I think this is a security guy or some type of guy like that. Harv Pierre is the president. Who's Capricorn Clark? We should look that up. But they're saying that everybody didn't intervene when Diddy assaulted Cassie the next time. They're saying, so Dawn Rashad says, when we drove back to LA, he slapped Cassie in the mouth, told her to shut the fuck up. Wow. AUSA then says, how did the passengers respond? So it looked like they were in the car. Dawn Rashad said, we stayed silent the rest of the ride. Damn. Okay. Dawn Rashad said, I asked myself, if he did that to someone he supposedly loved, what would he do to an employee? So I'd approach Mr. Combs with softness. AUSA says, did you try to intervene in the relationship? Dawn said, no, for my own safety. So look like that's going to be the whole, I think this is the premise of Dawn Rashad's testimony, is to let people know, right? The reason why we ain't jump in, we was scared of this nigga too. We saw him beat her ass. We didn't want to get our ass beaten, okay? By the way, whoever this is, they said the first RICO in history where the members of the criminal enterprise were doing their day jobs and minding their business, right? Like they're minding their motherfucking business. Where's the criminal organization? Now, here's the thing. I think Mia or someone else is going to have to impugn Christina Karam. Like, all the personal assistants are flipping on Diddy. They're all acting like, oh, we weren't a part of this. We were doing our jobs. We just didn't intervene. Or if we did do something, it's because Diddy forced us and we didn't think we were part of a criminal organization. Okay? But that is a point. They said this is the first RICO in history where the members were just doing their day jobs and minding their business. Because I'm telling you, this line of questioning, I don't know why the AUSA is doing it. Because all you're proving is that the artists And his other employees just didn't do nothing. They just kind of looked the other way. But it's not like they were helping Diddy do what he did. It's not like they're like, yo, Diddy, let me hold her hands while you slap the fuck out of her. They're not doing that. They would just see the shit and be like, that don't mean they're part of this criminal organization. That mean they want to get a paycheck. They're minding their motherfucking business. What I keep telling you, mind your motherfucking business. All right, here we go. Cool. All right. So she said she minded her business for her own safety. AUSA says, well, did you see Mr. Combs using drugs? She says, yes, weed, ketamine, Molly, cocaine. AUSA says, opiates? She says, that I never saw. So I guess opiates are like perks and stuff like that, right? Perks. What else is an opiate? Type of. What other drugs are opiates? Oh, codeine. I thought perks was opiates. I don't know. Okay. Heroin. Oxycontin. Obviously, somebody would be doing fentanyl by themselves, right? Okay. Wait, let me just Google it. Is Percocet a opiate? Yeah, Percocet is. So Percocet, Vicodin, and Oxycontin, they are. Okay, cool. We're getting it here. Okay, so they seen Diddy do weed, ketamine, Molly, and cocaine, no opiates. Said that never saw. By the way, this is also important. You got to realize, obviously Diddy's lawyers are going to paint Dawn Rashad as having this angle of probably wanting to see Diddy go to jail and setting him up, right? When she admits to certain things that can help Diddy, that also helps her credibility. Like, hey, did you see him do opiates? They're trying to put also this idea that Diddy did opiates. When she says, nah, I never seen that. That gives a little bit more believability to what she's saying. Like, okay, she's not just going to say yes to everything to sink this guy. She's really telling her true recounting of the situation. AUSA says, who brought the drugs in? She said, one stop. What does that mean? He had it all, including Plan B and birth control. I was wondering where the Plan Bs and birth control was at. Can't have a freak off if you nothing in these women. How the hell they ain't getting pregnant? There's no kids, no abortion. Okay, we now know the Plan B was in cahoots with this fucking freak off. Andrew, thank you for the file. Reading the second. So basically, Dawn Rashad is saying they had a one-stop shop. Maybe it was, you heard that sometimes Christina Carrano or somebody would have a fanny pack and supposedly had party drugs, they had condoms, they had all these type of things, but I guess it would have Plan Bs and birth controls as well. Okay. All right. A one-stop shop. Holy. AUSA says, did you ever see Mr. Combs with guns? Dawn Rashad says, yes, handguns on his lower back. AUSA says, who else? I think that's what it means. Who else had guns? Dawn Rashad says, security, D-Rock and Bonds. AUSA says, what did you do after Bad Boy? Dawn Rashad said, sing. Whenever I got momentum, I'd get a FaceTime from him. So apparently after she left Bad Boy, whenever she was like still working on her career, whenever she got a little bit of buzz, Diddy would call her. AUSA says, how would you speak to him? Very soft. I'd always call him bro. AUSA says, why did you not disclose the abuse you had seen? She says, I was told not to by Mr. Combs and Harv Pierre. Now, that's important because now she's making Harv Pierre seem like a co-conspirator. He's complicit. That he was, again, a part of the cover-up, which becomes a part of the crime. In this particular case, becomes a part of the crime, right? So remember, this is a RICO case. AUSA says, when did you speak out? She says in 2024. Okay. We not only read the tweets, we also kind of like cross-reference a little bit. Dawn Rashad, did she ever, did Roger Bonds speak about her? Because Roger Bonds has been speaking about a lot of people. Okay. Here we go. We're trying to find, his testimony is always pretty good. Here we go.
And so I've given a lot of thought, and I'm gonna let you out your contract too. As far as for you, Dawn, I still want to make music with you. I still want you to be signed to the label. And, you know, if I decide to put that together, Danity Kane, then, you know, you'll be the only member that'll still be there.
Okay, so at a point, we had Diddy who dropped everybody but Dawn. Okay. We're going to get to Aubrey O'Day. We're going to get to Aubrey O'Day at a point. I'll put this on the side. But Danity Kane had Aubrey O'Day and Dawn Richard and a few other people. By the way, one of the women of Danity Kane, I think this woman, what's her name again? Y'all are gonna remind me. She's sticking up for Diddy a lot. Like, she was sticking up for Diddy. But then people felt like her lawyer was being paid for by Diddy. Because Diddy had called her several times before, and this is Harv Pierre, several, I think it was 100 times. Over 100 times before she had put out whatever she had put out. Okay, cool. Now, what the government just did with the testimony is accuse this guy right here, Harv Pierre, of being they've accused Harv Pierre of being what do you call it again? A co-conspirator. What the natural thought is, will he take the stand? Will he flip against Diddy? But if this is what the government is trying to elicit, if he's not charged, why isn't he? Right? Because they're trying to say he's part of this criminal organization. If he's not charged, most likely he will be testifying against Diddy. But it's very low that he's not mentioned at all. I'm still trying to see him. Like, if we're thinking about this criminal organization that they keep mentioning, we have Harv Pierre, who's now mentioned today, and Christina Karam, who's mentioned a bunch of times, even in the indictment. If none of them testify against Diddy, we're thinking they're going to be co-conspirators, but they're not charged. So we're going to see what happens with them, if anything at all, right? All right, let's see. Dawn then says, I saw Ms. Ventura take the stand and tell the truth. Westmoreland says, objection, which is a really good objection. You got to object there. The reason why is you shouldn't be testifying about another person's testimony. So when she says, I seen Ms. Ventura take the stand and tell the truth, Ms. Ventura's testimony is about what she believes. And also, when you say her tell the truth, did she tell the truth for the entire 3 days she was on the stand? Every single moment? So that was a great objection, and the judge sustained it, which means, yo, you can't talk about her testimony. What the fuck? AUSA says, did you see Ms. Ventura file a civil lawsuit? And then did you file your own? She said yes. Which, yes, she did file her own lawsuit against Diddy. Has she done any interviews? Let's see if we can find out if Dawn has done any interviews. Dawn Richard interview Diddy. We've been waiting. She described.
What up, y'all? It's Caroline.
Without alerting Mr. Cohen on occasion.
So it dawned on me that we have 1 million streams already for this record.
I don't think she ever did an interview. Kalina is the one who's defending her. So Kalina's defending her, but Kalina's husband has some ties to Diddy. So that's why they think Diddy still cool with the husband. They're making Kalina like defend. They're making Kalina defend Diddy. But Aubrey O'Day and Dawn, they're not defending Diddy. Aubrey hasn't filed a lawsuit. Dawn has. Has Dawn never? Okay, here we go.
Hey everybody, this is Dawn Richard and you're listening to musicexclusives.com where you hear it first.
What's up, everyone? I'm Megan Williams from MusicExclusives.com, and I'm here with the beautiful Dawn Richard. How are you?
I'm great. I'm feeling good. I'm in a good place right now.
Good. We're here at your listening party for Armor On, and I just want to say, you know, we know you from being in groups like Xanady Kane and Dirty Money. You've always been like the group girl. So why did you decide, okay, now I'm going to be solo?
Well, Puff decided he was done, so that was one reason. And it was just time. I mean, I've always been loyal, and I think I would have kept going with Dirty Money for however long it was, but when Puff decided he was done, that's all I need to know. Like, I can't, you have to let your career keep going, and my choice wasn't to wait. My choice was to take advantage of my...
Chat. Again, we want to support victims here, of course. Is there any world that Dawn is tight, that Diddy disbanded the group, gave up on them? She had to, it basically threw her in the deep end and said, sink or swim, you got to do this by yourself. By the way, oh shit, thank you. Oh damn, did somebody host us or something on Kick? We getting hella followers. I'm watching the Kick feed. The Kick feed looking crazy. Let me do a filter over there, see what's going on. Type shit. Oh, they might have put us on the main page or something. I don't know. Oh, we got rated? Oh. Yeah, by the way, I love the Kick interface. It's like pretty easy to use. By the way, probably on the flight thing for the gifted as well. All right. Good. All right.
my life and my career. So when he told
Now, you know the problem is with this Diddy case, and I think the jurors are going to have to weigh it out. There's no one that's testifying against Diddy or no one who has this bad opinion of him that is doing really successful or doesn't have some incentive to either get back or incentive because their career might not have gone the way they wanted to. And you have to take that into perspective, because if all the people that got something bad to say about me, they felt I left them in the dust, and I could pull up interviews where they're like, man, I wish Ack never left me in the dust. I wish Ack was still doing the shit that he used to be doing with me. So here's the thing. If Diddy was still working with Dawn Richard, would she be blowing the whistle, or is she blowing the whistle now that bank account dried up a little bit, opportunities never really materialized? Now she's like, all right, I'm going to blow the whistle. That's going to be very important to say, right?
me no more, I was like, okay, well, what's the next step? Because I got to know where to go after this, because I love this music thing.
So it was Puffy's decision to...
Well, no, it wasn't Puff. The Dirty Money? Right. Yeah, I think he was...
Now, the thing with her, too, is that, remember, they have Danity Kane, then Dirty Money. She kept her for Dirty Money, right? But she's from Danity Kane. Also, let me see. I'm going to play this quick interview real quick. Or not, I'm not playing the whole interview, but give me 1 second. It was... Hold on. Dawn on buying her out of her contract. I'm trying to see if recently she said anything. Oh, this was 9 years ago. Nine years ago was, oh yeah, she was in love with Diddy at that time. Let me hear what Cassie said.
On the back. You
won't commit. He won't.
I'm not sure.
She was in a movie with Terrence J.
Playing a head game on.
Friend, Diddy, whether he came to the set to make sure everything was copacetic with you. No, he actually...
That nigga probably showed up to the set to see if he got to kill that nigga Terrence J for kissing on his bitch. We all know Diddy wasn't playing that type of shit. They in the movie over here talking about they hot and heavy, he kissing on her and shit like that. Nigga, fuck out of here. You can't kiss on my bitch. I only let escorts kiss on her and skeet on her, nigga. Fuck out of here, nigga. You 106 in Park reject ass nigga. Diddy probably came there like, yo, I'm about to fucking kill this nigga. One thing about Diddy, I don't say you got respected, but Diddy wasn't letting no nigga in the industry fuck his bitch. If you was an escort, you could fuck her all day. You could nut on her, pee on her, that's cool. But if you was Kid Cudi, nigga, I'm about to blow up your car. You this nigga right here, fuck no.
Turn the tape. Welcome to Good Day.
Take us all right,
like me.
Hell no.
New York.
Thank you.
So I heard you kind of turn the tables on the guys in this movie. I like the whole premise of this.
Yes.
All right, let me hear what she said about Diddy.
Sure, everything was copacetic with you.
No, he actually really trusted the situation. Him and Terrence spoke beforehand because Terrence.
Wait.
Yeah, he talked to Terrence like, "Hey, yo, pussy nigga, you heard what happened to Kid Cudi's car? You don't want to know what happened to your crib."
Wait. You date P. Diddy?
Oh wow!
I did not know this. Yeah. Hold the phone.
You know, I typically don't talk about my private life.
Well,
but
forgive me. They put it on the television.
They put it on the television.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't go. Like, really, it's your
I'll
business.
let that one go.
So all right.
But wait, she was telling the story that.
So Terrence was a bit nervous, and I told Puff about it, and he said, have him give me a call. So we FaceTimed, and they had their man talk, and he said, make it believable. You guys, this is like going to be a great movie for you, and he's proud of us at the end of the day. It's work.
The actor talked to Puff.
Yes.
So I didn't know you call him Puff.
Yeah, Puff, Sean.
Yeah?
I think everybody has
Pop.
their different names.
Well, he seems like a good guy. I met him once when he was selling Ciroc.
Yo, it's still surreal to me. And this is what I'm telling you. I think, and call me a simp if you want to. You get blinded by beauty a little bit. Like, Cassie's so beautiful. Like, it's crazy to think that she might have left this set to go do a fucking freak off. Where a motherfucking, like, 2 or 3 prostitutes was fucking the shit out of her while Diddy's jerking off in the corner and she's glistening in baby oil. It's crazy to think, she held, and not only that she held a secret. Yo, these days, women can't hold water, bro. Story time. Like, come on, how many times have you seen women constantly expose the intimate or intricate details of their either situation or relationship with a guy just for a TikTok like or to go on the Shade Room? Yo, Cassie really held this shit down for 10 years. She was doing interviews where people were like intrigued, and she never gave the slightest hint that, yo, I'm doing some freak off shit. Like, yo, I'm getting plowed by 15 random escorts. Shit, Diddy's a freak. Like, we ain't had none of that.
Vodka.
Yes.
He brought a big jug
He's
of
a
it.
big mogul. By the way, Cassie comes from our area, Connecticut.
Yes, I'm from
Do you still have family there?
I do, in New London, Connecticut.
Oh, that's nice. You getting a chance to see them?
This is Diddy 7 years ago.
Yes. Well, as long as we're asking, and your suit?
This is him on Wendy. You know, Wendy gonna get that.
Yes, Puffy.
By the way, you know what's interesting about this interview? Back in the day, Wendy got fired for calling Diddy gay. You ever heard that story? Some of y'all are young. One in the chat if you remember that because you're old enough. Diddy, Wendy fired gay. Wendy got fired back in the day because she called Diddy gay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny how when men get older in hip hop, they're still, well respected, well versed, cool Herc. You know what I'm saying? And I am familiar with Kanye and ASAP.
From Brand New
Beat.
Hold on.
There were lots of homosexuals in hip hop back in the 80s too, that was. What's worse? Hip hop wearing skirts or hip hop being closeted and having a plethora of kids to prove manhood that, and denial of something that you shouldn't have to deny, which is your sexuality. Mm-hmm. So I hear what Jamar is saying, but we come from a very home career, and it's all coming full circle now. So
I want the Diddy part.
I don't know, because I still see Frank Ocean as being one amongst many, but one, and that's good. But and then there was the notion of this radio DJ in New York who is in denial. So that just goes to show you how far the homosexual movement within hip hop and sports still needs to go. It is politically correct to be accepting, but behind closed doors, people are still hating. And Jason, the basketball player, is one, but it will be a long time, I think, before another actively playing in the locker room ball player comes out. And it's unfortunate, but that's where I am, on it. Frank Ocean, good for him. And Jason, good for him.
Shows really, man.
Get the steak! Fomar is saying, but we come from.
Anyway, she got fired. Let's hear the story.
Did you get fired for making fun of Puffy?
Yeah, by Hot 97. I had to fight a lawsuit. You know what it all came down to? It came
down to gay rappers. That's what it was.
Gay rappers and exposing. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Wendy. And she was on the radio talking all this way back in the day. I've been telling you things for years, but you don't want to hear. So, all right, fine. And I don't understand parents who unleash their kids. Oh, it's just a deeply moving story to me because I know all of the story. She knows.
It's kind of interesting seeing Wendy in the state now because, like, everything Wendy told us about everybody else is fucking true.
There are people like Wendy Williams. I didn't know that did that show.
You represent a lot.
It is stunning how many figures think at the time.
Yeah, chat. I'm gonna get back to the tweets in a short second. Let me see if I can find. Where's the? This is probably a timestamp. Where's the timestamp?
And the Met Gala.
Yo, Diddy look like yo. Look at Diddy's face. The whole time he got his face on, like, yo, don't expose me right here. I'm slapping the shit out of you too. Oh, this is him talking about him and Cassie.
Gone this far. Look.
Yo, Diddy looks so nervous. Look at his face.
Look.
That's that nervous laugh. Nervous laugh, Chad.
Look.
Nervous laugh.
You know?
No, but I want to tell you the story about that. I met all of them in the same year, so I've known all of them the same amount of time. But we were friends. No. Listen. Whoa, why did I do that?
Did you meet all in the same social
I was just
setting?
trying to say it wasn't like I just was running around, through my career and just, every couple of years just being with a new person. Like these are people that.
Now, it's interesting. I'm gonna tell you why this conversation is interesting. Back in the day, I think I could probably even find a clip. Wendy Williams, Hot 97, Diddy gay. If I could find the clip, I'll find the clip. Okay, this is her talking about Diddy. Listen.
Dutton from Rock is 50 years old. All you can hear is Whitney screaming at the top of her lungs at Bobby to get off the stage. Get off, like ridiculous.
She also says some stuff about Bobby Brown too.
Whole thing happened back, of course, in December. Leaving as well.
I thought it was an Unc.
Well, eventually, Jennifer and Wolf made their way to the SUV without Puffy. Right. They ran 11 lights to elude the cops. Supposedly it was Puffy, although people are saying they saw a female hand tossing a gun out the window. And then when the cops stopped them, they found a second gun, of course, in the car. Right. All four of the occupants, the driver, the bodyguard, Puffy and Jennifer, were handcuffed. In the early 30s, he's a paralegal at a corporate who works with autistic children. She's also been in.
No, where the fuck is it? Damn. There's audio. She got fired for it. That's when, like, artists could be so hot they could get people fired. Wait, Wendy dated Biggie? Wendy before the surgery when she dated Biggie? What the fuck? What surgery Wendy got? Wendy slams. These are old. I don't even know if these things. I think they got all these things scrubbed from the internet. Okay, here we go.
At the radio stations looking down, egging it on, waiting for something to go down. I didn't get a chance to hit the sidewalk, you know what I'm saying? Before I knew it, out of nowhere. Nobody called. It's not even like he knew. It was just like weird. Almost like karma. Next thing I know, he's out of the car, and there's a whole bunch of rah-rah going on outside, and I'm still trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And I send Cower and Skell out on the sidewalk, and he comes back in and says, "It's total outside," and they were about to set it on you.
Now, Kirk Burroughs was the president of Bad Boy Records, and he even commented on Wendy's impact in this feud.
He was practically burned at the stake for talking about such. And now it's all come full circle. There were lots of homosexuals in hip-hop back in the 80s, too.
Her and report back. Let's take a look at this throwback clip of the Wendy Williams show.
Cassie's in South Africa filming Honey 3. And she allegedly...
Remember, that's when Cassie was in South Africa. She testified to this. She's in South Africa filming Honey 3. She realizes Diddy's fucking with the Gina girl. He told her he stopped fucking with the Gina girl. She find out that he's still fucking with her, and she blocks Diddy. She blocks Diddy.
Allegedly has been avoiding Puffy.
Oh, so Wendy knew. Yo, Wendy was the truth. Let me tell you this, man. Wendy been the go to all this shit. Without Wendy, you don't get Charlamagne, you don't get me, I don't think you get none of this shit. Because she is what TMZ is for hip hop. And I know some people love to act like, you know, whether, like, if you're on a podcast, you're gossiping, gang. I don't give a fuck who you are. If you're Joe Budden, you're gossiping. You're gossip. I don't care if you think you're just reviewing music. We're all gossiping, and we all come from this woman right here. I'm sorry. She's the godmother of all this shit. I got to be honest. Now, some people like to gossip in a gangster way, but I don't care if you Gillian Wallow, you gossiping. If you me, you gossiping. If you Drink Champs, you gossiping. If you sitting here and talking about stories that other niggas have other than just straight music, you're gossiping. And she's the queen gossiper, and without her, none of this would exist. That's a fact.
And, you know, my thing about when you date a mogul is that it's really difficult to avoid them because if you use your head, you never know when they're going to pop up on the scene. Like, he's mogul. Like, he can hire a plane right now, zoom it to South Africa, land on the roof.
Which is so scary to think that, like, when you are dating someone that rich, again, she's kind of a getter and like air in 28. The host and actor, she said to see this true to that.
All right. So we're getting to realize a lot of things that Wendy said low key kind of came through type shit. Oh,
Never shied away from addressing celebrities.
We were from any.
Yo, they scrubbed the audio.
He could do this. He could.
On the way she moves.
Yeah,
like,
Cassie have gone this far. Like the distance. What is it about her?
I mean, it's just like when
it's a freak offs gang.
Record comes on, the way she moves.
Yeah.
Like when I look at her, the way she smiles. The way I see her look at me sometimes when I wake up and she's already awake, you know?
She didn't go to sleep. She's off them drugs. All right, bet. Let's get back to some tweets real quick, Chad. Again, if you're watching, we're going to, from time to time, kind of jump into like some background videos and stuff to give us more context. But, you know, we're waiting for tweets. So, okay, we're caught up a little bit. 17 minutes ago, the judge is saying cross. So pretty much direct is done with her after they established, and look like all the direct, which is the AUSAs, the prosecutors, all they established was that Dawn witnessed Cassie being abused, witnessed Diddy be violent. She was in fear, and that allowed her, or not allowed her, that prevented her from doing anything, right? Okay, so now we're on the cross. Cross is, Westmoreland is now stepping up. She says, you are aware there's a motion to dismiss your lawsuit, right? Which is her civil lawsuit. Dawn says, I have civil lawyers. So she doesn't answer the question, but she just says she has civil lawyers. Westmoreland says, you sat with a prosecutor and your allegations have changed. She says, I've been consistent. Now, that's very important, Chad. What we can now tell that Diddy's lawyers has done. Diddy's lawyers are doing 3 different things. And by the way, these money grab attempts by these attorneys, or let's say even potential victims, Diddy's lawyers is looking through your civil suit. They look through Cassie's civil suit. Remember, they call Cassie up on the same lie. Or not lie, but inconsistency. Let's just call it that. Cassie said, Diddy raped me at this time in her civil suit. When she talked to the government, and through their conversation that then became discovery, she said another date. One date is here in your civil suit. One here is here with you talking with the government, who got to do a criminal trial. Inconsistent, okay? They pointed out that with Cassie to say, how, you want us to believe he raped you, but you don't even know when he raped you. You gave 2 different dates. And they're saying the same thing about Dawn Richards. So everybody who filed a civil suit, they're cross-referencing dates and details with their government interview, right? Cool. So it says, so she says, I've been consistent. Westmoreland says, well, you testified he attempted to hit her about the eggs and that she dropped down to the fetal position, right? Dawn says yes. Well, Westmoreland says, did you ever say you heard a pan hit the wall and you didn't see it? I don't recall. So that's clearly either in her interview with the government or a civil suit. Now Westmoreland is pretty much reminding her, would you agree with me it's been hard for you to keep your story straight with respect to the egg incident? She says, I told it as close as I could. Westmoreland says, the day after, you said Mr. Combs said people go missing. She says, yes. Westmoreland says, let's go to your interview. And by the way, these are pre-trial interviews that the government had with their witnesses. And because they announced the witness list, they have to turn over those corresponding conversations that they had with those people in interviews that they did to get a story on the record, supposedly. Not really on the record because it wasn't on the record then. And they're combing through those and going and cross-referencing it with their civil case. So it's on March 18th, you didn't say anything about Mr. Combs told you people go missing. Richard said, or Rashad says, I don't remember that. Westmoreland says, no worries, it's okay. I'm going to show you a document, only for the parties though. Let's go to page 5. So Chad, once again, it appears that Diddy's team is doing a good job of basically showing that these people's memory is fuzzy, hazy, and kind of like throwing into the pot that they might be saying anything now to either further a narrative or trying to please the government because they either hate Sean or otherwise, okay? Cool. So we're kind of caught up a little bit. Yo, Chad, this coffee like, this motherfucking, yeah, I drank like 1.5 cups of coffee. My stomach is starting to turn. What the fuck? It's all good. Somebody had told me, like, yo, coffee makes you, like, want to go to the bathroom. I'm like, nah, because I've been drinking coffee, like, for the last 2 weeks, right? This morning, I'm like, oh, wait, hold on now. I bet. So we're waiting for some more tweets. We're going to see. While we do that, let me pull up some donations. Thank you guys for the ones who have donated, all the people who have become members, or anyone who has either subscribed or gifted a membership or a subscription via Kick, Rumble, or otherwise. I appreciate all you guys. All right, here we go. Oh, coffee? Coffee gives you diarrhea? Oh, hell no, gang. Hell no. All right, we're going to have to make it through. I'm going to drink some water, though. I'm going to drink some water in a second. Somebody said drink water? Okay. All right, we got it. Here we go. I'm reading donations on the King Academics page first. We are waiting for some new tweets. Again, I think if you guys are watching, you guys should understand the strategy that Diddy's team is going with. For Dawn Rashad, clearly the aim was to say, we all witnessed that Diddy was doing some abusive shit, but if you ask us why we ain't join it, or not join in, but we ain't prevent it, we were scared of him too. So they're kind of showing that Diddy is a fearful person, okay? Diddy's lawyers just came back around to say, would you admit that you really don't remember everything accurately? And they're kind of getting at the fact that her story is inconsistent, and then they're probably going to try to highlight the fact that not only is it inconsistent, you have a reason to lie on Diddy, right? Your reason is a lawsuit, right? Not only that, let's talk about your finances. They did that to CASSIE too. Let's talk about your finances. Not only you have reasons to lie on him, your money is low, right? So it's in your best interest to say whatever story that made this guy look crazy, but you weren't saying the story consistently, nor did you say it at the time, right? So the government was trying to knock out the first point of, well, why you didn't say it at the time? Oh, well, we were scared. Well, why you didn't say it since? I was still scared. Okay, well, when you did finally say it, how come your story has changed in a year? And that's kind of their strategy, okay? Will that work for the jury? I think it'll work on an individual basis. I don't know if it'll work overall, especially with the amount of witnesses they're trying to bring. You know, people usually be like, listen, everybody ain't lying. You know what I mean? Even if they don't believe one person all the way, they'll be like, man, everybody ain't lying. This is why Diddy's team is trying to say, could we limit some of these people from testifying? Because we could point out holes in all their testimony, but we're not trying to get railroaded by just the amount of people they claim they have to testify, right? Because people might be like, oh, yeah, she don't remember everything, or maybe she lied about A, B, and C, but there's 20 other people who testified to the same thing, so, you know what I mean, everybody can't be lying type shit, right? All right, we are waiting for some additional tweets. By the way, Buzzer Beater Clips, thank you for the 5. He says, when serial killers get comfortable, they start making mistakes and leaving trails. Diddy had a whole freak off with him when he was the Joker. What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say he did a freak offs after the Joker? He dressed up as a Joker for Halloween one year. Okay, thank you for the 4 months membership. So your shout out to the chat. The party was lit. Oh, you came through? Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you so much. Love you for that. Bradley Dormis, thank you for the 14 Canadian, says, late but happy birthday, Act. Your streams got me through tough times when I was doing Uber Eats. Salute to you, my brother. Salute to you. He said nothing better than the motherfucking chat. Is that a St. Lucian flag and a Haitian flag? I think I know my Caribbean flags. Okay. Tanya Vicente, thank you for the 5 Canadians. She says, Ack, saw the best lawyer breakdown of court last week, the charges and what exactly it means. Nate, the lawyer, he did a what happened in court this week. All right, you know, I trust Tanya. Tanya's usually on point. Let's see. Nate, the lawyer, what happened in court this week. We're not going to read or go through everything. Okay.
All right, I'm Nate, the lawyer.
All right, bet. Before we do that, let's just get up to date with the last tweet. And by the way, I still have more donations to read in a second. Combs, Westmoreland, which is Combs' lawyer, says, isn't it true the first time you said this was a week ago? Isn't it true the first time you said this was a week ago? Would you like me to show you your previous interviews? Dawn says, I know what I said. Westmoreland says, you said Combs made a death threats, one that you didn't recall 7 times. So apparently she's now claiming that she never claimed before that Diddy said somebody could die and she took it as a death threat, okay? This is interesting. Dawn is standing on her claim. She's like, I said what I said. Now, again, she could say, well, I forgot that detail in the story, but she's not backing down that she heard or believed that Diddy made a threat. And the threat that she heard was niggas could go missing. What she took that to mean is that people could die. So that was a death threat, right? Let me listen to a little bit of this.
And this is a law channel, and we are about to break down the first week of the day to you what the charges are in the Diddy trial, how the government is going about proving those charges, and whether they've been successful at demonstrating any of this criminal activity. Now, if you're watching this video, I assume you know who P. Diddy is, so I'm just going to get straight into what's going on. So when we're talking about P. Diddy's criminal trial, we're talking about 5 charges, but really 3 separate crimes. Okay,
yes, 5 charges. Okay, good.
So the first count is racketeering conspiracy to prove.
Okay, this is good. This is good.
Racketeering conspiracy by the government. You need to know the existence of the enterprise, bad boy.
Yes. So the racketeering conspiracy, that's the RICO charge. You got to prove that there is a criminal organization, that people were operating and willingly going along with either covering up the crime, doing the crime, facilitating the crime in some way, or profiting from the crime, right? You also have to show that there are these predicate offenses, at least 2 of them. So predicate offense could be murder and kidnapping. It has to be 2. If it's only murder, right? If it's only murder and a singular murder, that is, if it's 2 counts of murder, it could be still racketeering. But if it's only 1 murder or 1 crime, it cannot be racketeering conspiracy. It could still be a conspiracy. Like, for example, if it was a singular bank robbery, that's a conspiracy, right? But it's not necessarily a racketeering conspiracy. You have to show a pattern. And I'm pretty sure he's going to say the next thing is a pattern.
Entertainment, or for instance, if it's the mafia, you got to prove the mob actually exists. Exactly. Or if it's a street gang, you prove the street gang exists. The Bloods, for instance. You also need an agreement to participate by the defendant. And
yeah, people were whatever.
You need a pattern of racketeering activity. Now, with this last one, this pattern of racketeering activity, you may hear the term RICO predicates.
You could use it as probable cause for a warrant, couldn't you?
Okay, yeah, you need 2 predicates. So again, a predicate could be sex trafficking and arson, or sex trafficking, kidnapping, or sex, like you need 2 of those, right? Because it's a amalgam of crimes that the organization is doing. And then, so that's the predicate. And then we have overt, which is, okay, we're about to go kidnap a nigga, then kill him. So say we do both. Both of those could be, say we do it in a pattern, so maybe to multiple people. We could get hit with a RICO, but then they're going to add overt acts. Overt acts are not crimes, but it could be like every time they go do that, Ack always gets the rope and the duct tape. He gets the rope, the duct tape. His friend gets the stolen car, and the other nigga always gets the gun. Those are overt acts. Don't mean they're crimes, but they're necessary to prove that people were, again, willing participants and they meant to do this.
You, evidence of extortion, intent to defraud. Those are RICO predicates, right?
Now, there are about 23 different crimes that the government's alleging that P. Diddy did, and here are some of those crimes, like sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. And the government, again, just has to prove 2 of those things to get a conviction of the RICO statute. Then you also have sex trafficking by force, which we are going to go over in detail, and we also have transportation to engage in prostitution, which is known as the Mann Act, which essentially means you're paying for prostitutes to cross state lines. And we'll go into detail with that count too. So at the end of the day, these 3 individual charges and 5 counts.
Okay, so perfect. I like how this guy lays it out, because I would have had to bring up the last superseding indictment to remind us what the fuck we're in court for. So let me give you what everything is kind of carrying. But I've never watched this video, and I think even me ad-libbing, I think will be about similar in what I'm saying and what he's gonna say. Or me riffing, not ad-libbing. Racketeering, for the most part, when you see a RICO charge, think 20 years, okay? Just think 20 years. Most racketeering charges, if you blow trial, they're going to go for 20 years. That's about it. Even if, especially if there's no cooperation, and even if it's your first conviction. There's certain things, say there was wire fraud and some other stuff, they might go for 15 or, rarely 10. But if you go to trial on racketeering, they want 20. Now, if there's a murder, that's a predicate act under racketeering, they want life, okay? In this situation, right, sex trafficking could potentially, and we could look up the federal statute on that. Sex trafficking federal sentence. If it carries 10 to life. Okay, so yeah, there's nothing that is like mandatory life. Usually murder is mandatory life, or at least 35 to life or whatever. So from everything I saw as the predicate acts, there's nothing that carries necessarily mandatory act, but they could. So it'll be like 10-2. It's a range, 10-2, right? And then obviously they have guidelines. Obviously, if you cooperate, they could go below the guidelines. But if you have like other Fed charges or your criminal history, or there's a bunch of things that could just ramp it up, they could give you life. That's why they say Diddy's facing life. But theoretically, I think if how old is Diddy right now? How old is Diddy? Diddy right now is 55. 20 years, if they get that 20 on him. By the way, he has no criminal history from what no federal criminal history or no federal felonious criminal history from what I've been told. So let's say they get him, but still is sex trafficking. If they catch him on sex trafficking for racketeering, he's getting 20. They got to give him 20, right? So that's going to be 75. The other charges, obviously, I think they would run it concurrently instead of consecutively, but still. If you're possibly going to be in jail till 70 plus, a lot of people feel like that's tantamount to a life sentence. But technically, he has charges that could carry up to life, but not mandated life. When you see murder, it's do or die. It's life. Like, for example, with K Flock, even though he's like 20-something years of age at this point, I think he's just 21 or 20. If he had got found guilty of murder within the racketeering case, he would have gotten automatic life. Like they can't do nothing for him. But the fact that he didn't, that's why he has a chance to get out. And I think he'll get out by he's 35 or close to 40. Pending appeal, if they get appeal off, right? So count one, I think Diddy's facing 20 here. This is what I've always said. I think Diddy's facing 20, right? Like, it sounds good to say he's facing life. He's not going to get life. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to get life, right? He doesn't have a criminal history. There's not like these other like really extreme factors that are going to push for them to say life in prison. They're going to give him 20. So that really the top charge is count 1. That's 20, right? Count 3, and by the way, this is the hardest one to beat. It's racketeering. They got mad different predicate offenses that he's charged with, and then fuck the over offenses. Those don't really matter in the case of like found guilty or not, and then being sentenced, even though you would consider the overt when you're sentencing. But still, let's just say 20 years. I'm trying to make it simple. I'm trying to make you understand this. Count 3 and 5. Now, here's why, well, really, count 2 to 5. Remember, it's really just a racketeering conspiracy for sex trafficking. Count 2 and 4, this is important. The reason why they gave him 2 different counts. Count 2 is for CASSIE solely. Here's why they charge it separately. In racketeering, you need a pattern and you need multiple. If they can't, remember, they don't have a lot of victims like we think. If they can't get both victims, because there's 2 main victims, there's more than 2, it is like 5, but charge in the racketeering conspiracy for sex trafficking, there's 2 main victims, right? There's other victims, like other victims for his witness intimidation. There's victims for arson. Like technically Kid Cudi would be seen as a victim, but not really, because even though it's supposedly one of the acts in the racketeering. I hope I'm not like going too much and confusing you. So I'm trying to tell you the strategy of how the government wants to convict him. So if he blows trial and get convicted of 1, 20 years. They're giving him 20. If he beats 1, they still don't want him to get out. They want to catch him. I think you guys get it. And chat, I know somebody says play the video instead of yapping. I don't think he's gonna go down the route I'm going down. I'm talking about convictions. So we're fast forwarding to 8 weeks in the trial. He has to try to beat 1 or else he's fucked. If he beats 1, here's the thing. The reason, if he beats 1, he automatically is going to beat 2 or 4. Because if he's guilty of 2 and 4, he's guilty of 1. Okay? So if he's guilty of sex trafficking, 2, which is CASSIE, and 4, which is Jane Doe, both of them is RICO. You get what I'm saying? So if he's guilty of 2 and 4, he's guilty of 1. If he beats 1, they likely could get him 2 or 4. Okay? And then the other one, which this is the lightest one, is transportation, because this is 10 years. So if he beats 1, I think the strongest one, the other one's going to be 2, which is CASSIE. This is the CASSIE charge. Count 2 is CASSIE charge. So if he beats the racketeering, the CASSIE charge could still get him 20. The Jane Doe charge could still get him 20. But I think CASSIE's a stronger witness or a stronger victim. So I think he needs to beat 1, which I think if he beats 1, he beats 4. And then he needs to beat 2, which is beat CASSIE. And then after that, who gives a fuck? Yeah, of course he had hoes. Like, he could even plead guilty to 3 or 5. I'm pretty sure if they came to him with a plea for just 3 and 5, he would have took that plea. 100%. But they probably wanted him to plead guilty to count 2. Count 2, and they would have dismissed everything else. That would have been 20 years, and then they would have, well, not necessarily 20 years. They could have went below it and say, we're gonna recommend 10 to 15, right? Because let's see, what does sex trafficking sentence guidelines? Here we go. It's gonna tell us. I think it's below 20. Come on, give us years. Give us years. Fuck the guidelines. All right, sentencing federal. Here we go. We'll find it. Okay, 10 years to life. Bingo. So remember, RICO, you're getting the 20. You got to beat the RICO. Sex trafficking is over 10. So 10 to life. So I think the plea they gave him is no, like that whole thought they gave him 5 years. Fuck out of here. The only way they could give him 5 is if he goes count 3 or 5. And at that point, that means why would the government before trial say, hey, we're going to dismiss the CASSIE shit, the Jane Doe shit, and the racketeering shit to give you just prostitution charges and give you 5 years. So they want a sex trafficking charge to stick. Now, remember, let's Google that. Let's Google that. Transportation to engage in prostitution, federal sentence. They're going to tell us right here. That carries a maximum. Wait, hold on. No. Wait, here we go. If it has minors, it's generally 10 years. The penalties, I had seen 5 to 10. I could be wrong on that. I know that's the lightest sentence they have. As long as there's no minors in it. Okay. It's the Mann Act. Let's see years. Okay. The federal act imposes a punishment for not more than 5 years. So the Mann Act is like around 5 years, okay? The Mann Act. But as long as it doesn't deal with no kids. Obviously, there's going to be a range because of it's 2 people, also the length. But I do know they could go as low as 5. So that's why when we were hearing this thing that Diddy could get 5 years in a plea, they would have to waive both of these, waive this, and give him one of these, and give him 5 years. What the fuck? Like, at that point, Diddy's probably going to be like, oh, y'all got nothing on me then. I'm taking this shit. I would have took the 5. But still. Okay, cool. So now we know what he's charged for. I hope I just understood. Like, by the way, Drill, clip this so that people could understand what Diddy's really facing. You know, I wanted to make it simple. Racketeering, 20. Count 2 or 4, but not guilty of racketeering, at least, I got to say 15. Right? His best bet is not guilty of everything, but his best bet is the middle counts. Just prostitution, he could get 5 to 15 or whatever, but he has no criminal history. They're going to give him 5, right? They're going to give him 5, and then he's been in jail for like damn near a year. He'll get out in 2 years, and he's still like, baby oiling it up, okay? So if he gets found guilty of this, he's cool. Guilty of this, he's fucked. Guilty of this and this, he ain't coming back. So this and this, not coming back. Just 2 or 4, still 15 years. Just 3 or 5 or 3 and 5, under 10. So the only way he gets life is 1. He has to get convicted of this conspiracy. And also, just that you know, they're contingent. If he gets found not guilty of 1, he can't get found guilty of 2 and 4. The jury guidelines, they're gonna be so diametrically opposed. You would vote either 2 or 4, and 2 is Cassie, 4 is Jane Doe. All right, sorry, chat.
Overall are what the government is seeking to prove to put P. Diddy away for life. Now, to prove their case, the government has started with calling 5 witnesses this first week. The first is Israel Flores. He's a former assistant security director at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles, and now he is an LAPD officer. Now, the Intercontinental Hotel is where Diddy was caught on video beating Cassie, and he's the security guard that responded to Cassie's call for help. And he's also seen in that video. Next up is a man named Daniel Phillip. He's a former male escort and exotic.
Yeah, this is how the escort looks. This nigga looks like a porn star, man. Broad nose, bald head, and this nigga like he was just a professional cockslanger.
Performer. Now, being a male escort, Phillips testified that he participated in multiple freak-offs involving Cassie, and that he felt that Cassie at sometimes was not a willing participant in the freak-offs. Next, you had Diddy's longtime girlfriend, Cassie. She's a singer, model, and she was the one who participated in a lot of these freak-offs. She said too many to count. Now, she is seen on video getting beaten by Diddy, and she testified to the abuse, the sex trafficking, and the prostitution that was going on from state to state. You also have Dawn Richard, who was a former member of Danity Kane, the girl group created by Combs, and she also was in a group with Combs himself called Dirty Money. And she saw some of the abuse that occurred between Combs and Cassie. And last but not least, you have an agent from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. These are the people who conducted the raids on Diddy's houses, and they testified to the drugs and all the other debauchery they found in the house. All right, so now you know the witnesses. Let's get into the charges. First, let's start with the easiest one to prove, which is transportation to engage in prostitution. It's 18 U.S.C. section 2421, and they are counts 3 and 5. Now, this is known as the Mann Act. Now, the Mann Act, that's 2 elements the government has to prove. One, you transport someone between states, and you intended for that person who you transported across state lines to engage in prostitution. So
now, I know this guy's doing a good job too, but I like to try to make it even simpler than simple. If we want to derive how all these charges come about, all right, I'm at 3:45. Let me just go back to this. I want y'all to understand these charges, because sometimes, anytime I'm hearing people talk about this like they don't know what the fuck Diddy's charged with. So we're good. We're trying to make everything simple. So, count 3 and 5, which is transportation, which is the Mann Act. That is it's the basis that all of these other charges kind of really fall under. So, the White Slave Act, right, which was created in 1910, it was a broad definition. It basically said you're paying somebody for sex and bring them across state line only for sex. But people travel these days, and people do porn, and some things are consensual. Like it was so broad. And by the way, here's the thing too. There was some terms in it, right? Right? We read this before. They would say, look, it's also a felony to coerce an individual into immoral acts. This was when morality existed in the United States. So, for example, if you brought somebody across states to have orgies, threesomes, you have them to fuck random guys, you brought them to film sexual acts, like all the things that are like normal now. Like, not saying all those things are necessarily normal, but they had this term about immorality in the law. Well, I keep telling y'all, the morals have changed over time. People do all type of shit. You got these bitches fucking 1,000 niggas. It's crazy. So what happened is that law, it became very tough for government to keep charging people with it. So they then narrowed it down. That's where you get, even under that, you get, for example, sex trafficking. So sex trafficking gets birthed out of that and out of this human trafficking like branch. Like you have to create like a whole tree. But the Mann Act, so count 3 and 5 is the top act. And this is why it doesn't give automatic life, because there's a lot of like, you could bring a girl, you could fly in a girl to have a threesome with a married man. And that was called debauchery at the time. The law says debauchery is wrong, right? So that's why they start making it more and more defined as to what the society was doing. Dudes would get young, pretty girls or immigrants who didn't have papers, but they were women, and say, I'm about to bring them over here. Y'all got no choice. If y'all want y'all papers, your livelihood, we're going to get these niggas to fuck you. They're going to pay us this. We're going to give you nothing. And then they created sex trafficking. Okay? So that's why that's a more serious charge. And obviously the RICO obviously existed from mafia and also some corrupt organizations that was happening in corporate America. And then they folded up sex trafficking under that, just to let you know. Anyway, sorry. I know I do a lot of yapping here, but if you watch this stream, we're not only reading tweets, and we'll get caught up on tweets right now. We're trying to give, if you watch here, I want you guys to have like a real understanding of what the fuck we're talking about. Not just like this sensationalized, like they rub the fucking semen on somebody's nipples. Okay, let me get caught up on tweets, and then we'll watch a little bit more of that video. So Combs Westmoreland says, let's move to the alleged incident before the Central Park concert. Were you aware there was a camera crew? Dawn Richards says, not in the bathroom. Westmoreland says, you were filmed in a park. Are you aware that has been turned over? She said no. Now, that's very important. Remember, she said Cassie got punched in the eye swole up. She said they went to the Central Park thing, and they both wore glasses in solidarity, okay? Dawn says she didn't know there was videos in the park. Whatever. I'm not sure what point Diddy's lawyers is trying to make, but I'm pretty sure it'll come back up. Combs' lawyer says, about the guns, you ain't tell the prosecutors, you didn't tell the prosecutors about, I saw guns at Daddy's house? Dawn says they didn't ask. So it looked like she mentioned she saw weapons in some type of either civil suit or somewhere else, or when she was being on direct, but she never told the prosecutors in conversation when it's a pre-trial interview. Westmoreland says, so you never seen Mr. Combs pull out a gun and wave it around, load bullets or cock it, right? Dawn Richards said, he just had it. Okay. Diddy's lawyer says, did you tell the government you never saw Combs do cocaine? I don't recall. Combs' lawyer says, your testimony has changed on quite a few things, huh? She says, as time progresses, I remember more. By the way, this is great. This is great, you know? Because now she's admitting that her memory is unreliable. And if it's unreliable, then now you're saying you remember more. Maybe some of your biases come out. Who knows? Diddy's lawyer says, you saw One Stop sell drugs. Did you see him take money? I guess One Stop is a person. Did you see him take money? Dawn says yes. Westmoreland says, all right, 1 second. Didn't you tell the government you never saw anyone pay him? So you lied, right? Chat. If y'all been watching my streams, y'all know what I'm about to play. If y'all been watching my streams, y'all know what I'm about to play. I like using references. What movie reference I'm about to use right now? That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Yo, they're using her statement to the government, her testimony on direct, and her civil case to basically be like, you had 3 opportunities to tell us what the story is. You've either left things out, made up new things that we've never heard before, or you now have changed your story completely. The judge says sidebar. The judge has done a sidebar. Okay. They're back from the sidebar. A minute ago, it says, Westmoreland says, that's Diddy's lawyer, it was you who reached out to Combs to work with him again, right? She says yes. Westmoreland says, but he had threatened you though before, right? But you asked him to work with him again. She said yes. Westmoreland says okay. So what they're pointing out is that after the time that she claimed, and by the way, this is a good job by Diddy on defense. Everybody's claiming that Diddy did A, B, C, and D. He's a monster. But after he did these acts of monstrosity, they would go back. So Cassie, you say he raped you on this day. But you text him you missed him on that day. It's after. You said he raped you then. But then you gave him the pussy willingly then. You were... Okay, you said you had to approach Diddy with softness because you were scared of him and you never jumped in when Cassie got her ass beat because you were scared of Diddy. You said you heard him threaten to kill somebody. But then you asked to work back with him. Hold on. Not gonna lie. I think they're doing a good job of trying to, one by one, knock down these witness credibility. Now, this is why I'm telling you, they don't want too many witnesses like this because it's only so much you'll be able to do it before like a regular sane juror says, man, all these motherfuckers can't be lying, you know? Okay. Let's see if they rest. They might rest. They might rest here. That's a good place to rest. So they just proved you reached out to Diddy to work with him, even though the last time you said he was threatening to kill people and he had threatened you, you wanted to work with him. She said yes. This is a good place to be like, Judge, I think we done seen enough. We done seen enough. This chick right here, she full of shit. Her stories switch all the time. She got new information today. She never said the other 2 times. She's saying bullshit on the record, talking about the more this case goes along or the more time goes along, she remembers more. Do the math on that. Who the hell remembers more the more time passes? Unless maybe you're trying to make up a story. So I think the lawyers, and by the way, let's go with chat. Let's go back over Diddy's lawyer strategy. Brian Steele, who we know is a bulldog. That's the pit bull right there. They get him on, he's probably going to do much more too. But he goes with Flores. Okay? He goes with Flores. He demolishes Flores by saying, you said she didn't want to call the cops. Why isn't that in the report? You mentioned the whole situation with Diddy about him putting his hand there. Some of it's mentioned in the thing, but not all of it. Why isn't things you're saying now in your report? And also, nigga, it's 8 years after that shit happened. How the hell, King Buck, thank you for the gift of membership. How the hell you got better memory now than when you wrote your report that day? So they got at him. Who else popped up on the stand? The sex worker. who dealt with a sex worker. So we had, think about how Diddy's using all his lawyers like an Avengers. Tenny does Tenny Garagos. Let's write down the names, chat. Let's write down the names. You know I love doing this. I got to open up Microsoft Paint. It's my favorite. No, not Paint. Notebook. Notepad. Let's think about how Diddy's using all of his fucking lawyers, right? Here we go. Display capture. I bet. Shit. Last time I used this was a while ago. All right, bet. Here we go. So, sorry. Here we go. So, these are all Diddy's lawyers. Tenny Garagos. Opening statements. And CASSIE Cross. Okay? Tenny does opening and CASSIE Cross. Mark Agnafilio does every morning. He does the administrative pre-day motions, right? He hasn't done much work other than that. We haven't seen him with a witness. Brian Steele discredited Flores, security guard, in Cass video. Who else? Xavier Donaldson. He goes as sex worker and shows how Cassie requested certain acts and initiated. Now hold on, who else? Alexandra, damn, I got good memory, even with the Henny. Oh my God. Alexander Shapiro, appellate lawyer, prevent evidence from being admitted. I'm showing you all their roles here, chat. My bad. I can't see the whole thing. So this is what we got. Remember, he got 9 lawyers. Everybody got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we have Estavio, right? I forgot her last name. I think it's Maria Estevao. I think that's her name. Who did she No. Tenny didn't do CASSIE Cross. My bad. Sorry. Tenny didn't do CASSIE Cross. That was Estavio. People. My bad. That was CASSIE Cross. Look, everybody on here, this is like a well-balanced team. They're not using, and you got to imagine, each of these people have probably 1 or 2 things to do. This is your only job. This is your only job, motherfucker. This is your only job. By the way, I think she did a good job on CASSIE Cross, because I think at the end, exposed Cassie's ass. Exposed her. I think she exposed her. Okay? Now, where we at with it? We had number 6. This is Nicole Westmoreland. Okay? And she is Dawn Richard or Rashad. By the way, I don't think she started on Friday. Did Westmoreland start on Friday? Because Rashad was going on Friday. Her testimony started on Friday. Looked like over the weekend, she had to become a Dawn Rashad expert. Bruh. Yo, if the Lakers bench was like this, they'll be lit. Everybody's moving and grooving. Everybody's moving and motherfucking grooving. And I would like to say, I won't count them as an attorney, because he's not on the official attorney list, but Mark Garagos, PR, in the cut. Damn. All right. Let me tell you this. If Diddy beat this is a new super team Avengers of lawyers. If Diddy loses, it's no way he could have won it. It's no way. He got the best of the best. By the way, the best of the... Yo, let's go back into it. Number one, you got to get a woman across Cassie. You got to get a woman to do it. Right? Tenny does opening statements. Mark Agnafilio, he's chilling in the back, but he's almost like the quarterback coach. Not really quarterback coach. He's kind of like the coach, offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator all in one. Brian Steele, Brian Steele's he's like the fullback or the running back you bring in when it's 4th and 1, and you just need get the ball and run straight through the fucking hole. We don't care what happens. That's Brian Steele. You ain't gonna bring him for the finesse situation. Xavier Donaldson. I think he might be the weakest one, but because if there was ever a time that I thought he could have done better, it could have been Xavier. Shapiro, she's doing an amazing job. Estavio, she fucking killed it. I think she had Cassie. Her last day was pretty good, and Westmoreland's now doing it with Dawn. By the way, she's a survivor of sexual assault. So Nicole, Westmoreland's a survivor of sexual assault. I think we could look this up too, real quick. Nicole Westmoreland. She's also a African American woman, I believe. Yes, she's an African American woman. And I believe, she's an African American woman. Black woman up there. Let's bring a black woman to go holler at her. You get what I'm saying? So Dawn Rashad, give her. So you give Dawn Rashad Nicole Westmoreland. You give Cassie, Maria Estevayo, whatever her name is. You get what I'm saying? I can't find it. I gotta search with Diddy. Fuck, I'll find the one. So, this is really like. Oh no, it's Anna. Oh my bad, it's not Maria. It's Anna. Yeah, my bad. Let's see if we can find her. It's Anna. Anna Lawyer. I want to see how she looks. Can't find a fucking picture. Let's see how this one. Whatever. You know she ain't black. That's all you need to know. She definitely ain't black, nigga. You know she ain't black. All right. Okay. So let me just change this name. It's not Maria. It's Anna. Anna. Okay. All right. So we're 6 lawyers in. We're 6 lawyers in, chat. We're 6 lawyers in. All right, man. Yeah, I don't know how Estevayo looks like. Hello. If I can find it, I'll show y'all. Can't find it. Somebody will give me a picture of it. Don't worry. Cool. All right. Let's get back. So 6 lawyers in. We got 3 more we ain't see yet. Westmoreland says, yo, the songs you released on your own have not really reached the level of what you released with Danny Kane, right? Or Diddy Dirty Money, right? She said true. Westmoreland then says, and you reach out to Combs to try to make some more money, right? So they're all, you know, she's painting a picture that y'all have nothing to say. Y'all all leave and return. And it seems like, if anything, money is always the financial incentive. It wasn't about y'all getting threatened, the sex trafficking y'all claim y'all seen, the domestic violence and other things. Y'all wanted to make some bread. And y'all would come and go freely, and he would allow y'all. But y'all were thinking about your own pockets. But now y'all claiming y'all could testify to a crime. Westmoreland then says, and you reach out to Mr. Combs to try to make more. She says yes. AUSA says, can we have a short sidebar? Sidebar and say it's not short. Still wondering why the side's legal arguments. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. All right. Let's get back into this video shortly, and then we can see, whatever. Thank you, chat.
Multiple states by Diddy to LA, NYC, Vegas, Miami, all for these freak-offs. And then you also had Daniel Phillip. Remember the sex worker? He described being brought to various cities by Combs and Cassie request. And he was paid for sex on those trips. So it seems like the government has put up some proof that, yes.
My bad. I found the lawyer. This is her. can't really see it. I got it. Chat. I want you to understand what's happening here. Diddy is playing this. Look, Daniel Phillip, this was a sex worker. Remember I told you how he looked? Daniel Phillip, Diddy. Remember I told you he looks on the stand. Is this guy. It's a black guy. He's 41 now. Got a bald head. He was the dick slanger and one of the escorts. Okay, this is him. Okay? Who does Diddy put to interrogate him? Xavier Donaldson. Guy who went to Howard as well. Also black. Diddy's saying, we got a shooter for your shooter. Whoever y'all got, we got. Oh, the black guy who bald-headed, we got a bald-headed nigga too. Our bald-headed nigga go in and interrogate your bald-headed witness. Fuck out of here. We got some, put the black guy with a black guy. Oh, Cassie, you want to come out? Okay, we got some socially ambiguous or racially ambiguous chick for you too. Oh, Dawn Rashad? Yo, come here, Nicole Westmoreland. Handle that. Yo, I'm telling you, they're meeting demographics even lawyer-wise. Diddy is on some other shit. The luxury tax for this shit got to be on some Yankees numbers. Everybody is getting, and you got to realize, Brian Steele handled the Spanish dude. Tenny does opening. Let me go back to my list. Xavier Donaldson handles the black guy with bald head. Mark is just like, he's like the kind of player coach. Alexandra Shapiro, she's doing appellate shit. And Estavio does Cassie. They both look like they're from the same place. You know what I'm saying? And Westmoreland is doing the black chick. Oh, this is lit. All right, hold on.
People were transported across state lines by Combs knowingly. Now, they had to prove the intent for prostitution. Well, how did they do that? Well, again, they brought Cassie Ventura off, and she testified that she was involved in these freak-offs, the sex parties. They were planned by Combs. There were multiple sex workers there, and she recounted specific events in New York and LA where these sex acts occurred. Also, they had Daniel Phillips testify about the sessions and the sex acts that he had in various cities, in various hotel suites paid for by Combs, which confirms the interstate travel for prostitution piece. Remember, he said he was paid to have sex with Cassie for these freak-offs. So when it comes to transportation to engage in prostitution under the law, it seems like the government has checked both those boxes. They have 2 witnesses and more that are going to testify about the freak-offs being flown out to multiple states to have commercial sex. Next, we're going to look at the sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion charges. How has the government in this first week put on evidence to show this? The elements for sex trafficking is the defendant knowingly caused a person to engage in a commercial sex act, the means of coercion.
By the way, real quick, I hate to pause this, but chat, I know y'all are watching via various platforms. If you're watching via YouTube, the Academy channel, or King Academic channel, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. You know they're trying to shadow ban us. They try to cancel us. They try to do whatever. All we need you to do is hit the like button. We're trying to give y'all a full, complete and qualitative breakdown of what's going on in the moment. As we're not in court, but we're using every resource possible. Please hit the like button. If you're watching on Rumble, make sure you guys are subscribed or following. And definitely if you're watching on Kick, please do the same. Also, if you're Meta, do the same as well, please.
Coercion was either force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, or anything that would get someone or force someone to engage in a commercial sex act, and then it had to be done across state lines. So let's start with the first element, knowingly engaging in sex trafficking. Have the government put on any evidence to show that Diddy knowingly caused a person to engage in commercial sex acts? Well, just before we get into that, let me define what a commercial sex act is. A commercial sex act is any sexual act in exchange for something of value: money, drugs, housing, career opportunities. So how did the government show this first week that Diddy knowingly caused someone to engage in commercial sex acts? Well, they put up Cassie Ventura, and she testified that Combs was the one who orchestrated the freak-offs, watched, recorded, gave instructions, paid the escorts. Even though Cassie didn't receive any payments, she said her career opportunities or her job was in jeopardy because she was expected to participate. She was flown to multiple different cities and complied out of fear. Also, we have Daniel Phillip, the male escort. He testified that he was paid about $4,000 in some instances to have sex with Cassie on multiple occasions in multiple different states. He claimed that Combs in the room directed them, sometimes recording. These sessions took place in hotels. He did everything from the payments, the setup, the location. He also confirmed the transactional nature of all this. And he said, quote, Diddy gave instructions. He directed us like a seed. He wanted to see something specific. So, does this prove that Diddy knowingly caused people to engage in commercial sex acts? Well, the government thinks so. Now we're going to move to the next element, means of coercion. Now here the government has to prove that there was some force, threat of force, fraud, or coercion to essentially get the person to engage in commercial sex acts. And here prosecutors focused in on that force, threat of force, and coercion aspect of it. For instance, Daniel Phillips, he said that he witnessed Combs physically abuse Cassie. He noted Cassie was emotionally detached, visibly uncomfortable during the sex. Quote, he said she looked like she didn't want to be there. He also described the intense control Diddy had about the directions and watching and recording every time. And even on top of that, he said he feared Combs too. Now his testimony seems to corroborate the both physical and psychological coercion that Combs initiated to force Cassie to continue to do these particular sex acts. Then we also have Cassie Ventura's testimony about how she was physically abused, how he kicked her, punched her, dragged her, stomped on her head. She said that the freak-offs were not optional. I didn't want to be there, she said, but I didn't feel like I could say no. Combs even used what's known as emotional manipulation. He threatened her music career, which is coercion. He cut off her financial support, again, coercion. He forced her into isolation, again, another form of coercion. He supplied her with drugs to keep her compliant, blackmailed her, and recorded sex tapes. Quote, he told me if I left him, he'd release the tapes and destroy me. Now, also to show the physical force nature of it, the prosecutors also showed the video of Combs beating Cassie for trying to leave a freak off. And they also had another witness who saw the beating. This was security guard Israel Flores, who's now an LAPD officer. He responded to the 2016 assault and said Cassie had a black eye, was crying, and was shaking. And she wanted to leave. Again, that shows the force part of forcing someone into sex trafficking. Combs tried to stop her from leaving, again, physically, so that's force again. Combs' demeanor was described as cold and dangerous. The security guard said he stared at me like the devil. This shows, again, physical violence and emotional control, coercion, threat of force, and force itself, all on video. And then the prosecutors called another eyewitness to the physical abuse that Cassie had to endure, and that's Dawn Richards. She was his band member, remember? And she said Combs attacked Cassie with a skillet, punched her, kicked her, and dragged her upstairs by force. It was witnessed by multiple people, including other bandmates. And then to intimidate the witnesses, the next day, Combs allegedly locked them into a recording studio and told them the abuse was just passion and warned not to speak about it, implying that there would be consequences if they conveyed this to anyone else. So these three witnesses definitely spoke to the means of coercion. They talked about the force, the threats of force, and coercion, all supporting Cassie's claims. Now, for the last element, that's commercial sex act, I think it's clear that these people were paid to go from places like New York to Miami or from Miami to California to engage in these freak-offs, and that would be commercial sex acts across state lines. So now we've shown how the government is trying to prove transportation to engage in prostitution. We've also shown how the government is trying to prove sex traffic by force, fraud, or coercion. Now let's look at how the government is trying to prove the racketeering conspiracy. Now, for racketeering conspiracy, first you have to prove the existence of the enterprise or the mob or the gang. And here they're saying the existence of the organization is Combs Enterprises, Bad Boy Entertainment. These are the companies and organizations that Combs used to facilitate his freak-offs and his sex trafficking. Next, you're going to be looking for whether there was an agreement to participate. The defendant had to know this negative stuff was going on. He had to know the freak-offs were going on, know the prostitutes were being paid and flown across the country. Have the government, or can the government prove this agreement or that the defendant knowingly agreed to participate in these criminal activities? Now, the last element for the racketeering conspiracy is you have to show a pattern of racketeering activity, meaning that there's at least 2 acts of what they call RICO predicates. They're also known as racketeering activity, and they had to have occurred within the last 10 years. Now, listen, that's just a convoluted way of saying there's a list of crimes, and if we can prove that you committed 2 of these crimes.
Yeah, now, one of the things, too, with the pattern of racketeering activity, it's and this is why RICO charges are so popular. Statute of limitations actually almost get thrown out the window, because if they could trace you committing that crime all the way back to the 40s, even if the statute of limitations on that particular crime is, let's say, 10 years, they could reference and use you committing the crime back in the 40s. And actually, the statute of limitations when it comes to RICO cases is just that there's been the last time in the pattern is within the last 10 years. This is why even when people denounce street gangs, it takes fully 10 years of you not being involved in any activity that street gang is accused of or supposedly involved in, that you could be somewhat absolved, because it would be hard for the government then to say you're still part of this gang operating in this pattern. So it takes 10 years.
crimes, then you can go to jail for life under RICO. Now, I need people to understand, since this is a RICO conspiracy, Combs doesn't even have to know if any of those other crimes are actually being committed to be held accountable under the RICO conspiracy statute. So now let's look at the list of crimes that the government is alleging that P. Diddy Combs has committed that falls into this pattern of racketeering activity. Now, I put them in a nice chart, and this is from the indictment. You got kidnapping, arson, bribery, witness tampering, forced labor, sex trafficking, prostitution, transportation, drug distribution. Now, from this list, the government only has to prove 2 of these things happened within the past 10 years from this enterprise. Now, from this list of charges, the government...
Okay, so if you're wondering, okay, we're getting some big witnesses. Why is this going to take 8 weeks? And this is why RICO cases take long. You got to speak on all these predicate acts. So kidnapping, that would be very clear. The video of CASSIE not being able to leave, that would be considered kidnapping, or bringing her back, or trying to force her not to, whatever. That's kidnapping easy. They're going to have to show a little bit more. I don't expect Kid Cudi to take the stand, but arson has to do with his car getting blown up. They got to get some type of report. Obviously, they had some other people who have made statements that was going to corroborate the fact that Kid Cudi's car was blown up. But I think you need a little bit more to prove that in a predicate sense. Now, I don't think this is one of the stronger RICO predicate offenses, but bribery will be, hey, he gave us $50,000 for us not to put out the video. He gave us $50,000 or whatever amount to destroy the evidence. He gave us so, and then this kind of goes right in line with obstruction of justice, right? Now, kidnapping, I think that's the big one. Now, here's the thing. A predicate act of obstruction of justice, you're not going to get 20 years, right? Like, they're not going to give you a RICO for obstruction of justice. Obstruction of justice is usually a hanger-on charge. Forced labor, trafficking, that's a serious one. And sex trafficking, those are kind of almost related, right? So this is a trafficking and sex trafficking. And then again, remember, even the prostitution charge that by itself is the Mann Act, that's also underneath it. And drug trafficking. So here's what I think is going to happen, right? I think he's going to get, let me not predict what I think is going to happen. I'll tell you which ones I think they won't prove. I think proving drug trafficking is going to be hard because it's not drug possession. Drug trafficking means that there's some commercialization or commercial intent with the drugs that supposedly this person has. You're going to prove that Diddy was moving weight? Like, come on. And I don't think so. Also, arson. I think it's going to be, if Kid Cudi doesn't cooperate, maybe about some of the correspondence he has. I know Cassie's talking about a conversation that was had between her, Kid Cudi, and Diddy, where he says to Diddy, yo, what about my car? And Diddy says, what car, little nigga? Is that enough to prove that Diddy burned his car down or blew up his car? I don't know. So I think arson's weak. I think drug trafficking is weak. I think bribery is going to be strong because I think they're going to have transactions. I think kidnapping is strong. Obstruction of justice, that kind of goes with bribery a little bit, but it's not that heavy. Forced labor and sex trafficking, I think those are in the middle. I think he could probably get away with these. And you see the kidnapping thing, yeah, they don't have him for violence, but they could try to use the violence and him pulling her back as part of kidnapping, right? So we'll see.
I think has for sure proven transportation for prostitution. They have the prostitutes up there saying, yeah, we were traveled from New York to Miami to engage in these freak-offs and get paid for it, right? So 13G seems to be well on its way to being proven. And then we also have the sex trafficking allegations. We not only have Cassie sex trafficking allegations, we have some other women. Now what about 13H? Drug distribution. There were drugs at these parties. Both the escort and Cassie testified to it. The raids on Diddy's homes. The Homeland Security person also testified that they found illegal drugs in Diddy's properties, along with the 1,000 bottles of baby oil. What about bribery of a witness? The hotel security guard said that Diddy tried to hand him a wad of cash and told him to keep quiet. Well, is this bribery? And if it is, that's a RICO predicate. Now remember, the government doesn't have to prove them all. They just have to show 2 of them. And I think they are well on their way to showing more than 2 of these RICO predicates in the Combs case. Now, it's important to note, this was just week 1 of the trial. These were just the first couple of witnesses. So we have a lot more to go. And then we also have the defense putting up their witnesses to show that this didn't happen or...
Okay, so we kind of get like a understanding here. We're still on the way. We're still an hour from lunch probably. So essentially, and yes, it looks like, yeah. So as I said, they rested with, hey, so despite the fact that Diddy threatened you, you still reached out to work with him, and you weren't making money otherwise, but you basically reached out to the guy who you claim was threatening you, right? Yeah. Now there's redirect. So the prosecutor gets back up and says, hey, why did you file your civil lawsuit? And Dawn says, when I worked for Combs, I had no sleep. The conditions. Now, she didn't allege sexual assault, but she definitely alleged like work conditions were like, you know, it was almost like to the aspect of damn near forced labor, but like it's, I forgot the actual allegation she made, but it was about work conditions, right? Anyway, she's mentioned it here, and AUSA says, in every meeting with the government, did you say that Ms. Combs beat Cassie? She says, yes. It says, well, why then did you reach out to Mr. Combs? She says, well, one of the judge on Making a Band, Lorian Gibson, I wanted to reach out, and Westmoreland says, objection. The judge says, sustained. It says, how often did you hear from Mr. Combs after you left Diddy Dirty Money? Okay. So we're waiting on some updates. Now, I see somebody say, why did the defense object? I would imagine they objected because in her answering it, she's bringing up Lorian Gibson, who's someone who is not a witness for the government or something like that. The judge still sustained it, so it doesn't matter. But it looks like they didn't want them to be like, oh, Lorian Gibson reached out to me on behalf of Puff. Lorian Gibson, if you don't know who that is, Lorian Gibson. She was like a known, like, Diddy. She's like a known dancer. That's where I know her from. Hold on. But apparently she also claimed assault as well. Here we go. Ooh. Oh, here we go. Did she ever say anything about it? I think we see. Oh, okay, here we go.
I must confess, Lorianne and I became friends when I was doing my radio show. Good. All right, so Lorianne, everybody, is an accomplished choreographer, and she's worked with some of the biggies, including Lady Gaga.
Yeah! Discouraged as well, because everybody was like, Lorianne, I want you to make Beyonce. I want you to make the same thing that's already out.
Now, what are you teaching, Nikki?
Okay. She had worked with Diddy for a while, too. Okay. All good. Oh. Dawn Richards says sporadic. So how often would you hear from Diddy? She said sporadic. So why did you reach out then? She said to help Kalina Harper. AUSA says no further questions. That's a good place for them to end, right? Because Kalina Harper she actually was taken up for Diddy, and I guess maybe her group mate thought something was wrong. Look, this is Dirty Money's Kalina on how Diddy treated her.
Well, Diddy's my superhero. Diddy is my He-Man. And so as a little girl, I would always look at Puff and be like, yo, he's like the coolest brown-skinned guy ever. And, you know, you hear people like, yeah, dancing in the videos, blah, blah. But I was like, yo, you need that energy as an artist. You need somebody to have your back and be getting it. And if we took ourselves as serious, we'd probably be out of here because he believed in the movement, you know? And anyhow, I was freshly signed to EMI, and Big John did the deal, actually. He was the president of EMI at the time. Beat on some K. Diddy shit. And he don't got, and they're playing his record. Boom, 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 boom. That shit beating. So I walked in the room like, what the fuck is this? Oh my God, right? Because I'm captured in the music, like not tripping about Puff being in the other room. All of a sudden he comes in and he just hear me like, oh my fucking God, going crazy to the beat on some K. Diddy shit. And he don't got his pants on. He's in his drawers and socks and he's putting pants on. He's like, fuck with this beat.
Ain't beating the allegations, chat. This is a year ago she did this interview, before the arrest and before anything. Oh, man. Not beating the allegations at all, huh?
Because I'm captured in the music, like not tripping about Puff being in the other room. All of a sudden he comes in and
this is a flashback, so it was recorded before any trouble started.
Hear me like, oh my fucking God, going crazy to the beat on some K Diddy shit. And he don't got his pants on. He's in his drawers and socks and he's putting pants on. He's like, fuck with this beat. Like that's how we met. Like it was just like,
Boy, it was fresh out of a freak off, man. Yo, this is crazy.
Like just like magnetically connected to what this music was doing. And we just started vibing from there, but that's how Strobe Lights with Lil Wayne came out of it. And you know, that was the first record I wrote for Last Train to Paris. So yeah, and then we took off from there. When it was time for me to leave, writing on Puff's album, I was like, yo, who are you using for this fucking album? Like, who's gonna be on this album with you? Because this shit is so crazy. I was just so in love with the idea, the concept. It was just out of here from being a girl that was at home praying to God that I would get the opportunity. Like, oh my God, I've been on tour for like 4 years. $10,000 shoes, the furs. She's in her dream, and we all.
Did Tania do another?
Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
I always remember this clip. This clip is like it just accentuates maybe a thought that Diddy had throughout his whole life. He says, whatever I want, I have to fucking get. And I mean, again, I'm not saying these allegations are true, but I do think that generally, I think Diddy was living life like that. Like, yo, if I want this, I'm getting this. If I want to see this, it's going to happen. And he was pretty much bulldozing everything in this way. Was he doing it in a legal way? I mean, it's going to be up to some jurors, right?
Sean Diddy Combs was arrested tonight in New York City. Sources say federal agents with Homeland Security investigations took him into custody. The charges are unclear at this time.
Two of music mogul Sean Diddy Combs' homes were raided today by Homeland.
You seriously don't have sex with him. So I just was like, I'm not going to do nothing with the prince. Whoever I meet, I'm going to keep the business. So that was my whole mindset throughout the whole thing. And I'm just saying that because by the time I got to the freak off, I was already like cautious.
Don't she kind of look like Young Miami gang?
Like, this is a setup, because if I want anybody to take me seriously, I can't do anything. So long story short, I'm there for about a week. We're picking up girls night after night. We're going to Club Live. We're going to sushi bars. We're going to different restaurants. We're going shopping. We're going to Neiman Marcus. He's whining and dining me, not giving me any physical money, but he's swiping his American Express black card. So I'm just being nosy. You know, he flew his cousins out there. We're riding around in a Maserati truck. We had like Uber service, and then we had car service. You know, so it was Uber, but he was like, you know, we have the car service. Right. So I was honored. I started to see familiar faces, you know, people that I've seen on TV before, and I'm like, okay, this is crazy. I'm like, he must really be like a respectful. I mean, I don't know no princess, so I'm like, he's the real deal. I was wondering, like, when were we gonna go to the studio, or when were we gonna do something musically inclined, or are you gonna introduce me to somebody? Because at this point, I'm just like, okay, enough is enough. We're going shopping, we're not doing nothing. And I'm really kind of getting mad because I'm like, we just keep on picking up more and more girls. And just as a girl myself, I don't want too many girls around, because then are you going to do what you say you were going to do for me? Like, I don't want the promises to start to change. So when a week go by, where are we going to have in? And then, mind you, I'm like, so you said we were only staying for 2 weeks, right? So what are we going to do in the next few days before I go home? Don't worry about it.
That wasn't with Diddy. That was with somebody else. According to her story, some prince that she was like, I don't know how she was romantically involved with, introduced her to Diddy. And she's almost saying that it was almost kind of like a gift. Like, yo, Diddy, here's some more bitches for you to sex traffic, because we've been sex trafficking them. That's kind of like her story. I'm not meaning to sound crass, but it is what it is.
So 2 weeks came. I'm over it. I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go home. As soon as I said I'm ready to go home, he's like, oh no, I got somebody very important, very special. I'm going to introduce you to. It's a producer. So I'm thinking.
So she says, first of all, like no disrespect to Shorty, but bro, you got a neck tattoo, gang. Like, why do you think that some Indian sheik, or not Indian sheik, some fucking Dubai sheik was riding around with you, just wanting to take you on a shopping spree? You know what that means. Like, nigga trying to shit on your chest, man. Like, stop playing, bro. Like, why you think this nigga wanted to hear you make some music, bro? Come on, right? So the nigga probably fucked the shit out of her, got whatever he wanted to get sexually out of her. And I think a lot of them little sheiks are like, probably like, yo, here's gifts. So they're looking at it like, I'm buying you things as well. And then now it becomes some other shit, right?
Somebody very important, very special. I'm going to introduce you to. It's a producer. So I'm thinking in my mind, the time that it was around, I was trying to think who was popping, the popping producer at that time. The last thing I would have thought was P. Diddy. not like that, but you know, because he's not kind of old school. He wasn't really trending at that time. So I'm like, oh, DJ Khaled? Like, because I'm thinking like, okay, he's a prince, so maybe DJ Khaled is. I'm like, no. He's like, no, we're going to Club Live. Because we went to Club Live a few times, but this time, because that's like one of the popping clubs. And so this time he was like, I want you to pick somebody tonight. Usually when the girls come back with us, I don't do the picking. He does the picking, or his cousin Saji does it. Or he invited his nephew that I call Drake because they look like little Drakes. And I was like, oh, okay, Drake and him is coming with us tonight. And, you know, that was just like a little insider. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. That was another thing too. Like his nephews were kind of like little finessers. Like he would use his nephews to be like the young, attractive men that would attract girls like me. Maybe to pick girls out for Diddy or whoever, right? I picked someone and I'm like, what do you want me to pick her for? He's like, because we're going to P. Diddy's house. And I'm thinking like, this is it. Like, oh my God, I'm about to get signed tonight. That's what I'm thinking. So we go from Club Live. It ends at like 4, and then at 6 o'clock, we go to PD's house in the morning. So I've never been to like an after party that early to where it just started that time. Usually when you go to an after party, it's about to be over around that time because people have been partying all night. No, this shit just got started. And then it was 6, and then the sun started to come up. Next thing you know, I just see, so we get there, we drive there, we hit security. Security doesn't take our phone, but they put our phones in some bubble cases. So that means that we can't get to our phone. So I'm like, I've heard a lot about this type of stuff. Like you go to these parties and they don't let you use your phone.
You know why Puff's parties are so cool, man? Because you can't get into the party. It doesn't matter what the fuck's going on in the party. Nothing cool is going on in the party. It's a party. But you can't, for some fucking reason, at his party, you can't get into his party. So now what do you want to do? Get into that man's party and see what the fuck all the hubbub's about.
Yeah. They're like, don't worry, we have a Team Love, you know, that's his little slogan, his brand or whatever. Team Love photo booth. If you need to take any pictures, take pictures there. I'm not knowing what's about to transpire. I walk in there, I'm just so happy, and I'm just like kind of nervous, but then what's making me even more nervous is the music and the naked people walking around. So I'm like, the music is going fast, so I'm like feeling like a rush. I don't know if it's...
Chat, give me 1 second. I gotta go upstairs.
No, I'm excited but nervous at the same time. That was my intuition telling me some shit was about to go down, or it was like some crazy shit going on. Long story short, I started to see unusual things. You know, people skinny dipping in the pool, P. Diddy running around like a crazy animal. I seen like a lot of, you know, bisexual, this type of people, trans, just different types of people. And I love everyone. You know, I've been in the industry, so like I don't discriminate on nobody. I love a lot of gays. I love anybody who is happy, anybody who is positive. But when it starts to get kind of crazy, I'll be like, I don't want to attach myself to that type of stuff.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for all those in London that don't know what happens to the white man when he comes to a P. Diddy party, this is what happens to the white man.
It's so unfortunate.
You gotta pull back though, so they can see. That's crazy. Matt, move out the way. You're still alive. Look at that. Look. What you got? The Drake got his head. And that's James from Simeon Mobile Disco. He is an actual DJ. Not supposed to pass out, but when they come to one of my parties, this is what happens to him. I put him to sleep. Next day, right? You put the drink on his head.
There it is.
Damn.
I seen Diddy. He rubs me on my shoulder. He asked me how you liked in my house, and he kind of like startled me a little bit. So mind you, this feeling I was feeling, I'm not sure if it was because I'm thinking I'm gonna have to maybe sing or get signed, or this is my opportunity. You know, you hear these in the industry. You've been singing for so long, and you hear these stories like when you get your big break, you're gonna go through all this bullcrap, and then one night it's just gonna change your life. So it's like you're gonna be a nobody at one moment, and the next moment you just may be a superstar tomorrow. It's like an overnight celebrity type of thing. So that's just what I'm banking off. But then I get something different from Diddy. When he comes to me and he's rubbing on me and he's asking about do I like his house? I'm feeling like a dark energy, like in his eye. And I'm like, why is it giving scared? Like he's trying to, with his power, like, how are you liking my house? Like anything you want, let me know. Like, and then he tells me, go in the house. So after a while, he's watching me with the prince. Everybody is just watching me and all of these things. And I'm just feeling like, okay. So then he tells me like, did you go in my house yet? And I'm like, no. So I was with somebody, and I forgot this part because I wasn't trying to drag the story all out, but because I know people want to get to the meat. When I came in with one of the girls, it was other girls that came with this, but the ones that I picked, of course I picked her from the club, so she's my friend. She was on my shoulder. When I walked through, as soon as I came through with my phone covered up, I'm hearing the music, I seen one of P. Diddy's son. He goes, hey, you come here. I'm like, who, me, who, her? He's like, you and only you. He gave me some robe, terry cloth, white shoes. And I'm like, okay, what am I gonna do with these? He like, this is how you're gonna get in the house. So fast forward, I'm just holding the shoes. So when P. Diddy came up to me, I'm thinking like, he's asking me like, you haven't one in the house yet? Like, you got the shoes. And I'm like, oh, these, you know, like, and I'm thinking because when he gave them to me, because my friend didn't have it, I wasn't worried about going in the house. Basically, when I went in the house, because he was pushing, and we was really like bummy about going in his house.
Now, I know you was about to say mutademics, huh? Yo, Now, let's put this in perspective. I think this story sounded mad intriguing before. Like, really intriguing, right? After kind of listening to the first part of this trial, I'm not saying we're not going to hear more information later. Bro, I don't think Diddy was trying to recruit random women. If anything, he was probably trying to recruit random niggas. Diddy was the type of nigga who was trying to find some more dick. Diddy ain't never looked like he wanted some more pussy up in the mix. Actually, Cassie did testify. She was the one like, yo, Diddy, you sure you don't want another bitch? When your girl gotta say to you like, yo, you sure you don't want some more pussy in the mix? You know you ain't into pussy. Chat, come on, bro. When your girl gotta say, you sure you don't want another bitch in the freak off? You know you ain't into no type of pussy. You like, man, yo, Diddy, imagine Diddy walking in the room like, man, it ain't enough baby oil and ain't enough dick in here. Let's keep it a bean. We ain't never seen Diddy say, nah, we need another girl. Yo, think about it like this. Yo, chat. If I'm Diddy, I'm fucking some of the baddest bitches on earth. Cassie, Gina, Kim Porter. Bruv, I would be trying to get them I would try to be fucking them together. You bad. Diddy ain't want none of that. Diddy ain't never be like, oh, nah, would you ever fuck Gina? None of that. That nigga was on some shit like, yo, get old boy with the big dick over there. Like, yo, Diddy was on that type of shit. Diddy was fucking some of the baddest bitches on earth and never thought, let me fuck them together. He always was thinking, yo, I wonder if that nigga got a big dick. I want him in the freak off. That's what I'm saying. This story now, I'm looking at it, I'm like, if you was at that party, I don't think they was trying to recruit women, man. Just giving a beat. Yeah, Diddy was like, yo, hold on, man. Something ain't right about this ambiance, man. We need some more meat in the fucking building. All right, then, people. Okay, so there's a recross. Look like they're going to get off Dawn Rashad off here quickly. Recross, Miss Westmoreland says, you admit you reach out to Combs to re-engage. You claim only to have a relationship with Lauren Gibson. But if it got back together, you'd have to see Mr. Combs more, right? She said yes. They say, you sued for money, right? She said no, for justice. That's a genuine LOL, chat. No, I sued for justice, not for money. Really, nigga? Really, nigga? Yo, I hope they use that in her civil case. If she wins it and they're about to go to a judgment, I hope Diddy's lawyers say, hey, by the way, judge, just to let you know, she sued for justice, not for money. So, you know what? We'll have Diddy write a nice handwritten apology, and we'll have Diddy go do some community service, and that'll be it. No money for her. You talking about you suing for justice. Fucking cap. Cap! Dawn says yes. Okay. Westmoreland says, but it's, okay. So Westmoreland says, but the suits ask for money, right? She says yes. Westmoreland says no further question. The judge says, Miss Slavic, no redirect. And Donaldson says, Xavier says, break. So they're going on a break. It doesn't seem like it's necessarily lunch, but it might be damn near lunch. It might as well do an early lunch at this point. Okay? It might be a early lunch at this point. Okay. Cool. Let me go back to this video real quick. By the way, we're going to hop into, like, during this break, we're also going to get into what Aubrey O'Day has said. I've seen a lot of blogs and people kind of, like, taking what she said as really an indictment against Diddy. Again, just for people who are tuning in, we don't really have a horse in the race. We really don't give a fuck. Obviously, we have an interest in the truth. We want to know are these hoes capping? Is Diddy really just a creepy-ass nigga, a freaky-ass nigga, or is he a rapist and a sex trafficker? That's the only thing we care about.
Rock, we be singing, the ladies be nice. Hey, yo, everybody, make sure your breath is fresh. And drunk up, make sure you lotioned up. You know what I'm saying? If you're smoking weed, get the Listerine strips, please be respectful. Ladies, if they don't want to dance, don't let that hold you back, because this whole thing's about. Put that Donnell Jones, come on, get it.
I told my friend, I said, wait a minute. So
hold on real quick. Let me I love getting this guy's update or his input. It's my guy, friend of mine, Bradford Cohen. This is him. He gives real good legal insight. By the way, one of the best lawyers in the land.
On Sean Diddy Combs. So today, Dawn Richards is going to continue testifying. She is a member of Danity Kane. Danity Kane is a group that was managed by Sean Combs. And if you remember, he's never been easy on any of his groups. I don't know if anybody remembers Making the Band. I remember wasting my life away watching Making the Band. And he made people cross over the Brooklyn Bridge to get him Junior's cheesecake. He's a very difficult manager. He's a very difficult guy to deal with. And I think that is kind of going to be highlighted by the defense here. I don't know if...
Yo, chat, let me ask that a general question. Well, I asked my chat queens. Now, granted, I'm asking this in a very tongue-in-cheek way. I don't mean to be insensitive or anything about it, so I got to give a disclaimer. But if you a woman that were around at that time, and you see how horny Diddy was, he was having freak-offs for 4 straight days. If Diddy never tried to get you in a freak-off or never tried to fuck you, would you feel like, yo, damn, I really wasn't pretty? Because I'm thinking about, I'm like, yo, ain't no way he tried Babs Bunny. Right? Like, yo, I don't think he tried, like, them hoodlums that was in Making a Band, or The Band, that's what it was called. I don't think he was trying to get Babs Bunny in no fucking freak off. I can't see him saying, yo, we need Freddie P from Miami to fuck Cassie while I watched. Nor Lean Belly Ines. Or I can't be like, yo, Chopper, yo, take that Chopper suit off and come fuck my bitch. I can't see that neither. And I can't imagine him saying, yo, right now, we need an island man to come fuck her. I rip and I rhyme and I rape. This is the way Dylan spits. Sarah did look good, though. Sarah did look good type shit. Sarah did look good. But the rest of these hoodlums, hell nah. Hell nah.
There's going to be a lot of bias here because
he does look like Dana White. You're right.
She was treated in a way that she felt was disrespectful in terms of money, in terms that she didn't get paid for things, in terms of that she witnessed things that she didn't want to witness. She says that she witnessed him hitting Cassie with a frying pan with eggs in it, never reported it. Never called the police, never had a text with Cassie about it, never had a text with friends about it. I think that's unusual because you think she would at least tell her friends about it. Cassie's testimony last week wrapped up with a lot from the defense just smoking her on.
Is that a fair thing to say, Chad? Do you believe there's a world where they're so scared of Diddy that somebody I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, somebody get hit with a frying pan around me, my group chat is on fire. Actually, I don't really got group chats like that, but for the group chat people. Like, yo, I'll be on Discord. So I'll be like, yo, I'll be on Discord telling that story a lot. Yo, this nigga Diddy slapped the bitch with a frying pan, nigga. Like, this shit was crazy. A frying pan? Yo, slapping somebody with a frying pan is crazy. I'm telling everybody. But I do have a big mouth. Pause. I say it look like Stone Cold Steve Austin. Stop it, bro.
Different texts that she wrote about that she loved the freak off, that she wanted to do freak offs during the week, not just the weekend. The amount of settlement that was made by her for $20 million with Sean Combs, and then $10 million against the hotel. So she got $30 million there, and I'm sure her lawyer got $10 million of that $30 million. So he probably bought himself a Ferrari or maybe a Porsche. He might be a Porsche guy. Long story short is I think it's going well.
That's what lawyers spend your money on.
Well, for the defense, you never know on these cases. It's very early in the case, so we'll never actually find out what's going on until the end of the trial. But you could say on the scoreboard, the defense is definitely putting up some points.
I score this, chat. I score this. So I'm going to score like boxing. I'm going to score week by week. I think last week was a 10-9 week for the defense. And the reason why I scored a 10-9 is that this is a round they should have never won. And this is why I think they're up heavily. You know, one of those people who get gas quick, but they give you all they got? They throw mad punches mad quick. So really, they're supposed to win the first round, but they'll get tired later. I think the defense brought up Cassie, right? That's the main witness. I think last week should have been a 10-8 for the defense, where it's like, whoa, not for the defense, for the prosecutors, where Diddy's like, whoa, we're gonna have to step it up to recover from this, because Cassie crying, detailing these freak-offs. She's a known public, let's not say famous, but like she's known, right? She's a known victim. People seeing that video, Diddy needs to have a strong next week. And I left the week by saying Diddy had the better week. So I scored it like that. Looks like he agrees.
All right.
Okay. All right. Looks like, I think we're on a break. Not sure if it's lunch. Okay, it's not lunch. Okay, so good. So the jury enters back in. The government calls Kerry Morgan. Kerry Morgan is the former best friend of Cassie. Kerry Morgan says she lives in Los Angeles. AUSA says, who is this? She says, Cassie Ventura. They said, what's your relationship? She says, well, we were best friends. Her boyfriend assaulted me, meaning Diddy. AUSA says, do you see him here? She says, yup, right over there. That nigga right here, grayed up in the yellow sweater, okay? AUSA says, let the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant Sean Combs. AUSA says, why are you here? She says, I got a subpoena. AUSA says, where did you live with Cassie? She says, in Manhattan. AUSA says, did Cassie drink? Kerry says, not much. AUSA says, any drugs? Kerry Morgan says, none. Whoa, this is actually important. I'm going to pause this by saying this is important in the sense of we've just heard that Cassie went to rehab. We've heard that Cassie was heavily under the influence of drugs. How could her best friend not know? Now, I'm guessing this is the government asking something that could hurt their case, right? They're saying she doesn't drink that much, whatever. Well, it could help their case in the sense of saying, did he force her to take drugs? And that's why her friends never seen her take drugs outside of being with Diddy. And that is one of the arguments they're trying to make. They're saying behavior that she exemplified or did with Diddy, she never did outside of being with Diddy. For example, she never did a freak off unless it was with Diddy. And yes, she did do freak offs while she was dating other people with Diddy, but she never did a freak off with anybody else. That didn't include Diddy, right? So maybe they're trying to say, yeah, this woman wasn't really a druggie. Diddy got her hooked on drugs to control her. And that's why she was taking drugs around him. I didn't see her too much off drugs. Seems to be maybe the case, right? So what was she doing for work? Modeling. And she recorded Me and You. AUSA says, when did you learn they were dating? 2007. AUSA says, did you travel with Cassie and Mr. Combs? She says, yes. We went to Ibiza, Miami. AUSA says, what drugs did Combs provide? Molly, marijuana, ecstasy. AUSA says, which of them did Combs take? She says, all. Did you take any drugs along with Cassie? She says, opiates. Okay. All right. By the way, it's we don't know who are the other witnesses. We don't know who the other witnesses are going to be, Chad. All right. So we don't know who the other witnesses are going to be. The judge did ask for a schedule of witnesses, and it appears that the schedule of witnesses so far has Diddy. Well, not Diddy, but had Dawn Richard and then Kerry Morgan on the stand. We don't know who's going to come after that. At some point, we're going to get Jane Doe, but we do have to think about all the other things that has to be proven. Maybe somebody who worked on the car or who recovered the car, or a cop that recovered or responded to the scene of the car being blown up for Kid Cudi. Don't think Kid Cudi going to take the stand. There's a lot of other people, and maybe like some clinical psychiatrists or trauma psychiatrists that could be taking a stand to kind of like push home some of these points of like, a victim being in these situations, and maybe you think that they're operating under their own free power and free will, but they're actually being taken advantage of, and they're moving out of fear or being in a drugged up state. So we're going to see a lot more people other than like people that we know or hear about. So far, we're hearing a lot about people we know and hear about, okay? Let's see. We should get some more tweets here. They probably got about 30 more minutes or maybe a couple more minutes before they break. Okay, so it says, how did Mr. Combs act? It says he would yell at Cassie. She lost her confidence big time. She lost her spark. Did he talk down to her? Yes, about her looks, who she talked to. Did he contact you looking for her? He says a lot. So they're kind of driving home this whole thing that Cassie would be missing at times, or like, she would be absent. And Diddy would send security to go get her. He would call multiple people to try to get in contact with her. And he made a point where Cassie had to be held accountable, or Cassie had to be present when he wanted Cassie to be present. He would hit up the best friend. I think they may have even mentioned he may have even hit up the moms. Like, Diddy always made sure he knew about Cassie. And this is going to go into the government's point of, you remember sex trafficking under force, fraud, or coercion. It's like, yeah, you could say Cassie could walk out the door, but if when she walks out the door, he tracks her down with security, he's still threatening her, he's saying he's going to drop the video, he's hitting up her best friend, he's pretty much has control or has a tap on her whole life. The physical act of leaving the room of a freak off doesn't still allow her to escape, right? Also, he had a place that she used to stay at that supposedly he had access to. So, just trying to play devil's advocate on how they're trying to roll this case out, right? Anyway, I'm gonna play this video.
Go in. As soon as I go in, it's more shit going on in the house than outside. I thought outside was a crazy mess because of the music and the people. No, they were like, I called it like sardines in the house because everybody was up on each other. I could feel the moist and the sweat. As soon as I got in there, it was like a sweatshop. And it's a lot of things going on in different corners. It's a huddle over here, huddle over there. It's these type of people over here. You could just look to your left and you can see something. You look to your right, you can see something else going on. You look forward, it's another shit going on. I mean, I had to like watch my step. It's people running around screaming, having fun, I guess. But I'm like, I need to watch myself up in here because what's going on? Mind you, it's people asking you want a drink, passing you stuff. You have, the waitresses walking around naked, asking you, do you want stuff? And
the more I listen to this, I don't think Shorty was at a freak off at all. The freak off looks like extreme sex. They're not hanging out and just drinking. The freak off looks like you fuck you do it till you nut, you rub this nut on this. It didn't feel like, it's not, I think what she was realizing is that maybe it's the first time she's partied with celebrity. Yes, was Diddy freaked out? Like, he's freaked out in the sense of, he gonna have maybe girls in bikinis, naked girls, they're pouring like body shop, maybe that, but that's just like a freaky party. That's not a freak off. The freak off, people are fucking.
I'm not really a drinker. The last thing I'm gonna do, at that time I was smoking weed, I don't anymore, but that was it. So I was like, because if I'm gonna be acting like this, I don't wanna take a sip of nothing up in here. And I just think everybody's, they were like intoxicated, but nothing out of the norm yet. Until I look over it and I see some little people. So I'm like, what's going on over there? They look dressed up, I don't know if it's a video shoot going on or what, but I'm just like looking like, okay, little people. And, not midgets. So I'm just thinking like, okay, I know I'm not tripping, I don't know. So I'm just like, whatever. I felt disgusted at this point because now I'm like, okay, this is some Hollywood shit and this must be some billionaire shit. So see, I'm not that up there. So let me just head on out because I'm not trying to be in the middle of all of this. I need to figure out what the prince about to do with me because it just seemed weird. And I just walked out because I still have my friend out there waiting on me. So it's like I seen what I needed to see and I just was disgusted. Now, in this industry, we could see our favorite rappers doing bisexual things and we could feel like we still didn't see it. It could be right in front of our face and we still won't believe it. People could tell us, we can feel it and we still won't believe it. But what I seen, I'm like, this is some funny, weird, freaky shit. And at the end of the day, these people are some weirdos. I'm not with this, no. So I go outside. P. Diddy is outside on the couch with the prince. He's already just jacking off. Well, I don't know what I can say. And he's already just, feeling like, okay, she's been in there. She's seen, when people feel comfortable, you're on their playground, right? they like, so what do you think? You know, like basically like, are you with this shit or what? Like, and I'm like, I'm not trying to be like the weirdo. It's kind of like when somebody offers you some or something at a party and it's like, oh no, I'm not gonna do that. You try to make it seem like I'm not gonna do that today. You know, you guys are not weird. You know, you guys are, but you know, so I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I just was like, oh, what's going on? And then they're like, oh, are you going to Cuba with us? So it's the girls, you know, the girls that's all on the Prince. The Prince is on the couch, Diddy is on the couch. And I'm like, where did this couch come from? Now I feel like I'm tripping because I'm like, I didn't see this couch before. Now I feel like they trying to run a play on me, like the Truman Show. Like, I started to get paranoid because the music, all this shit going on, what I just seen. I'm like, I just wanted to, like, I literally wanted to cry because I'm like, I'm always in some shit trying to be famous. Like, damn, like, I thought I was this close and then this, like, every single time. Because I done had interviews, not interviews, but like meeting with certain Atlantic Records, Interscope, the Dub Jam, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is it.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Diddy kept what she described, and I do not believe is a freak off. I believe Diddy threw extravagant parties, and if anything, the only thing I would take more serious is like someone like Gene Deal saying he saw Ja Rule come out of the room. I think Diddy wasn't trying to recruit other women. I think Diddy was trying to entice other guys by trying to show them, like, there's niggas like that. Be like, you know, if you tell some of these horny ass rappers, yo, I got some bitches, blah blah blah, we could go upstairs. They'll go upstairs thinking they about to just run some type of two-man. They about to fuck one bitch, you fuck the other chick. The whole time, Diddy probably on some weird shit, but he's like really disguising it. You know what I mean? Like really disguising it. And he probably did that with rappers. I don't think he aggressively tried to fuck no rapper because I think they would slap the fuck out of him. But he had these, I think it was homoerotic urges. I think Diddy wanted penis this entire time. It was easier for him to kind of get those rocks off or those kinks off when it was a sex worker because that would make sense. Okay, yo, fuck her till she, and by the way, I don't think he wanted much women to know. I think with the guys, he could disguise it as, nah, bro, yo, this that Diddy shit, man. We just gonna get mad bitches. The whole time, Diddy looking at him like, yo, I ain't know Fabulous was built like this still. Yo, F-A-B-O, L-O, you know what I mean? I think that's what he was on. Like, he was watching the men, but he could play it off on some, oh, nah, we just both fucking bitches. We both fucking bitches. The whole time, he looking at Fab like, damn, you doing it, daddy. Nah, you doing it over there, daddy. Yeah, fuck what I'm doing, daddy. You doing it. Yo, Meek, you doing it, daddy. You know, I think that's what's going on. I'm being honest with y'all. Like, nothing else makes sense. I'm not, like, this is not even a crazy theory. Chat, nothing else makes sense. There's not, we've heard 50 stories now. Not one of these stories say he was trying to recruit other women. Not one of them. Not one. But we hear stories of him saying with men, you ain't really party with me. We hear stories of, yo, yeah, when I opened the door, Ja Rule came out and Ja Rule said, you don't want to get up in that room. It's a lot of freaky shit going on up in that room. There's not one of these stories that involve another woman. So I gotta think, or maybe I could be wrong too. Because let's go to the Ja Rule story. I don't think Cassie was involved in that. I don't think, again, these are theories of mine. I don't think Diddy wanted other men in the industry because he was competitive. And that's the thing. I think Diddy gay, but I think he was competitive more than anything. I don't think he, you know, as a man who's heterosexual, you don't want another man to fuck your girl. I don't think it's because of that. I think he just was always competing with his peers. That's why he used to get at her like, bitch, you fucking Michael B. Jordan? Bitch, what you mean you going to OVO Fest? Bitch, yo, stop playing with me, man. I think it's because he was competing with those guys. Not necessarily that it was those guys. So he would allow his girl to get fucked by prostitutes and escorts, people who weren't in his industry that he never had to worry about. So he was into that, but he never had to worry about these people. So let's say if it was him and Fabulous or him and Ja Rule, like freaking off. I don't think that's not his girl. He don't bring Cassie in there. I don't think he bring Cassie there. I think, remember, I still think Diddy gay. So Diddy want to watch the nigga slang cock. He the nigga? Well, first of all, I don't do shit like this. I would never do some shit. I wouldn't even be able to get hard in a room with another man dicking down something right there. I think he probably got a room. He fucking a girl. She fucking a girl. And the other nigga probably focusing on the girl. And Diddy the whole time just looking at the other nigga like this. And every now and then nigga look up and be like, what the fuck? And then Diddy started doing some other shit. I guarantee you, bro. I'm telling you. Diddy wanted penis this whole time, gang. I'm telling you, gang. Like, yo, there's nothing else that makes sense. Nothing else makes sense. So what she's talking about, maybe there was a freak off going on upstairs. I don't think this is the Cassie freak off, though. The way he dealt with Cassie, I think it was sex worker freak off. Cassie would have said it. Oh yeah, one time he let Ja put his dick in my mouth. Like I think Cassie would have said that shit. I know it's extra pause, I know, but like, we gotta try to make sense of this. The dude is super competitive. He's trying to slap Drake over his girl. He's mad at Michael B. Jordan. He's blowing up Kid Cudi's car. I don't think he's trying to have freak-offs with other rappers with his girl. I think his girl is a way for him to get his rocks off at the escorts. And I think he probably had two mans or little orgies with other rappers, but he would have random bitches in there. The whole time, he want the rapper. The whole time, he's on some take that shit. You feel what I'm saying? So maybe she's talking about that, but that's a different freak-off from the Cassie freak-off.
It isn't the one, and it won't be right, and it'll be...
Because, again, and I think y'all get it. In Cassie freak-offs, she's the constant. She's the constant. We actually don't hear, apparently he did used to fuck her at times, but she was the person who he was comfortable with, that he could hide behind and go in the other room, and she would take the semen, scoop it out of her pussy, and rub it on his nipples. And that was their secret. So if we're thinking he has these homoerotic desires, because he's competitive, he's not going to bring Cassie in that other shit. I could be wrong. But that's where maybe the random girls come in, because the thing about rappers, you could always lure them in with the idea of bitches. Like, if you're ever trying to get rappers or really anybody in the entertainment industry to go nowhere, all you got to tell them, yo, nah, pop out. There's going to be mad hoes there. Niggas is there. Niggas is there. You bring the hoes for them, and you get to watch them fuck. Makes sense to me.
Be some weird shit that.
All right, let me see. Are we at lunch yet for this case? All right, okay. Says sometimes Diddy would call 50 times in a row. AUSA says, would others call you for him? Says yes. Christina Karam, which by the way, or KK. So that's the same person. Chat. We're gonna keep watching out for this name. If she's not she's not an indicted co-conspirator, she's somehow non-indicted. Will she testify? How did she avoid testifying? Because these people who are party to all of the stuff or witnesses or victims are claiming she's a co-conspirator. AUSA says, did you witness any assault? She says, yes, first in the Hollywood Hills. Ruben, one of his security guards, was there. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs do to Cassie? Kerry Morgan says he kicked her. Okay? AUSA says, what did she do? Morgan says, nothing. I told Ruben to do something. He indicated he wouldn't. AUSA says, then what? We left the house. Cassie and I were hiding by someone's front steps. So once again, and this is why I think the prosecutor, if they're going to win this week, right? Again, I'm scoring in my own way. If they're going to win this week, though, they have to somehow prove. They got to somehow prove. Beyond just the violence, where this becomes full sex trafficking. Because they keep telling us the same thing. Diddy beat her. Chat. Do y'all believe Diddy beat her? I think everybody in the world believed Diddy beat her. That's not the point. Right? Now, I know they're trying to prove these little subtle nuances. Like, well, we got to mention the beatings, but the beatings were the overlying factor of the fear and her trying to get away, i.e. hiding. Maybe that's what it is. I'm just looking for a little bit stronger evidence, I guess. Right? We'll see. AUSA says, and the next time, Terry Morgan says, in Jamaica, I saw him drag her by the hair. I ran to get my purse and phone so we could leave. AUSA says, what do you see next? Kerry says, I thought she was knocked out. Then she got up and ran into a wooded area. Wow. So we're hearing about just more violence. More violence. Diddy to Cassie. A lot more violence. All good.
That happened at the last minute. So this is one of the weird things that happened at the last minute. And then when they sprung up Cuba on me, I'm like, nigga, I thought I was going home. I thought my 2 weeks is up. Like, now Cuba? And then they know and I don't know. So too many surprises for me. So I was like, next I end up dead. So no, I'm not gonna do it. And it was just like, I was like, oh, we're going to Cuba? And then D's like, yeah, are you coming to Cuba? You too? So just like, okay. After the fact of all this, I've heard some things about Cuba, that they don't even stamp your passport and that people get lost in the sauce out there. We hear these stories about Dubai. What about Cuba? What about the unseen? Like, you know, like I'm just a party.
That's very conspiratorial. Just because you're trying to allude that the place that they're going to go is the direct result of them trying to evade notification or evade or to alert anyone about their sex trafficking.
Goer at this point. They probably think I'm a sex worker. They probably think I'm a model. They probably think I'm an opportunist. And yeah, I am an opportunist, but I'm not going to do something that I may regret later or that you guys are going to hold over my head. All the stories that we do here. And I think that it is true because I even seen someone, because before I went there, I was signed to a rapper. I ended up seeing someone there that was friends with the rapper, and he was dressed totally different there. And when he seen me, he was rubbing on me too, and he was like, hey, you. I don't think that he would have did that back in California with the rappers. He doesn't say shit to me when we were in California, but in Miami at the house, he was comfortable and touching and feeling on me too. When I got back home, fast forward just on this note, when I got back home, I went to try to go hit him up, the rapper that I seen there, and I was blocked because I went on my other page, like my little Finsta, and I was like, why is his name coming up here? I said, why would he block me? That's fishy, because I didn't do nothing to you. So is it because I left or you didn't want me to know or nobody to know that you were there? It was just a trip, you know what I'm saying?
Chat, let me tell you this. And again, I do believe Diddy was always on some shit. But this is one of those situations, I think this woman probably ain't taking accountability. If they blocked you, it's because probably how you act when you get drunk or how you act when you go to parties. They're not blocking you for no reason. Like, oh yeah, she called us, let me block her. What the fuck? No. I'm pretty sure you're not socially aware that you rub people the wrong way and they don't want to speak to you. It sounds good to be like, oh, it's like a get out moment where they run into me and they know that I know their secrets, so they block me. Nah, bruh. You probably like insufferable because you're not speaking about how you're moving, but you keep being at these places. So you're just moving around like, what's going on? So you're saying that they're pretty much trying to recruit you into sex trafficking, but even now you ain't fuck. Come on, bro.
This guy, the rapper, he really is vouching for Diddy. Like, you know how certain people are like, no, he wouldn't do that. This one in particular is like, no, of course you're saying that because you was partying with him and you probably got some did some things. Like, that's just what I think. Because come on, like that was just weird. And at that time before I put two together, I was like, maybe them little ones is there with somebody, but why? Like look at what time in the morning under, around liquor, around, drip, come on. No, and I'm tired of stuff being so covered up, but I had prayed before all of this. I'm a believer in God. And I was like, God, listen, I know you be using me, but don't use me like that, please. I had to be the one to not be intoxicated. Because I don't know. Basically, yeah, like if I would have just took a drink, I feel like, or if I wouldn't have been on my P's and Q's, I probably would have went to Cuba. Or I probably would have just went along with no. And I probably wouldn't have been here to tell my story. Because one of the girls, the Asian one, because she was just an assistant, I started to talk to her like before we went to Diddy's house. So, we were like well acquainted. And she was telling me, I was like, so what are you doing out here? Because I started asking the girls questions in the house. And then she was like, my sister is in competition with me. I just want to change my life. I just want like a new life. And she was like, and I think being the prince's assistant would be good for me. He told me that. And when she said this, I'm just thinking that that's what he told her because she was the assistant. Remember, I'm the artist. So she said that the prince said that he was going to stamp her whole passport, her whole book. So knowing that information and that's what he told her. And then they just now told me Cuba. Who knows what their plans was and what was going to happen.
Anyway, Okay, so what happened next? It says there's 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one, Sean got in the other one. We went in different directions looking for Cassie. Did you find her? Yes. Then we hid in a ditch. Huh. So in Jamaica, she saw her drag her by the hair. She ran back to get her purse and phone so she could leave. So what'd you see next? I thought she was knocked out. Then she got up and ran into a wooded area. Then what happened next? There's 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one, Sean got the other one. We went different directions to look at Cassie or look for her. I found her. We hid in the ditch. Whispering. What about the incident at Comstock, an apartment? So Cassie came back with a hoodie covering her face. Then Sean came and tried to get in, hitting the door with a hammer. I called D-Rock. He said, did he get in? No. Then the police came. Wow. Okay. We still need like a D-Rock interview, huh? Look like he's with us a lot. Diddy, a year ago, he pulled up with D-Rock. So it looked like Diddy's still cool with D-Rock, right?
Okay, Diddy.
I think this is Christina Kurama.
Yeah.
Which one's D-Rock? Is it him or him?
Yeah. Diddy, what's up, baby? Let's go.
Yo, Diddy is such a fraud, though. Yo, anytime you see a nigga get too positive, they're doing some real fucked up shit in the background. I ain't even gonna lie to you. As soon as Diddy started saying he was brother love, I was like, all right, man, this nigga doing some real devilish shit. Any nigga who act like they too positive, I knew something was up.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I have some very serious news.
This is probably after a fucking freak off.
I've been praying on this, and I decided, I know it was risky because I knew it could come off as corny to some people. Like, yo, I decided to change my name again. I'm just not who I am before. I'm something different. So my new name is Love, a.k.a. Brother Love. I will not be answering to Puffy, Diddy, Puff Daddy, or any of my other monikers, but Love or Brother Love, okay? It's my birthday. I feel good. God is the greatest. I give all glory, and I thank my mama and daddy. Mwah!
Okay. All right. By the way, Hoodbox TV, thank you for the 10. I'm going to go to the Academy page in a second to read donations. He says, why are the sex workers being charged with federal crimes for selling sex across state lines? Diddy can't buy something that's not for sale. So number one, all these sex workers, I would imagine, have done a proffer, which would probably, in exchange for their testimony, they're not going to get prosecuted, right? Not necessarily immunity, but it just means the government is not going to go after them for that. Also, here's the thing. The government is really going after Diddy in a racketeering sense. Part of racketeering is that the person has to understand or has some type of implicit knowledge that they're a part of this scheme, this finesse. For example, and I know you're talking about sex worker, but just to explain it in a racketeering sense is that if you hire maids and their job is just to clean shit up, and then you fucking kill somebody and they happen to clean up some of the stuff or some of the whatever that was left from you killing people, they weren't knowledgeable of the murder. They weren't involved in the murder. They weren't complicit in the murder. They were just doing their jobs. So I think that's how the government is going to take on looking at these sex workers, right? Where, yes, prostitution is illegal. These were escorts who I think in the favorable way, or how the government, again, some part of the law, the law is supposed to be pretty much black and white, but there are gray areas. They're going to look at it like these people were almost told and also scared of Diddy himself, because none of them explicitly were selling sex services. The one that was brought up on the stand, he was a dancer. Diddy then engaged him to say, I want you to fuck her. And they said they seen devilish looks in his eyes. They seen Diddy do A, B's, and C, and D. They were scared. So that's why I think we haven't seen charges for the sex workers. But you have to remember, Diddy is a target here, not them. So a lot of them probably have given their cooperation, or if they had videos, exchanged their videos to the government for lack of prosecution, if that makes sense. Entertainment Zone, thank you for the 5, says, she said every single time her ass know what she was doing. Are you talking about Cassie? Hypno, thank you, brother. He says, can you do a producer tag for me? Well, hopefully me saying your name just now was a producer tag. He said, love your work, appreciate you. It said, pull up Diddy on the Graham Norton show. What happened there? Diddy, Graham Norton show. Let's see both of these. The love shit is like, you go brother love, I usually start looking at you at that point. Anybody whose soapbox is too much, Big U, rather than just being a former gangster, says he's here to stop the bullshit and be the liaison. Like, he's like, I'm the community leader. Now he's doing more crime and killing people, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Really?
Because you're launching the album here.
Yes.
Now, are you
Last Train to Paris is the name of the album.
And are you going to have a big launch party?
Of course. Why, of course?
Of course, because in New York, you had a big launch party.
We have a party for everything.
You do, don't you? You love a party.
Yes, we have a party for Tuesday.
But the launch
party for Friday.
I'm getting it. The launch party in New York, didn't the fire brigade have to come? And not in a good way. Like, wasn't there an actual fire?
No, I mean, they usually come. It's part of the festivities.
No, but didn't somebody catch on fire?
Oh, at the last party.
Yes.
Yeah.
How did you forget something like that?
He has a lot of parties. We've established that.
A lot of things happen at these parties. But, in the bathtub, in the bathroom at the party, in the bathtub, in the jacuzzi with the strippers, one of the strippers' hair got caught on fire. Because of the candles.
Thank God she was in a jacuzzi.
Never from the strippers catch on fire.
I know. You know it's gone wrong. Can anyone smell a stripper burning? Sure. You have a butler. Don't you have a butler?
Yeah.
Yeah. Trust me, not many people do.
No, but I had got it from watching, like, movies about London. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I heard that y'all have butlers over here, so I said, I need to get one.
And now, because Britain isn't that hot.
All right, man. Let's read up these last couple of tweets before they're going to break for lunch. We're not going anywhere. It says, what happened? So this is after they said they hid in the bushes. No. This is actually the Comstock apartment. Kerry says that Cassie came back, hoodie covering up her face. Sean came in, tried to get in, hitting the door with a hammer. They called D-Rock. Said, did he get in? They said, no, the police came. So what happened? Cassie wouldn't show them her ID and nothing happened. They left a card. And AUSA says, read this message. Do you see the attachment? Morgan says, yes, it's a photo of the card the detective left. So it looked like Cassie must have kept the card eventually, or maybe Kerry kept the card and they turned that card over to the cops. Oh, wow. Okay. They should be shortly going on break, so just a heads up. Yeah, they're going to be shortly going on break. it appears that these witnesses are going to go by quick. No one should take another day unless it's Jane Doe. Here we go. Okay, we're trying to look for updates. Give me 1 second, Sean. Okay, yeah, we're still kind of waiting. Yeah, this week is starting out a little bit interesting because it was so explosive last week that it's interesting that they're only still talking about Cassie. They're not talking about this other mystery woman, right? They're not talking about, and I'm wondering if Gina Hewitt is going to be a part of it. I know some people had thought that Daphne Joy Daphne Joy. I don't know if she's going to be a part of this whole proceeding. Has she posted anything? Yeah, she ain't posted before the trial. Yeah, we don't know who she is. Has Gina posted? She has me blocked. But Jane Doe hasn't showed up. Obviously, people are going to be in court. Said, talks new film, loves a loser. Okay.
Boy, oh boy, Ellen, I love ours. Does it app that you can trade?
Can't wait.
Now, QR code on screen, and you.
No, it'll go from like 9:30 to like maybe 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And then, you know, we have the top 2 floors of the hotel.
And then it will carry on there.
Yeah. Then it, no, I mean the after party.
No, I know about them.
And years later, Combs said he wanted to attend one of Ellen's parties.
You know I have to arrive fashionably late.
All right. Not too late, though.
Not too late?
Not too late, please.
What time would you like me there?
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
But not too late. Because, you know, once you get there, the party really starts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you. I promise you I'm not going to let you down on this big one.
All right,
For
good.
real.
Good.
Your shoes, your feet are going to have blisters. You're going to be dancing so hard.
I can't wait.
Now, the two seem to kind of dance around the apparently open secret that Combs' parties were beyond wild, with reports of drugs and multiple participants and more. And as the allegations against Combs have mounted, many have called his interviews with Ellen now creepy.
So no money on you?
I mean, it's just a little bit of money on me.
Oh, you do have money on you. Lord, have mercy. Where are you going after this? It's all 20s. Where are you going after this? What are you doing?
You know what we doing, we plan to do, girl.
But I have to be clear about something. There is a difference between a wild party and something that is criminal, okay? There's a difference between having a great time and something that's an illegal freak-off. And having said that, remember when I told you about those freak-offs, right? Cassandra Ventura, as well as prosecutors, said in legal filings that people forced to participate would often have to get IV drips to recover from exhaustion and prolonged drug use. Well, in 2016, Combs appeared on stage with blue gauze around his arm and explained that he was just getting an IV drip backstage. He'd apparently arrived at the studio with it.
They said that I would have to stay. I said, no, I have to go. I said I could pull it out myself. So I walk in, and I'm talking to Ellen. I have the IV, and then the blood is going down. I start to panic. I go into the bathroom, and I pulled it out myself, and I just made it here, and I love you.
I love you, too.
So, of course, the natural question is, what was going on right before this taping? And to be very, very clear about something, Ellen DeGeneres has not been accused of anything. She is not listed in any one of the government's filings. The only reason we are talking about this now is because we are going back and looking at these old interviews, looking at these old comments, looking at these old interactions to see if potentially they could play a role in his criminal case. So with that in mind, let's move forward. Well, to talk more about this, to talk more about Ellen DeGeneres'
in September and some of his parties,
wild after party that's filled with music and it goes.
Interesting. All right, we should have an update, and I think they should be breaking for lunch now, so let's see. AUSA says, did Mr. Combs ever assault you? She says, yes, he hit me with a wood coat hanger and choked me. AUSA says, where did the hanger hit you? She says, behind the ear. AUSA says, what did he express concern about? She says, who Cassie was cheating on him with. See, someone asked the question, is this also DV to a lover, you Diddy supporters, or this is clearly a pattern? Yeah, I think Diddy was clearly a violent individual. Was he a sex trafficker? Again, I think violence is a part of that. Too difficult to really say at this point, if you ask me. By the way, thank you guys for all the donations. Play Legendary says, play Charlotte's interview with Cassie about the leak. Oh. Cassie Charlemagne leak. Where is it? Where's Cassie's interview with Charlemagne? Cassie interview with Charlemagne. What's this?
Single must be love.
How did that make you feel when you saw your nude pictures on the internet?
Oh shit! This is it.
We're going to talk about that next break. It's 215-260.
You're gonna have to explain that one to me.
I am.
I'm not really sure.
One for Cassie. How does does it upset you or bother you when you have a song that you think is hot, and then somebody like Diddy wants to get on there who can't rap? He's a great businessman, but his rap sucks. And for Red Cafe, my question for you is: has anybody ever told? I mean, I like your music. You sound, your music is hot, but anybody ever tell you sound like Obi Trice a little bit?
That's the first time I heard that. That's not the first time you heard Diddy suck, Red Cafe. Don't you tell that lie. No, I thought he said.
No. The question
Obi
for Red
Trice,
Cafe
man.
was that he sounds like Obi Trice a little bit, but for Cassie,
maybe Obi Trice sound like me though.
Oh yeah, true indeed.
Yeah,
true
indeed.
And
I ain't mad at him. If I was him, I would want to sound like me too.
Oh, okay, I ain't mad at that answer.
Right.
But for Cassie, when you got a hot album, when you feel like you got a song out that's really hot, and then Diddy comes in the studio, I don't know how that process works, but he comes in the studio, I'm like, yeah, that's hot. Let me throw something more on that. Does that bother you?
No, it didn't bother me, and I liked the rhyme on the record. So.
Well, not just with that. Doesn't he have on your other song? He rapped on your other song too, didn't he?
My very first single you're talking about?
Yeah.
No, that was cool. I mean, because it had Jock on it. It was just like kind of like welcome me into Bad Boy, being in Bad Boy. So it wasn't. No.
Okay. Well, thank you. Good luck to your both your guys' albums.
Yep, Dog New Morning Beat with Charlemagne on 100.3 The Beat. We're here with Bad Boy's latest artists, Red Cafe and Cassie. I started to say victims. I'm not gonna lie. Started to say latest victims, but
You're funny.
I'm just being honest.
No, you're actually.
People don't win on Bad Boy, except unless your name is Diddy. Red, you know this.
Me and Red are gonna turn it around.
Yeah. I think it's a good look.
Turn around with people.
I think it's a good look. I mean, the last rapper from Brooklyn that got with Diddy, we saw what happened. Biggie, he blew up. So Biggie, Biggie did remarkable things. Was that something that you really wanted to do? Did you say, you know what? I think doing a joint venture with Bad Boy would be a good look. How did that come about? That whole joint venture, because he was already on Convict.
Yeah.
So how did that come about?
Me and Diddy was talking about we were working together, and we started talking about a few different things, and we kind of was seeing eye to eye on a lot of them. A lot of different things.
Naked pictures leak. Now, Cassie, as I was talking to you earlier, now it's no surprise in R&B, it's Beyonce, Rihanna, and everybody else. I think Carrie's starting to get her own space. Well, in the R&B pop lane, I'm saying R&B pop lane. Carrie Hilson's starting to get her own space. Ciara, even though her last album flopped, she's still there. and then it's really like the rest of y'all. That's why I say it's a Beyonce, Rihanna world. So how do you separate yourself from that? How do you get yourself noticed? Other than shaving your head and having naked pictures leaked.
Well, I have to say, just to clear that up, shaving my...
Yo, this Charlemagne was a demon, bro. I see why Charlemagne like found God, got married, dealing with mental health. Because if they bring up these old clips, again, to me, they're funny. I don't think none of it's cancelable, but shit, they would never let him live this down.
Shaving your head and having naked pictures leaked.
Well, I have to say, just to clear that up, shaving my head wasn't, a scream for attention. It's something I really wanted to do for a long time.
Okay.
And I finally did it, so that's that. But honestly...
And she was lying through her teeth. Diddy told her to do it. According to, I forgot who it was. They said Diddy saw someone with that haircut in the club and told her, you got to get this.
I just got back into doing things. I'm working hard. I can only count my blessings and just work as hard as I can. And that's what it is. I don't think I live in anybody's world but my own. So I'm my own competition. And I'm fighting to get past what I did before, obviously. So that's the biggest jump for me now. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. All right, we're gonna talk to Red Cafe and Cassie one more time in one hot second. If you got questions for him.
With a new album, but...
As much as I would like to entertain you, but nah, I actually think that record is all right.
You think so?
Yeah. Okay.
So do you have a release date yet? Both of y'all, Red Cafe mentioned you in the articles. I was talking about guys like.
All right, hold on. I think this is the first one. Here we go.
Hey, the all new morning beat with Charlemagne on 100.3 The Beat. DJ Touchtone providing the soundtrack. That was Red Cafe.
This is so interesting. I think this is when Charlemagne had gotten fired from Charlemagne got fired and he went to do radio, I believe in Philly or something like that. And he had gotten fired supposedly because of Jay-Z over some Beanie Siegel shit.
Hottest in the hood, and my man Red Cafe is here.
It's moving.
Along with Cassie. If Jay-Z was really trying to move the culture forward at Summer Jam, like he said he was, instead of doing Death for Auto-Tune, he'd have brought you out to do Hottest in the Hood. He'd have introduced the new generation of Brooklyn.
Absolutely.
Brought you out to do Hottest in the Hood, brought Mano out to do all the above. But instead, he did Death for Auto-Tune. What's your thoughts on that, being a Brooklyn boy, Red Cafe? Don't do the politically correct thing now that you signed the Bad Boy.
Young Jock said it.
I'm sure he got a method to his madness.
Grand Heights, thank you for that. Young Jock said it.
This man, he trying to figure it out.
But being that you're on Convict, I'm sure you got at least 1 or 2 records with Auto-Tune.
103.5 is the beat of Miami? No, I think it was Charlemagne. The beats. Yeah, he had gotten fired.
We got some very shocking news. You actually yourself broke. This wasn't broken by anybody else. You actually went on Twitter yourself and broke this news. So go ahead and talk about that.
Yeah, I put out on Twitter that I got fired from WPHI 100.3 The Beat in Philly. I mean...
Yeah, 103 The Beat in Philly. He had went to Philly, and then he got fired there because he said something about Beanie Siegel and Hove.
It wasn't nothing for me to break the news. My life is an open book, It's nothing for me to share something like that.
So describe to me...
Anyway, let's get back to...
Is it still Bad Boy / Convict?
Yeah, absolutely. It's
Okay.
Bad Boy / Convict.
And I'm hearing...
And T-Pain getting his Auto-Tune on my album for sure.
Okay.
I personally, I like Auto-Tune, man, I ain't mad at Auto-Tune.
I mean,
Auto-Tune ain't do nothing to me.
Exactly. It works sometimes, and it doesn't work other times.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a lot of things Jay-Z could have called death to. He could have called death to gangbanging. He could have called death to the celebration of drug culture in rap. He could have called death to old rappers who don't know when to sit down, but then he would have eaten himself.
Okay.
So, I understand.
All right.
Now, Cassie.
Yes.
Cassie, I'm not going to lie, Cassie. I talked about you so bad about a month and a half ago.
I want to hear what you said.
When you first shaved your head off, and then the pictures of you came out naked the next week, I said, this chick is screaming for attention in a Beyonce, Rihanna world.
Really?
Yes.
And is that how you truly feel?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
Right.
I
don't you think it's a little
listen
unfair to judge before you do know somebody?
I mean, I didn't judge. I was just giving my opinion because
Right.
when they talk about Cassie, you don't hear a lot of good things. That's why I kind of got to give you props for keeping your head up because they say things like, you're untalented, you're not good vocally, and then when you shaved your head and came out with the naked pictures, it was like, okay, she's reaching that. But
Well, I didn't put out the naked pictures.
Y'all like how Cassie just let him get that off. Yo, when they talk about you, they say a lot of negative things. That you're untalented, she says nothing. That you shaved your head for attention. Well, I ain't shaved my head for no attention. You're supposed to be like, what you mean I ain't got no talent, nigga?
Number one. But I did put out the pictures of my head shaved.
And that's, I mean, everybody's following you now, so you're looking like a trendsetter nowadays.
I mean, it's not even a trend. It's something I did.
How did that make you feel when you saw your nude pictures on the internet?
My heart stopped for a second. You know what I mean? It was one of those situations, but and it was a few days of just kind of hell.
Well, why would you let a dude take pictures of you like that, knowing that you're Cassie? Because the pictures weren't old.
I took them and sent them to my boyfriend.
Really? Who was your boyfriend at the time? Diddy?
It doesn't matter.
Diddy doesn't need pictures of you naked.
It wasn't for him.
Ryan Leslie?
No, it wasn't for him.
Huh.
This is Go Charlemagne. We don't get these fucking answers. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. Cassie's a goat. Again, I know she's saying this was not consensual. She was forced to do this. But, Cassie held that nigga Diddy down. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, chat. Like, and I understand Diddy was probably tight that she cheated on him type shit. But Diddy been fucking mad. I don't know whether to say men or women. But Diddy been cheating too. Diddy, for how good she held that nigga down and kept this secret for so long, while her reputation and her image got slammed, bruh, I know she cheated with the trainer, but sometimes you gotta get a parting gift like, all right, just go ahead with that. Go ahead with that. Because, bruh, I ain't gonna lie, bro, she held that nigga down, dog. She definitely held that nigga down. Like, she took all the weird, whatever, like, criticisms, and she never, ever said, bro, you know what she could have said? Bro, I only took them because Diddy told me to take him. I did it for him. She took the pain and the embarrassment. I get it a little bit. Like, she really took the blame.
Them and sent them to my boyfriend.
Really? Who was your boyfriend at the time? Diddy?
It doesn't matter.
Diddy doesn't need pictures of you naked.
It wasn't for him.
Ryan Leslie?
No, it wasn't for him.
Huh.
No.
We're gonna come back to you, young lady. We're here. Okay. We got Cassie and we got Red Cafe in the building. You want to introduce your new single?
Yes, this is my new single, Must Be Love.
You have to speak up. It's a Beyonce, Rihanna world. You have to be heard, Cassie. Speak up. Introduce your single.
This is my new single, Must Be Love.
Featuring.
By the way, I'll say this. There's one thing in chat. I know y'all could say yapidemics. Y'all either say yapidemics, I'm just chatting. And obviously I'm trying to connect dots here. Or y'all could say faxidemics. I've noticed one thing about the women that Diddy has really dated or kind of locked in, with the exception of Young Miami. Like, Young Miami just didn't fit the mold. Remember Gina Huh, the little Asian chick, when she's on Tasha K, and Tasha K says, take a drink, and she hurries up and drinks? Like, Diddy dates people pleasers. Diddy dates people pleasers that probably have a hard time standing up for themselves. Now, some might call that submission, but I think it's more than submission. It's women who aim to please, and not only sexually, but in every way. They want you to be happy with them. Maybe you could call that low self-esteem. I don't know. Also, if we go by the story, look like Diddy, part of his game was telling her she ain't pretty enough. Yo, you look too Mexican, man. Fuck out of here. Yo, that performance was bad. It was less about reassuring her and more about putting her mindset down, and that would get her to want to please him more. You get what I'm saying? Again, just even look at, remember, granted, Charlamagne is a powerful guy in the music industry, has a big voice, pause. But Charlamagne just flat out called her untalented. And 2 minutes later, Charlamagne's like, nah, they can't hear you. Say it louder. And you could tell, like, she's so quick to, yeah, my new single. Like, her reaction is to just do what the person's telling her to do to please the person. You get what I'm saying?
No, it wasn't for him.
Huh.
No.
We're gonna come back to you, young lady. We're here. Okay. We got Cassie and we got Red Cafe.
Somebody in the chat says, I need one of those.
The building, you want to introduce your new single?
Yes, this is my new single, Must Be Love.
You have to speak up. It's a Beyonce, Rihanna world. You have to be heard, Cassie. Speak up. Introduce your single.
This is my new single, Must Be Love.
Featuring?
Which one are you playing?
Is this the one featuring Red Cafe?
It's Diddy.
Oh my God, y'all would leave Red Cafe off to play Diddy's verse?
I make it work.
Come on. 215-263-1003 a toll free.
I wonder why Diddy never slapped shit out of Charlamagne. I know later he got involved with like Revolt start, like, syndicating the Breakfast Club, but the way how Diddy was moving, I'm surprised. Yo, you talking to his main chick like that on the radio and you ain't get slapped? Nah, no way. Yeah, there got to be a story about it. Charlemagne. Because if Birdman pulled up on him, Diddy definitely was trying to kill him. On him, oh, here we go.
On Vlad TV for the first time in like a decade, you know, you've seen him really get out there and tell his personality and everything else like that. You had him on The Breakfast Club, which I'm sure was, you know, somewhat of a result of his Vlad TV interviews.
Absolutely.
And now Tony Ayo is doing his first ever solo show in New York at Sony Hall for the first time in his life because of, you know, the push that we gave him and then you followed up on, and suddenly he's doing his own tours and so forth. Like, yo, I love to see it. I love to see it.
Absolutely. I mean, think about, that's like even something like Versus. Versus, even though it's not considered hip-hop media, that's powerful because these platforms end up showing folk, but there's a difference between noise and having actual influence and power. You know, there's people that'll, you know, they'll bring people on Breakfast Club because Breakfast Club helps to sell books. Breakfast Club can help your podcast numbers jump. Breakfast Club can, you know, have people tune into your TV show. Breakfast Club can have people go out and vote for you. Breakfast Club can have people pull up to your, you know, movie, you know, that first weekend when those box office numbers really count. I'll never forget, you know, Diddy yelling and screaming at me. This is before I even recognized truly, you know, the power, you know, that the platform was commanding. This is when he dropped the Last Train to Paris album. And I gave him Donkey of the Day for that album, right? I'm like, yo, this shit is shake weight music. You know what I mean? Once again, being an asshole, because people love that album, right? But I'm just fucking with him. And he came to the station hot, like, to go out the back door, Charlemagne, type shit. And I remember when I finally had a conversation with Diddy about it, asked Sean Prez about it. Sean Prez put us on the phone. And Diddy was like, bro, you can't do that on my first week. He said, I'm a big boy. You know, I can take criticism of the music, but not on my first week when I'm trying to get these.
Damn. I want to see that original.
Since we got company in the room.
My disclaimer?
Yeah.
Okay, the views that Charlemagne expresses do not reflect the views of everybody else.
Yes.
In the room, including myself.
Yo, you know what's so crazy? Yo, Chad, two things. First of all, I think one of the best hidden secrets is that clearly Diddy was the most freaky nigga and he was doing these freak offs. But also what's hidden is that, you know, the perception of Diddy's that Diddy's like some punk. That Suge bullied and he was running away from Suge. Now, granted, like all them niggas died or went to jail. So Diddy was his mogul, and later he got that respect of, oh, Diddy could do a lot of shit, or like, yeah, he's not a punk no more type of shit. But look like Diddy was always on that tough guy shit, right? Diddy looked like he was always on that bullshit. It's just that maybe his way of being on it wasn't the way of like Suge Knight and them niggas, so they got glamorized while we thought Diddy was just a stone cold bitch. But clearly it don't look like he was.
And Diddy, who's our co-host this morning.
Yes. Yeah.
That's our disclaimer.
Okay, so Donkey of the Day for Monday, March 8th goes to a man that Diddy knows very well. Shine Poe. Shine, you gotta chill all the way out, B. You've been home for 6 months and you haven't.
Yo, look at Diddy's face, man. Diddy always, now when I look at Diddy, I could tell Diddy always want to slap a nigga, bro.
Dropped one hot record yet. The material you're dropping isn't even aight. It's terrible. He's released a new track called King David. Let's hear a little bit of this garbage.
You can tell he not all the way down with Charlemagne doing this.
Do you hear yourself?
Even though him and Shine wasn't getting along.
Well, listen, Shine does have an album coming out. He has Gangland.
That's a radio move. Just be. They gonna do it while you're there. Huh. This is 14 years ago. Here we go.
God, this is the Breakfast Club. Let me put in my last train.
What did you say about Cassie?
Do we have to get into that? Can I finish?
So Diddy pulled up on Charlemagne.
It was when he interviewed Cassie.
Brush off my Sean John jeans here.
Now, yesterday during Donkey of the Day, you put Bad Boy record label.
Yes.
Puffy.
Yes.
Diddy. Sean John.
Yes.
He was the Donkey of the Day.
Yes.
And you said the reason why was because
I wasn't feeling Last Train to Paris album.
Right. And you slandered Diddy. Slandered Dirty Money.
Yes.
And one time before in your life, you slandered Cassie.
Yes.
Diddy refused to come up here and talk to you.
Yes. And me and Diddy had a phone conversation about that yesterday. First of all, Diddy is an OG. He's been making music for a long time, so he understands that people will have good and bad opinions of his music. He didn't agree with mine, of course. Right.
Of course not.
But he understood and respected that I have an opinion. But deeper than that, me and Diddy had a convo as men. And I was expressing my opinion of his music to him, but that wasn't his issue. His issue was I disrespected somebody that's real close to him. Right. You know, his shorty. I had no idea that this person was that close to him. And as a man, he expressed to me, what if that was your woman? How would you feel if someone disrespected her?
When you interviewed Cassie, he's mad about that.
Just let me finish here, please.
All right, his shorty Cassie.
And as a man, I totally understand.
Man, Charlamagne has to do an apology. I feel it still. Hold on, let me see. We should be at lunch. Just give me one last update on these tweets, and then we should be at lunchtime. Let's see. AUSA said who you speak to about it. Kerry Morgan says Ryan. By the way, they're talking about the coat hanger, right? And she's saying that she got hit with a coat hanger over behind her right ear. And basically, he was mad about who Cassie was cheating on him with. They would say, it says, who do you speak about the incident? And she says, Ryan, his old assistant. AUSA says, what did he do? Morgan says, nothing. And I haven't spoke to Cassie since. They went on break then, and they're definitely officially at lunch because it's 12:53. Okay, so the jury's out for lunch. The judge is saying, what's your best citation to try to get evidence in? Okay, they're trying to do some nomenclature stuff. Judges say, I'm going to look at them and come back. Combs says, we haven't seen this one before. And it says, y'all all need to go eat, go get a break, okay? So all this happened 4 or 5 minutes ago. So I would imagine that we're going to be out until 2. So, chat, we're not getting off, clearly. So we're just chilling. We're going to see who comes out of the courtroom. We're going to be doing all that shit. So you guys order your lunch, and I'll be here just kind of just vibing with y'all, all right? Y'all having a good time? Or not good time, because there's no having a good time watching this. But as long as y'all are good, whether you're doing delivery, Uber Eats, Lyft, if you're driving a truck, if you're working in a corporate office, if you're in school, just thank y'all for tuning in and rocking out.
And that, so I apologize to him for that over the phone because I totally understood where he was coming from because I got a woman that's close.
Go to the Drink Champs interview. What's on a Drink Champs interview? Did he Drink Champs interview?
To me on that level, so I would feel the same way. I'm a respectful person, contrary to popular belief. So I apologize to Diddy for disrespecting his lady. As far as that last trainer,
what did you say about Cassie?
Do we have to get into that? Can I finish?
It was when he interviewed Cassie a while ago, and he said,
Can I finish talking here?
He said some things about her music and then about her
That's what that nigga was trying to do to me about Young Miami, though.
sleeping her way or whatever, something like that.
That was foul. That was nice.
That is disrespectful.
Not the music part. Not the music part because that's my opinion. But sleeping her way to the top was it's a tad bit disrespectful. But as far as the Last Train to Paris album, we agree to disagree on that. But I don't want to sway anybody's opinion of that album. My opinion is my opinion, but don't let my opinion be your opinion.
They actually gave it good reviews in a lot of places.
A lot of great reviews. Well, that's what I'm saying. Check it out for yourself and come to your own conclusion. So I salute Mr. Combs. The fact that Diddy even reached out to me, I appreciate it because he didn't have to do that. He's Diddy, the mogul, multimillionaire, lifestyle ambassador, hip-hop icon, and I'm just young Charlotte, the radio jock, trying to make my mark. But for him to reach out and for us to have that convo and for him...
Diddy applied a little bit of pressure right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. Charlamagne came back. You can tell. He just didn't do like how Birdman do it. By the way, I'll give every artist this type of advice. Yo, radio DJs, media personality, media outlets, they're oftentimes fickle and petty, and they use things against you later. If you got a gripe with a media personality, an outlet, a blog, a Twitter page that says something against you, a lot of times y'all artists don't realize, yes, that one little platform might be just gnawing at your reputation, this and third, but your voice, of course, is going to be a lot of times louder than theirs. And what happens is that even if they're in the wrong, you now have created an enemy that is going to be tweeting at you, talking more than you, that's going to be trying to sway people against you, usually perpetually, just because, they got embarrassed. So a lot of times I advise all media entities, or not media entities, artists. I told this to Cardi B back in the day. I said, rather than blast in the shade room, you don't got to put up weird or wild pictures of Angie. Try to have a conversation with her. Because at the end of the day, shit, it's probably been like 7 or 8 years since that happened. Cardi B and Shade Room are still both known entities. And obviously, I think Shade Room kind of let it go. But if Shade Room was really petty, they'd be over here still kicking your back and making you look crazy. So what Diddy did was the way to do it. And I'm pretty sure he was barking at Charlamagne, like, Charlamagne, nigga, you know, I A, B, C, and D, like, nigga, I get a booty going. Like, he could have said anything to Charlamagne, but the shit was handled in private, as opposed to Birdman, who pulled up on some. I'm telling you, what Birdman did was not more disrespectful than this call by Sean. But I guarantee, because it's public, Charlamagne still hasn't sat down with Birdman since, you know what I mean? And that goes into the power of embarrassment as well.
To give me some jewels about the game while we was on the phone.
I threw up in my mouth just now.
I respect that. I respect that. And I've said from the beginning, I respect Diddy, and anything rooted in respect can grow. That's how I feel.
This is just so different from yesterday.
Wasn't it?
Yo, Charlamagne's co-host always used to be setting him up for him to get an ass whooping because they wanted him to keep the same disrespected energy. They want him to keep that disrespectful energy all the time. By the way, Low Life Brady says, yo, I like the no skin carry Charlamagne better. Nah, everybody know Raccoon Eye Charlamagne is the greatest Charlamagne. That's a fact. Like, that's like, yo, you know when Uzi goes back to purple dreads, you're like, oh shit, he's about to do it again. If once Charlamagne face looked like he hasn't washed his face in 10 years, if that come back around, you know we got the GOAT. That's the GOAT. That's a fact. That's the GOAT. That is the GOAT.
Just have to say.
Listen, anything rooted in respect can grow when two men have a phone conversation and a person tells you.
Oh, shit. Okay. We'll pause that. I'll do a little sidebar here. I know we're on lunch chat. We're still covering the CASSIE and Diddy case. Don't go nowhere. Order your damn lunch. Chill right here. We're covering hip-hop. You know, this week we got to do minimum 8 hours a day. Shit, let me see. Fuck. Oh, chat, one day I can't do, oh my God. You know, I'm very honest with y'all. One of these days, I'm gonna try to get a pushback again. I need a pushback. So chat, I got a deposition this week. I can't do a fucking, it's during the day too, so I gotta go. I'm gonna get my lawyer to push it back though. And before any of you little conspiracy theory people who be like making videos, they finally got, it's my dog bite case. Like Pluto, you know what I mean? So, I got to do a deposition for that because I think my insurance company tried to sell with them and they asked for such astronomical amount of money. They're like, it's academics. He's the richest nigga in the world. They asked for $500,000 for a dog bite. I was like, well, it's not my decision. My insurance company was like, who the hell do they think you are? I'm like, I don't know. Anyway, going forward that. So I think one of these days, but I'm going to have it pushed back again. I think I'm going to try. I'm going to have to try. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, just being honest with y'all with that. And also for the people who also see all these other random shit, like I seen like this, Tasha K said some, like, listen, if it was anything near true, like, come on now. Come on. All good though. Yeah, I can't miss a day this week. I wouldn't miss a day. I would probably miss like half a day, but fuck that. I'm gonna see if I can push that back. But every day this week, I'm supposed to be doing 8 hours. So we're trying to start around 8, 9, and we're going to like 5 or 6. Okay? So for anybody who's thinking about stream schedule this week, every day, 8 or 9, going to 5 or 6. Cool? It's Big Pluto. Come on, man. That's my boy, man. You know, I was looking at Pluto this morning. I was just like, yo, nobody looks at me with this much love other than my mama. Like, Pluto was just looking at me like, Daddy, I love you. And I was just like, I love you too. I'll take any amount of depositions for you. All right, cool. Oh, yeah. Yo, they said Fat Joe was going in on Joe Budden? What the hell? What's going on? Fat Joe? Let me play the clip. Nah, this is crazy. So Fat Joe, and I think, by the way, honestly, I think Fat Joe has a new show. So him and Jadakiss have a new podcast, and I think they're trying to make waves a little bit. Not necessarily Jada, but I think Fat Joe, who's had like he had the Instagram show for a long time, which was doing pretty good. Now that he's in a podcast lane, I think he knows how to like move the needle a little bit, and I think he took aim at Joe while discussing some current events. If you guys don't remember the whole thing with 50 Cent, Joe Budden courtside. So when 50 Cent was courtside and Joe Budden was sitting behind him, right? You see Joe right here. See Joe right here. You see 50. Sorry. You see Joe right here. You see 50 right here. The person sitting next to him is actually Fat Joe. And I know we're talking about two Joes, but this is Joe Budden, 50, and then Fat Joe. Apparently, like, you know, Joe Budden and 50 kind of whispered to each other. They've kind of both made a little bit light of the situation online. But I didn't think it would be Fat Joe who would be ended up really clowning Joe Budden. And he did on his show. Check this out. By the way, they have a new podcast. I should check it out. It's called Joe and Jada.
I'm not going 10th row. I'm not going.
Here we go.
Why not?
Huh? Ticket.
I heard that. What was the most expensive ticket for the game? What, 500,000? Something like that? 130,000?
I don't know. It was 54,000 to seat the game I went. I was tempted
like
to sell it.
or something like that.
I would have never caught a ticket again. You know that shit was 54,000 a seat.
That's crazy. I would never do that.
He's talking about the seats.
What?
I ain't paying 54 a ticket.
Why not?
Huh?
Why not?
Well, I've done it.
Damn, Knicks tickets are that expensive? Well, I guess courtside, right? Yo, my stomach is turning off this coffee shit, man. It's never happened before.
I can do a lot with 50 grand.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
New York Knicks, a Knick floor seat experience is like a bucket list of life that, you know, you can cross that off.
I kind of did it for free, so I mean, I'll take it.
Yeah. I mean, you know.
That's why I would never pay for the ticket. I need it free.
Let me tell you something, man. I've paid that much, even more for boxing matches.
Nah, I'll do that.
Who's this guy?
And you know, this shit is crazy because your man Edgar Berlanga, my little man Edgar Berlanga, fight Canelo.
Here we go.
Suspect for me is I'm not going 10th row. I'm not going 5th row. I gotta be front row.
So you want all the
Because somebody you don't like, your enemy, gonna come sit right at, you know, we call that the Joe Budden seats. You know, them second row.
I don't even got
You
a
ain't
hood.
got a hoodie?
I don't even got a hood.
Yo, listen, them second, third row, I can't do it. I gotta sit front row. I'll give you my experience.
What do you call them seats?
The Joe Budden seats. Them shit second row. You know, perfect example. Him and 50 got some shit, and I'm sitting courtside, and 50 comes
He was
sit.
right behind y'all. Though.
Okay, but he's behind.
Yo, chat, this is why, honestly, this is why I don't like to go to shit where other celebrities go. Because in reality, there's too many celebrities, everybody got money, and they're always doing this weird competition. I'm pretty sure Joe Budden saved $20,000 or $30,000, and his girl, who he brought, no disrespect to her, she felt like that shit was courtside. You come through a little bit different entrance, like, oh shit, this is like, it's still kind of courtside. But your feet ain't on the motherfucking floor. But it feels like courtside. His girl got no problems, unless his girl dated a baller that really had her courtside. So Joe Budden's seats, quote unquote, they're valid. But this is why you can't keep up with the Joneses. And for me, if I'm ever going to do some celebrity shit, I got to do, like, I ain't going to cap with you. Oh, shit, I got to show y'all this, chat. I got to show y'all this. I just want to show you how pretentious this industry is. I want to show you how pretentious this industry is. Give me 1 second. I'm going to put it up on the screen. Damn, what type of shit I got up in my shit? The fuck? Here we go. I'm going to show you how pretentious everything is in the industry, right? And this is why, if I'm ever popping out where any of y'all niggas is at, I'm popping out. Like, I kind of get what Joe is saying, because if you're going to go do that for the look, you got to get front row. Second row, not the look. You got to get front row. Or just stay up in the box. I usually stay up in the box. I don't pay for tickets, period. So I'll be damned. At first, I don't even like the Knicks. I just get free tickets. So I'll be up in the box, chilling, taking pictures. I take pictures, eat the food, and dip by halftime. I ain't trying to get that traffic. Fuck out of here. Fuck the Knicks. Anyway, I'll be at the next round. Here's the thing. I'm gonna show you how pretentious like all of this shit is. Where is it at? Oh my God. Where is it? Fuck. And yes, I'm going to make it about me. Not about me. I just like giving a personal story. Where is it at? Fuck. Can I not find the shit? I might not be able to find it. No. Oh, right here. Bingo. Okay. I'm gonna post this real quick, right? I'm gonna post this real quick. I'm gonna delete it though after I post it. Where is it at? Perfect. This is what I'm telling you. And chat, I just want to show you how wasteful, and the argument that Joe is having, it's a real thing. That's why I keep telling y'all. When rappers all buy the same car, they then compete with women. Like, it's always this the competition never stops. This is why you can't hang around celebrities. If I go to the game, I want to be where the celebrities are. Because if you're not where the celebrities are, they're going to be like, damn, you ain't that lit because you not in this part where the real celebrities are, right? Like, because when you go to the Knicks game, they do this whole thing. It's like Celebrity Row. They play your music. When 50's there, they play his fucking music. When Boogie was there, they show you on the screen for like 25 seconds. They play your music. It's like they welcome you to the garden. So if you don't get that, they're like, well, you're not that lit. It's stupid, if you ask me. But this is what you sign up for when, number one, you have an ego. Because you're only going down to them seats because you want to flex and show off, right? Like, a lot of this shit is not even, you could watch the game better at home. But you want to go and flex, so now you're spending out the ass. All right, look at this shit, chat. Okay. So, matter of fact, Selena sent this to me. So, remember I was in, for Aiden's boxing event, I go down to Miami. Down to Miami. If you ever seen, we went, I guess it went viral. I was on a yacht, and I was playing, like Drake song, Somebody You Love, and it was a bunch of bitches twerking, and people were trying to whatever. Cool. So, anyway, it's spring break or some shit. Like, everybody's down there. I mean, everybody and their mom is down there. Like, nigga, I've never seen traffic with boats. Like, boats were in traffic. So much boat, like yachts going in and out. Now, I don't even know how this pic get taken, but I start getting hit up from mad people. But Selena, too, Selena hits me and says, Ak, yo. Well, first of all, she asks, is like, wait, you got a girl? Second thing she says is like, yo, you gotta hit me like for the Yacht Connect. Let me post it, right? First of all, I don't even think I paid for the yacht. I don't even know how we even got a yacht. But anyway, this was the post. Somebody posted, check this out. Somebody on another yacht, this is me, on another yacht, passing by my yacht, takes a picture of me like, I don't know, I guess I'm hugging some chick and some whatever. And then they say, Ak, you're making too much money to be on that little boat. Call me next time. First of all, we only had maybe 9-10 people on it. Like, it's like a 60-foot yacht. Anyway, I am making it about me a little bit. But just to tell you how pretentious the world is, and this is why people feel the need to compete, because Fat Joe is literally bragging on Joe saying, I'm in the first row, you're in the second row. Like, this is such a stupid thing to really be bragging about. But being a celebrity and kind of having an ego as a male, you find yourself arguing about dumb shit. You know what I mean? It's kind of like arguing that, all right, yo, you're in first class versus the seat right outside first class. It's like, who gives a fuck at the end of the day? You're on the same plane. But people just keep shitting on each other, right? Okay. All right. So that happens. Let me tell you, like, obviously, I'm telling you right now, like, yeah, it doesn't mean nothing. Like, it was a really nice boat. Who gives a fuck, right? Like, I guess they thought I should have came out with a 100-foot yacht, right? But who the fuck? Why would I want to pay $15,000 for a fucking boat where, to keep it real, all the bitches on the boat get on there and they're taking Instagram? I'm not having no fun. I ain't get my dick stuck on this fucking boat. Like, nigga, I'm just over here just kind of kicking it with my guys. The bitches, when they get on the boat, this is all you see all day. So I'll be paying that amount of money for them for like 2 hours. And I was just trying to relax. Anyway, here's the point. It's my birthday, when is it? 2 days ago. So now, first of all, I'm in Jersey, so that's a little bit different. So yachts hit a little bit different in Jersey. Means they don't hit at all. But I was like, you know what? I'm not in Miami, but because they're asking me what I want to do. I said, I really don't want to do nothing. I just want to stream. I agree to go out to eat. I go out to eat. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe Sunday, which is yesterday. I said, maybe I'll do a yacht. Like, if y'all find like a nice yacht, I'll do it. They come back to me and they say, yo, we got a yacht. It's 45 feet. Now, I just was in Miami and niggas is talking about I'm on the little boy yacht. I can't be on no more little boy yacht. It's over. If Act not on the big 75-footer, don't even invite me. It's Big Act, not the little one. Obviously, this is ego talking, chat. I'm being self-deprecating and just being honest with y'all. I told my team, we ain't even got that many people to go. I said, I will not be caught dead on a small yacht again, ever in life. Niggas gonna see me on niggas gonna see me on the shit, be like, is that Jeff Bezos? Nigga, even if I gotta spend out that, but again, it's stupid. Just stupid, right? Like, you'll spend tens of extra thousands of dollars because one nigga post this. I don't even know, I guess he was on yacht too. I don't know what yacht he was on. You making too much money to be. First of all, he didn't even call what I was on a yacht. He called it a little boat, like it was a tugboat. So now I'm over here like, oh, hell no, nigga, I don't know goddamn boat. But again, this is how the rich keep spending money to keep up with other people's lifestyles rather than what makes you happy. So anyway, I say that to say I'll delete it. Going back to the story, this is the dumbest argument. And did Joe respond to this? This is the dumbest argument of all time. I'm sitting in the first row, you're sitting in the second row. Huh? But okay, I digress. Here we go.
Those were still considered floor seats.
Those
if you
are
know
they?
anything.
Listen,
yeah,
I didn't know that.
It's AA and BB.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but the man had a little something going on with 50, and why God put 50 Cent front row, and he's in like third row. Like, that would bother.
Nah, he was in the third row in the second. Yo, Fat Joe putting mad gas on this right now. Look, 50 Cent, Joe Budden courtside. Nigga, it's one row behind him, bro. Right? Let's see. One row. Right here. It's one row. One row. Like, this nigga. Oh, no, that was a different day. It's one row, though. Look. Anyway.
Bother me if I was Joe Buttons.
Look.
But the man had a little something going on with 50, and why God put 50 Cent front row. And he's
now, I don't know if Joe has responded to this, but this is why I don't try to keep up with the Joneses. Because anytime, and I don't know if Joe paid for them seats. Now, if Joe paid for them seats to give his girl a good experience, cool. If Joe paid for them seats to feel like he was one of the front row niggas, Joe's soul is in turmoil right now. Trust me. Like, his soul is in turmoil because when you hear this, now you won't even want to sit in the second row ever again. Yo, I guarantee you won't even see Joe Budden sitting anywhere but courtside next time. Guaranteed. You won't see him second row, third row. Like, even if they offer him second row tickets again for free, it's going to be like, y'all offering him the nosebleeds. I'm telling you, this is what ego does to us men, bro. The way Fat Joe talking about Joe right now, that nigga, yo, he want to sit at half court on the logo. Trust.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It's AA and BB.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but the man had a little something going on with 50, and why God put 50 Cent front row, and he's in like third row. Like, that would bother me if I was Joe Buttons.
Yo, Jamal, stop playing. It wasn't third row, bro. It was second row. We seen it, gang. And also, here's another thing, too. If I'm Joe, I'm going to tell you why I'm going to be mad. I'm going to tell you why I'll be mad. Again, I don't know people's business, so I'm just making assumptions. I ain't trying to diss nobody. I'm just being honest. I think Joe paid for them tickets. I think Fat Joe and 50 tickets are comped. Usually when they give you those, they're doing it. They give out a certain amount. It's like they have these guest accommodations. They'll find out who's in town. That's why you'll see some actors, some whatever. They're not paying for the tickets. It's free. I'd be damned if I spend, let's say Joe spent $15K each on tickets, right? $15K for himself, $15K for his girl. I'd be tight if I spend $30, you got it for free and you talking shit. Hell nah, nigga. Hell nah. Guarantee Fat Joe ain't bought them tickets. Fat Joe came with Fifth, and Fifth probably got comped the tickets. Not saying Fifth can't afford it, but a lot of times with those tickets there, they'll just give it to you because you're a guest. Like, it's a big deal to have 50 in the building. You get what I'm saying? You can't stun on me with the free tickets when I'm paying for the tickets.
Listen,
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
It's AA and BB.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but the man had a little something going on with 50, and why God put 50 Cent front row, and he's in like third row. Like, that would bother me if I was Joe Buttons. It happened to me.
See, nah, he disrespecting Joe. See, you know damn well Joe don't like for him to be referred to as Buttons. It's Buddin. If I was Joe Buttons.
A little something going on with 50, and why God put 50 Cent front row, and he's in like third row. Like, that would bother me if I was Joe Buttons. It happened to me before. It happened to me before. When we
Now,
just
listen,
squashed
if he didn't bump in the fifth, would he had a nice experience?
you got a good seat, but the problem is you got to always expect the enemy might come front row.
Yo, what are you,
No,
what are you thinking?
This man is
trying to
funny,
tell you the
bro.
truth.
The enemy might come front row. You see, Fat Joe, he know what he doing. Because in reality, my enemy's back is turned to me. I'm in third row or second row. I got the drop on him.
Enemy will come front row. Look what happened to Joe Budden.
That's the only example you can give me.
I'm going to give you another one.
Okay.
I went to a Babyface concert.
Yo.
Hold up.
All right, let me hear it.
I gotta hear it.
Let me hear it.
I'm going to a Babyface concert. Once again, 50 Cent is the culprit. We just squashed the beef for 50 Cent. Everybody's cool. I'm in the second row. Natina got me the tickets. I'm second row. The man
Shout out to Natina from Def Jam. Shout out to Natina.
And sit in the front row right in front of me. Yo, Crack, what's up? Yo, hi, Mrs. Crack. I was like, oh, never again.
Fifth?
Yes!
It's this fifth, then.
No, he's just like, it's him. I'm telling you, he might be like, yo, where Jada at? Third row? 3C? He'll come to 1C. I'm telling you. This guy is notorious for this. I learned my lesson that night. I was at the Babyface concert. I said, yo, Natina, don't ever. I don't care if it's Patti LaBelle, Stephanie Mills. I'm front row. I won't go.
Yo, they're arguing over who front row. I like it. Yo, I keep telling you, man. Yo, what's that saying? Before the fall comes the pride, or pride comes before the fall. Like ego, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Ego is, it's like when God was creating us men, ego drives us to create greatness, but it's also a character flaw, and it's a thing that usually drives us towards other things that's not good too.
I feel you.
You call that arrogant.
I feel it. That ain't arrogant. I feel it.
Nigga said that's the Joe Budden seats. That's crazy. I think Joe paid for it. I'm giving Joe more respect than if he got the seat for free. If you were 50s plus one, no, with all due respect to Fat Joe, I like Fat Joe, but if you're 50s plus one, I'm sorry. I think the fact that Joe probably dropped the 30 ball, I got to give it to him. Let me see. They said Joe responded. Let's see. They're beefing over seats. I love it. Yo, sometimes when I'm having petty squabbles or like petty arguments, I'm like, damn, I wonder if the rest of me, the person, would be like, yo, this nigga act be doing too much. Like, he too petty. Then when I see two grown-ass men pushing 50 arguing over seats, yes, now I know that we're all this petty. We're all this fucking petty. Don't make fun of my fucking seats, nigga. That's what I like to hear. Okay, is it this? Joe Budden, Fat Joe. Let's find it. By the way, who the hell that said Fat Joe's so fat and obese his whole life? They said that his legs are forever bent. Yo, they said Fat Joe is so fat or obese his whole life that no matter even if he on the Ozempic, his legs are forever bent inwards. They were showing that this nigga legs is concave in. It's not even some knock knee shit. Just yo, this is crazy. Somebody said freeze a flex. Well, here's the thing with all due respect, like, you know, and I fuck with these guys. I ain't trying to be disrespectful to nobody. Fifth, Joe, or even both Joes. I don't know. Like, I know I'm definitely not. By the way, somebody offered to buy me, or they were gonna buy. So they were buying 4 tickets for courtside, and they offered me 2, and I was just like, and it's because they saw me in the box at one of the Knicks games, and they're like, nah, nigga, you should be courtside, and I was just like, bro, there's nothing in me that feels inadequate. That when you go there, I like being in the box because I don't like being seen. I got too many ops anyway. I got mad ops, okay? Even though my ops usually broke, so usually when I go in the building with opulence, they're not there. It's okay. I like being in the box. But they were telling me like, yo, you don't see how they put up A Boogie face up there and they're playing his music? Man, they should be having your name, DJ Academics and Deuce. I'm like, there's nothing that tells me that I need to be, like, I feel good already. I feel very content in who I am, and I'm good. Also, I don't think I deserve to be there. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, and this is for the JBP fans. You know, I'm not, that's my guy. I don't think Joe is up the caliber. I'm talking about Joe Budden, to be front row where they're putting your face up on the thing. I think a lot of that goes off of, and when I explained to the person that told me, I said, to keep it real, gang, like, A Boogie done sold out the Garden a few times. Like, his relationship not only with New York, but with the Garden is different. He sold out the Garden a bunch of times. 50 Cent sold out the Garden a bunch of times. Now, I don't know about Fat Joe. I know Fat Joe, Joey Crack. He's been, well, whatever. Joe Budden, as the top podcaster in the game, I don't think you're there. Joe Rogan, I think they would put there. I'm going to be honest. It's like super A-list. That's not super A-list. You know what I mean? It's okay. But then, why they clowning Fat Joe like this? This thing is, they said his knees bent concave in. That's crazy. Okay, here we go. So this is Joe responding. Here we go.
I'm not there for the celeb role. I'm not there to be seen.
Yeah, it's called Celeb Role. Yeah.
I'm not.
Yo, that's how I know Joe love his girl. Joe bought his tickets. You catch me with a shorty there. Them tickets are 100% comped. By the way, I'll give y'all a little surprise. My mans and them own the box y'all see me in. I don't pay for that. I get every event. My mans owns the box. Yo, Ack, you coming to this event? Yo, give me 4 tickets out of the box. They get 20. It's a box suite. They get 20. They pay a couple million a year for the entire box. Every event, they own it at the spot. Like, they have their logos and everything up in there. All right, cool. If you think now, granted, I'm not gonna tell anybody but the chat that. So when they ain't, they're like, damn, Act dropping a bag in there. Dummy. Nope. Freak. I don't even like the Knicks. You think I'd pay to go see the Knicks? Fuck. Nigga, somebody said act cheap. Yeah, nigga, you see, I don't spend money. I spend money selfishly. I don't spend money to keep up with the Joneses. So I'd rather buy 4,000 cars because I like cars. But to show that I could go to the Knicks game, I'm not spending a fucking coin. I don't even like them. By the way, the Kendrick shit, that's what I'm saying. You know, how much money did they spend on the box? I think it was, I had first heard it was like 50, but I thought it was like, I think it's like 30,000. Nigga, you think I would have missed the concert if I paid 30,000 out of my own pocket, nigga? I would have been up in, nigga, I would have brought my computer up in there, nigga. I'm not missing that for 30 grand. If I spend my own money, I'm not spending on that. The last tickets I bought, which are going to be the last tickets I bought, was Drake tickets. I ain't buying no more tickets ever again in life. If God don't require me to be there if I got to pay. No, I'm sorry. Because most of the stuff I'm going to is for my peers. So, yeah. Somebody said, well, you did buy that chain in Florida. Yeah, and I realized, so my boy, I'm glad you mentioned the chain. I'm going to tell you how much, like, I think I'm either growing up or I don't know what's going on with me. Because a nigga stopped wearing all the shit, and now I'm doing construction in the crib. Bro, I wore the big-ass piece. I've spent $45,000 on this big-ass, it looks obnoxious. It's a box that opens up. I forgot how many carats. It's just icy. This is after the whole thing where I'm like, yo, I'm a prize shit happened. So I said, make me like a gift type of thing. That's the prize. I'm going to wear it around my thing. I'm talking to the jeweler. I said, man, I want to go dumb on this. I want these niggas to know Big Ack is out here. Niggas say, oh, we could make it 3D. It's going to be like this. I'm like, nigga, I'm a 3D type of nigga. Bruh. I tried to wear it the other day. The shit just so bulky on your chest. I took it off, bro. Like, it just sits in my house. It just sits here. Bro. Definitely a waste of money. 100% waste of money. You know what I mean? Now, granted, of course, I could still exchange it and extract some value back. But it made me realize you're fucking stupid to try to keep up with the Joneses. Oh, and this is what happened too. I think I told you this. My jeweler called me, and my jeweler said, yo, Ack. Yo, you got the Cuban links, but yo, you got to get the infinity links. I look up Quavo and them niggas rapping about infinity links. You know, I realize this jewelry shit will never stop. It will never stop. That's what I keep trying to tell y'all. That Lambo I got is 2022. So if we in 2030, I'll be liable to bring out my 2022 Lambo, okay? It's 2022. I'm not changing it. It's 2022. My Maybach is 20. They were paid in full. It's 20. It might be 2025. After these years pass, I'm not bringing like yo, my dealer, my Mercedes guy, he got me the Lambo too. He hit me on my birthday. Said, yo, happy birthday. When your dealers are texting you, they're never just be like, yo, we just love you. Come back in to get a real present, my guy. Say, yo, you got to get the new G-Wagon. No, I don't. My G-Wagon's from 2017. I don't got to get the new one. No. I don't got to do it. No, not doing it. Nope. So, anyway. But at some point, you got to jump off that bandwagon of keeping up with the Jones. It's the worst thing ever. And let me now properly hear Joe's response without interrupting. Here it goes.
And
Muted Demics in the building again. You know, I know I'm muted now. Yeah, I start spamming quick. All right. Anyway, I said, Joe, hold on, I got to do it again. Joe, you know damn well what that nigga meant, man. You don't got to ask for no explanations. You know what he meant. Listen, it's one of them ones. He basically trying to tell your ass. Remember when niggas back in the day used to be having them Chrysler 300 with the body kit that looked like what did it look like, a Bentley or a Rolls Royce or something like that? And niggas, like, you had to look twice sometimes. Like, wait, is that? Oh, nah, that's a bum-ass nigga with the Chrysler 300 acting like he got a fucking real foreign. That's what he trying to say, Joe. He trying to say you bought the Chrysler 300 and was trying to move like it was a Bentley. That's all he's saying. Joe, don't let him do it to you, though. He trying to make the Joe Budden seats thing a term. Nah, hell nah. You guys nip that in the bud. You got to nip that shit in the bud. Y'all remember when niggas was rolling around with Chrysler 300s? Gang, it's the same thing with the niggas with this little Z06, even though that is a pretty good car. The little Corvette, when niggas was rolling around with that like it was a Lambo or a Ferrari. That's true too. But I ain't gonna lie, at least with that appreciated, because during COVID, that Corvette shit is fire now. But you know what it is. Y'all know. I always say, listen to the whole thing before you respond. Oh, my bad. Joe. They used to do it to you in rap. They trying to do it to you in a podcast, not podcast game because they can't do it there. But they trying to do it to you overall still like oh yeah, the Joe Budden shit. Like they're trying to like little nigga you. Can't let them little nigga you. I like that. Talk that shit. By the way, he definitely not talking about 50. He talking about Fat Joe.
A lot more than
the true unks. Like, you know, Joe and Fat Joe. I love when the unks engage in YN activity. Joe, in a unk way, is telling Fat Joe, we could go band for band. We could go M for M. Joe, you got to respond in like. He basically told you in an eloquent way, we could go band for band. The band for band Joe versus Joe challenge. That's what I want to see. I want to see that more than the verses. Listen. I just want to watch back and watch this shit. This YN activity.
Like disrespect those people.
But wait, dog, if I...
Nah, 44 is unk. Yeah, 44 is unk. 44 is unk. Yeah, 44 is unk. Yeah. I'm Big Bro right now. That's what it, like somebody did a whole breakdown. I'm Big Bro. I'm Big Bro. Act Big Bro. Okay? Beneath Big Bro is YN. What, right? I think, yeah. Beneath Big Bro is YN. I ain't no YN no more. I'm Big Bro. Big Bro act. I can't wait to get to unk status, though. Because when you get to unk status, you get to say all type of shit.
If I was sitting in the nosebleeds, I make more than you. Like, my seat should never come up in your conversation. If I was outside in a...
I do love a good pocket watching session. Plus, I think Joe been waiting for a reason to show off the Ferrari and the fucking Rolls Royce on these niggas. Joe been waiting. Joe been waiting. It was no surprise. I think so. I was at one game, and I looked at the people. I usually don't, but sometimes you'll show like the people you follow and the people who follow you, who like watch. I seen Joe looked at my story. I was in the box. I don't like the Knicks. Y'all should know I'm not paying for the Knicks thing. I don't like the Knicks, but shit, it's great. You know, they're great time, great people around. I'm cool. Next game, Joe was there. Joe could do whatever niggas could do, man. The only thing is, I was just surprised when I seen Joe where he was sitting. I was like, wait, Joe paid for this shit? But I forgot he really likes the Knicks. He grew up on it. So, Complex, since y'all love making lists, y'all need 2 lists. The top media personalities, and I'm telling you, niggas is starting to get froggy. The top earning media personalities. We got to go pocket watching, man. Or I'm making my damn self. Yeah, don't steal my idea. I'll make it. I'm going, chat, next week, when we're at like a boring time during the Diddy trial, I'm making the top paid media personalities list, and I'm going to do it for hip-hop, then I'm going to do it for sports. I might need some help on the sports thing, but I definitely know it for hip-hop. I like it. Love both guys. Cool. All right. I'd be damned if a nigga be like, yo, the academic seats while he's shitting on it. While you shitting on those seats, don't brand it as my seats. It's like niggas like, yo, I'm about to go get the new big boy G-Wagon, not the academics G-Wagon. Nigga, what the fuck you mean the academics G-Wagon? Fuck are you talking about? Okay, all good. I did have some topics. Wait, let me check quickly on court. By the way, I know a lot of you guys are here. I think most of us are here for they're still out at lunch. Oh, they're back. Oh wow. They took a 30-minute lunch? If I let this in, Okay. So the judge is now dealing with another issue. The judge says if I let this in, Cassie could be recalled as a witness. AUSA says I doubt we would call her. The judge says the defense could call her. AUSA says I doubt she would be available. They're basically hinting that Cassie will be pregnant. Now, we don't know what issue this is, but it clearly is an evidence that is going to involve Cassie that the defense could say, we have had the witness testify either we didn't have the witness, this evidence wasn't in at that point, so we couldn't ask that witness who's material to that evidence. We couldn't ask that witness that question. So if y'all admit the evidence, we got to be able to bring her back in. Now, the judge says the evidence is out, so it's a non-issue. Look like Cassie will not be called back. But here's the thing. I'm wondering if they're saying it based on the evidence being maybe irrelevant or redundant or maybe just didn't, whatever. Or maybe the judges, apparently there's a conversation that was had between Cassie's lawyer and the court about Cassie's availability and the fact that she would be given birth expectedly in the next few weeks. So I'm wondering if the judge just made the decision because she's going to be unavailable due to childbirth, or the judge is saying this is a waste of time. Okay. The judge also said, I anticipate Mr. David will be the next witness. How is he relevant? Okay, so that's the judge asking. AUSA says he's relevant to the means and methods of the enterprise. By the way, this is the first supposed personal assistant of Diddy that has, I guess we could call it at this point, flipped on him. But I don't know if that's fair to say, because will we say that Dawn flipped on him? Because they were associated with him before, but it don't mean that they were ever defending him. But I guess this would mean flipped on him, because according to other people's testimony, Mr. David James, one of his assistants, is a person who used to help carry out his bidding. So he could have been somebody who could be seen as a co-conspirator. Now, clearly, he's going to be testifying for the government, okay? So they're saying he's going to be relevant to the means and the methods of the enterprise, and Mr. Combs threatening to assault employees. So while we wait for the jury to come back in, here's a court art of the Combs 2D Georgia lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, okay? This is her right here. Okay. Wash my some cheeks still. Not playing. As she cross-examined Dawn, this was Dawn here, Rashard this morning, courtesy of Inner City Press by artist Elizabeth Williams. Maybe the cover of the second trial. Okay, the jury's now entering. AUSA says no further questions for Mrs. Morgan. The judge says cross. So AUSA says no more further questions. The judge says cross. Agnifilio says, okay, so now Agnifilio is popping in. Let me put that in my list of who talked to who. Okay, so Nicole Westmoreland did Dawn. Richard, 7 is, no, not 7, because we have Mark Agnifilio already. He does administrative pre-day motions and cross on Carrie Morgan. Okay, bet. Okay. I got a little spreadsheet that we're going to use later to kind of help figure this out and remember stuff. Okay. So, Agnifilio says, you were Miss Ventura's best friend since 2004, right? Carrie Morgan says, actually, 2001. We met while waiting for Polaroids. Damn. I don't know why songs pop in my head when I hear words I haven't heard before. Shake it like a Polaroid picture, right? Ain't that, oh my God, I'm blanking on the group. Andre 3000 and Big Boy Outkast, yes. I was living in Buffalo. She was in Connecticut. So it looked like they go to a pharmacy or somewhere to develop some pictures. You remember you have to take pictures on like that thing, that camera roll, that you got to bring it to somewhere for them to develop it, and then you get the pictures or whatever the case is. That's how they said they met. Agnifilio says, then you were both in New York City. She says, I stayed downtown. She moved to Harlem. Agnifilio says, have you ever met Kim Porter? She says, yes, probably at a concert. Agnifilio says, was Cassie ever jealous? She says, yes. Okay? All right. By the way, while we are doing that, give me a second. I'm going to look at long crimes. We spent most of the break kind of, you know. We spent most of the break not really paying attention to what was happening. Okay, so we didn't see this. So while we're getting the tweet, let's listen to Shorty right here. She's done a good job of exiting court and letting us know the real feel of what's going on and maybe important moments that we missed. So let's play this real quick, chat.
There are no audio recordings allowed in that courtroom. What did you see and what did you hear?
This from the first
well,
half
the
of the
tone as far as this morning goes, a lot of people are kind of anticipating what would the rest of Dawn Richard's testimony look like, and especially more so, how would the cross-examination and how would Diddy's defense attorneys kind of be able to pull apart essentially her credibility. As far as just everyone inside the courtroom today, it doesn't look like there was that big kind of present for the defendant side that we've seen last week, especially when we came to day 1 and even day 2 of testimony, in that we didn't see any of Diddy's children inside that courtroom, which I think is a little big and a little not big at the same time. We saw images over this weekend that the twins were in during prom season. They were in their prom dresses and that sort. Not 100% sure where the sons are in this kind of picture, as far as are they on the West Coast again, because the twins are about to graduate. So it's unclear why the family presence wasn't so big as it has been for day 1 and day 2. As far as Diddy himself, though, it seems like that didn't necessarily faze him that much. I assume that he, looks forward to seeing his family inside that courtroom, but maybe understanding that they had other obligations. He didn't seem too bothered by that or anything like that. So as far as him,
I would actually say I think the family didn't show up today, or maybe his kids or whatever, because they know the main part was Cassie. Nobody give a fuck about what Dawn Richard got to say. The fuck? Shorty's mad because she ain't got no goddamn career. And Carrie Morgan hasn't been friends with Cassie for dumb long. Like the main witness already went, y'all could chill for a little bit.
being inside that courtroom, it was still the same old Diddy that we've seen, kind of in the same old outfit that we've seen him in as well too. He was wearing a tan sweater, he had a white undershirt, he had khakis on. When he comes into the courtroom, he hugs his attorneys, he chats with them, all those types of things. And so a lot of people were just anticipating what would it look like once Dawn Richard got back on the stand. And let me tell you something, Jesse, when I saw her on the stand today, and even on Friday as well too, she appeared like she just didn't want to be there. You could tell that she was very uncomfortable, especially talking about her recollection of her time that she had worked with Diddy, her time after working with Diddy, especially during the cross-examination part. I thought that...
Interesting. I wonder if the government compelled these people to testify by kind of like even using the angle of, hey, you have a civil case against this guy. You want to get paid. You are probably on the path of winning that civil case if you testify in a criminal trial. Because if we're successful, your case is almost a slam dunk at that point. So she might not want to be there because this is wild fanfare and we're not going to see this fanfare for her civil case. But she's trying to get that bread out of Diddy too. So if you're trying to get that bread, it's in your benefit to testify in the criminal case, you know?
That maybe she would get a little emotional because she just appeared maybe a little nervous, maybe a little intimidated, not necessarily sure, but she was very soft-spoken while she was on that stand today answering some of the questions. A lot of those questions obviously had to do with the egg frying incident. It had to do with why Don Richard even continued working with Diddy even afterwards, or even wanting to work with Diddy afterwards. And so a lot of the anticipation, or just the overall tone inside that courtroom, especially when it came to that cross-examination, it was kind of, it was a little rough to watch. It was a little like a lot of people, especially us in the gallery, in the press, were just kind of like, wow, this is a little brutal. And they kind of hit the points that they wanted to hit while them being defense attorneys. And so I think that the prosecution really kind of had to tighten everything up as far as, trying to get maybe back in the jury's good graces after kind of seeing that cross-examination go and all those holes that were poked into her testimony. And so that was just the overall essence and tone of today's, especially this morning before Carrie Morgan got on the witness stand.
To go by, because I know it's so loud. So this, Elizabeth, how is the jury responding to Dawn Richard's testimony, and what were some of the highlights? I mentioned it briefly before you came on air, kind of summarized some of the points, but what were some of the points that came out today from her testimony, both on direct and cross-examination, and how was the jury responding to her testimony? Because let's not forget, she is a corroborating witness for Cassandra Ventura Fine. She helped to articulate some of the finer elements of racketeering. What were some of the highlights from her testimony, both on direct and cross, and how was the jury responding?
Well, absolutely. As far as being under direct, it was really just kind of ironing out the details as far as what happened with this whole egg skillet incident, that being the incident that happened in 2009, according to Don Richard, where essentially Cassie was cooking Diddy breakfast. Diddy comes downstairs, gets upset about either the way that the breakfast was made or why it wasn't being made fast enough, and essentially just an assault happened in the aftermath of that, something that Don Richard has even pointed out in her civil lawsuit, something that definitely the defense was definitely talking about today. So a lot of it had to do just with under direct examination still while they were finishing that up, just what was Cassie's demeanor when this was going on. They were also asked, or they being Don Richard was also asked, Cassie had a pretty quiet demeanor, and that Diddy wasn't necessarily having that when it comes to what kind of promoted this type of violence or what prompted this type of violence, as far as why Diddy would essentially physically assault her. And Don would say Cassie would just be speaking up for herself, or it would be something random that happened. Then there were moments where they had talked about who witnessed these physical assaults, and Don Richard pointed out names such as Harve Pierre, who used to be the president of Bad Boy, Mia, who we expect to be testifying as well too. She had worked for Diddy. Capricorn Clark had worked for Diddy as well too, and then she named other names like D-Rock and Bonds, who both worked security for Diddy. So I can kind of see where the prosecution was kind of painting that or amping that up as far as how the staff is involved in all of that sort. As far as 2010, just the following year, she says she witnessed another incident where they were all at a festival together up in Central Park. They were about to bring out Diddy's Dirty Money group, and that right before this had happened, or actually, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong incident. Sorry about that. But there was another incident in 2010 where they were having a dinner with a bunch of celebrities, and that Cassie and Diddy were kind of arguing a little bit secretly there, and Diddy punched her in the stomach, according to Don Richard. There, she said that at that dinner, they had people like Harve Pierre, again, former president of Bad Boy, D-Rock, security, Kalina Harper, who used to work with Diddy's Dirty Money, Mia, who also worked with Diddy, and Bonds were all there during this dinner. And so then we kind of saw an exhibit photo of what Harve Pierre looked like. And so then there was another talk, and this is kind of where I bring up the Central Park incident, where there was an incident where Diddy had allegedly physically assaulted Cassie while they were getting ready for this festival, and that Cassie came into the bathroom and that Kalina and Dawn kind of confided in her, or at least kind of helped her during this moment. They all kind of put on sunglasses and then just kind of carried on like usual. Meanwhile, Cassie's kind of nursing some injuries just behind the scenes. Now, when it came to the cross-examination, and there was just a lot of testimony going on today, so I'm trying to get you guys all my notes going on and everything like that. But once it came to the cross-examination, that was done by Nicole Westmoreland, and this was the first time we've kind of really seen her in action when it comes to this specific trial. And so first thing that Nicole Westmoreland's going to be asking her is just about her lawsuit, the lawsuit that she had filed just a few months ago against Diddy. And so she was asked about the demand letter that was I guess set up by her attorneys. She was asked about how many times she spoke with federal prosecutors, and she said she couldn't necessarily recall the amount of times that she had done it, but the defense kind of summed it up that she at least spoke with federal prosecutors 8 different times. They brought back the egg skillet incident where on Friday the defense was pointing out, you said that Cassie was cooling the eggs and then Diddy comes downstairs and then he hits Cassie, or did he hit her, or did you see him hit her? Did you see that he had threw something at her? Was he like, it was really just kind of that quick and that much questioning kind of being thrown at her essentially. And then they brought up how it kind of compared to what she had said in her lawsuit just about the whole egg incident, and said that she didn't see the pan hit Cassie in the lawsuit. And then when she was asked essentially why she brought the lawsuit about, the defense was really kind of pointing at her. And I think this is something that, you know, anybody who had filed a civil claim against Diddy might be expecting this under the cross-examination, is what was their motivation in filing the lawsuit against the defense's client essentially. And so while Dawn at times was trying to say that she wanted justice and that she wanted to do the right thing, essentially, that the defense also pointed out, well, you did want compensation as well, too. And Dawn had to kind of own up and admit that she did want compensation for the time that she had worked on as an employee. Then the defense was asking her about her most recent communications with Diddy, as going back as early or as soon as like 2020, 2021, where essentially Dawn was reaching out to Diddy himself, was trying to get in touch with people about this kind of whole making the band. I believe it's a reboot that they were trying to do where Diddy wasn't necessarily going to be a judge, but instead Dawn wanted to use that opportunity to work with somebody else named Lori Ann Gibson. And so the defense was really kind of hammering her just about the facts that she had talked about with federal prosecutors as far as the different meetings that she had had in 2024, on March 18th of this year, on April 17th of this year, again just pointing out specifics in regards to this egg incident, but also at the same time going into specifics about whether or not she felt threatened to working with Diddy, and if she felt threatened, if she felt scared for her life, why did she continue reaching out to Diddy as late as 2020 or 2021? You know, as we ended direct examination on Friday, they were really kind of hitting on the point that after Dawn Richard and even her bandmate at the time, Kalina Harper, allegedly witnessed this physical assault with the whole egg skillet thing, because that's kind of how they were summing up this particular incident, was the egg skillet incident. She was asked on Friday, what did Diddy tell you the next day? And essentially Dawn had said that Diddy essentially said that people wind up missing when they question him and that type of thing, and that was perceived as a death threat. So then when the defense had their chance to kind of cross-examine her, they were like, well, why did you feel threatened, and yet you continue to want to work with him? And so the defense moments, Nicole Westmoreland really kind of hit it on the head. I think a lot of people were possibly wondering, did Dawn come off like a liar, or did she kind of over embellish some of these incidents? But to Dawn's accord and to Dawn on the witness stand, she was just saying, you know, she was trying to remember to the best of her ability. So it was kind of tough to watch, but at the same time, I think Dawn Richard held her own. She didn't, kind of get
they exposed her ass
too frazzled necessarily. She didn't get overly emotional, but you could tell that during the cross-examination it was pretty tough.
And we actually have a poll up right now on YouTube. Do you think the jury views Dawn Richard as a credible witness? We'll see what the results of those are. I wish I had a little bit more time.
Okay. All right. Get back to the tweets, y'all. Remember, this is the afternoon session. Okay, great. So it says, and the other way, Kerry Morgan says, Cassie was speaking with Michael B. Jordan, and Sean got jealous. She was trying to leave him. Agnophilia says, y'all were both using drugs? She says, no, we were in South Africa. Agnophilia says, did you learn about Gina? Then Carrie says he was having a full-on relationship with this little girl. What? So why do you call her that? She acts like that. She's younger than us. Oh, my God. Why they sneak doesn't understand? How old is Gina Hill? He said this little girl. How old is she? Famous birthdays got her as, what is this, 33? And then how old is Cassie? Cassie age, 38. Yo, nobody age shames more than women. Nobody. Nobody age shames more than women, bro. Okay. Has Kerry Morgan ever done an interview? I guess not, right? Kerry Morgan interview. Has she ever done an interview? No, we never seen an interview. Has Gina ever done an interview? Well, we know Gina. No need to pull up that interview yet. How old is Young Miami? So Gina is 32 now, Young Miami age. And Young Miami's 31. Okay. So apparently Diddy started fully dating, and she calls her this little girl. All right. That subtle dismissiveness. By the way, what year was this? If we could tell. 2001. In South Africa, when she was filming a show, South Africa, Cassie filming. She was filming a movie. She was filming Honey 3, Dare to Dance, right? How old was Cassie in 2015? How old was Cassie in 2015? Cassie was 29. I told you nobody's age shames more than women, right? So in 2015, Cassie's 29, right? And it's always the woman that's about to push 30 or they're 30. When women hit 30, everybody else is a little girl. Like, yo, you kind of creepy for liking that little girl. He liked you at 21. He liked you at 21. It was completely fair, right? But now Diddy, like, you're pushing 30, right? She about to turn 20. She turned 30 that year. Diddy want the new young thing, right? If the Gina girl was born in she was born in, let me see, how old? I'll tell you right now. Let me see, calculate. Yeah, the girl is 22. So at that time, the girl is 22. Chad, so think about this. Diddy had her doing freak-offs at 22. No issues. She's about to push 30, and Diddy finds the new 22-year-old to go do the freak-offs, Gina. And she's over here, why did he date that little young-ass girl? That's when he found you. He loved the 22-year-olds. Once y'all get to about 30, y'all start talking about marriage, kids, and not freak-offs. Y'all want to grow out of the freak-offs now. All right, Sean, we've done 10 years of freak-offs. Could we now, get married? Huh? The fuck? No, I'm just going to let you go and go get the new girl to do the freak-offs. Diddy don't want to have the kids with none of y'all. He just want to have freak-offs. Somebody said 22 is a little girl. See, you're missing it. You're missing the point because, as I said, is that a woman who said that? Is that a chat queen? Sometimes y'all so obsessed with, listen, the same thing, you can't shame Sean for doing the same thing he did with you. He met your ass at 22. He had you freaking off at 22. Now you pushing 30, he go get another 22-year-old. The pattern is the nigga like 22-year-olds. So if there was nothing wrong when he got with you, why are you upset that he getting with another chick that's 22? You get what I'm saying? Somebody says the freak off training camp. Okay, all right. So she was younger than us. I ain't gonna lie though. Yo, women hate when you do lead a ass for a chick that's younger. All of a sudden, you hear things you ain't never hear before. Yo, chat, leave your current girl and get with another girl. And be like, yo, yeah, he's weird for that. Like, huh? If she 34 and you leave her ass for a 25-year-old, yeah, he like little girls. They'll just say all type of dumb shit. Yeah, he like little girls. He don't want a grown-ass woman. When he got with you was 25. Anyway, Combs' Combs' lawyer says, when you say Sean came and hammered the door, why did the police come? Kerry Morgan says they came because of the noise. Agnifilo says, what did they say to you? Morgan says, CASSIE was visibly injured, but she didn't say anything. Okay. Let's go back to Gina let's hear her talk about 2015. So it looks like a big, like, there's two big incidents that happen. As Cassie is pushing 30, right? She's now realized her entire career is dead. That nigga don't want to make you an artist no more. Okay? He only wants you to go train for freak offs. Okay? Now, what happens next is that in 2015, the only thing she still got going on in, like, you know, entertainment is that she would get these little roles or these little movies because she already had a name. She'd be like a love interest, right? So when they were like, oh, let's turn Terrence J from BT into a star, like he's an actor, they go get a hot chick who's a singer or a former singer. And that's where Cassie would fall in. Cassie, she's kind of getting upset. All they're doing is freaking off. They're not having kids. Ain't no wedding band coming. She's upset. Okay? Diddy, who I guess she had caught him fucking this girl before, the one up here. Diddy basically says, or no, Diddy gets caught again. And this time when he gets caught, it looks like she thinks, oh, it's more than you just fucking her. You're kind of trying to be with her. She blocks Diddy. She's in South Africa. Okay? She comes back. Diddy finds a way to get her back. And then 2018 is when this is when Cassie completely kills the idea of ever her being with Diddy, when Kim Porter dies and Diddy says, that was my soulmate. It just crushes her completely. So let me hear about Gina in 2018. If I can find
you think prompted him to call you? He took one of my pregnant with.
This was at the Palms.
As
motherfucker should be shutting the hell.
2013, because I was at a fight in Vegas and I went.
Okay, so that's when they first met. Looked like Cassie finds out about it, but Diddy's like, nah, I stopped fucking with her. Cool. 2015 come around, Diddy probably already got a train for the freak off. So, like, with all due respect, and we're gonna say allegedly just to be safe, but he would imagine if Diddy was so obsessed with freak offs past 2015 going on to the point he was having one or two a week, if he got this new girl and he met her in 2013, now Cassie thinks he's almost in a full-blown relationship with her in 2015, we could probably safely assume that she was getting freaked off or she was down with the program at that point.
And I was visiting her and
that initial encounter at his house, or did it take some time?
No, not really. We were there probably for like.
I'm trying to find 2015.
And he's always kept you.
He like started punching me like on the side of the. Took a bottle of De Leon and then I like smashed it on the ground and he was like, bitch, you did that at my house with my kids here. Bitch, my kids is here. And then I ran out the meditation room meditation room. I was like, no, you don't. Because I thought that I would, if anything, I thought I would.
Oh, also Lori Harvey's in the mix. Oh my God. Nah, Diddy had a lineup. We just don't know who's consensual. Diddy had a fucking lineup, huh?
I don't believe him because I always catch him like texting other girls and stuff like that. So like after my abortion, it was this girl named Jordan.
Who's that?
I mean, it was girls before that, but it's like after the abortion, it was just like too much for me to handle, and it was just like Jordan, and then the Jocelyn girl, and then the cat girl, and then just recently Lori Harvey.
Steve Harvey's stuff.
Yo, all of y'all niggas is talking about pray for Alex Fine. That nigga was a trainer nigga doing chin-ups for fucking money, and now he's up $30 million with his wife. He married into richness, or he took Diddy's girl, and now they both got a bag. Lori Harvey, ain't Lori Harvey with that nigga from Snowfall or whatever the fuck, or is she still with Michael B. Jordan? Why y'all don't look at Michael B. Jordan or the other nigga like how y'all look at Alex Fine? They're getting a former freak off a tender. Why y'all don't look at the rappers who be with Young Miami like how y'all look at Cassie? You think that, let me tell you this, a nigga like Diddy, he never got less freakier. He only got more. So whatever you think he did to Cassie, he did to the chicks after too. Let's keep it a beat. If he pissed on them, he pissed on all of them. Pee was going everywhere. It's time for urine. Let's keep it a beam. Y'all picking and choosing because Cassie took the stand and told y'all what it is. Young Miami tried to tell y'all she got pissed on. Y'all clowned her and she took it back. You think Lori Harvey never tasted no pee? Come on, bro. Come on, dog. You think Diddy got less freaky over the years or more? They searched the nigga house on a federal warrant, and he came to New York to prepare to get arrested or indicted, and he still had freak off supplies in the hotel. He never got less freaky. He always got more. So if he did that to Cassie back in 2010, I imagine he pissed on her, pissed on Young Miami, pissed on Lori Harvey, pissed on whoever the Jordan. Everybody got pissed. Piss everywhere. And they always massaging the fucking semen in his nipples. Let's keep it a beam. Chat, you know how us men are. We ain't on no Diddy shit, pause. But you know how us men are. You date that one eater that know how to suck you into next week, you can't even fuck with a bitch afterwards that don't give good head. Come on, man. Niggas don't, like, once you start getting used to certain shit, you can't even fuck with a chick that, if you fuck with a chick that give good head, you can't fuck with a chick that don't give head. Bro, you won't even be happy. You start cheating from day one. Day one, you start cheating. Trust. So I'm telling you, if Diddy was getting his booty hole tickled, he was getting man milk rubbed on him, whatever he was getting lathered up in, bro, he didn't just stop after Cassie saying, you know, I'm done with this type of shit. Let me go do some regular shit. Fuck no. Fuck no. It only gets progressively worse. Somebody said, I'm eating, bro. Shit. Knowing how niggas sometimes graduate. That nigga could have been like, yo, fuck the semen, take that nigga doo-doo and rub it on me. Who knows, nigga? A mud bath. We don't know. Diddy was freaky. If she, like, we gotta hook her ass up to a lot of Texas tests. Did Diddy piss on you? Diddy piss on all these chicks, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Stepdaughter.
Yeah. We was actually here in Atlanta for Super Bowl.
Okay, let me get back to the tweets, gang. So they explaining why the police came, why they didn't arrest nobody. It looked like Cassie held it down. And that's what I do want to say, as much as sometimes people want to say, yo, you know, I have to have that little carve out for Cassie. It's not necessarily a sweet spot, pause. It's not simping. We got to say, as much as I'm always on the train of call the police, like, bruv, like, don't wait 10 years, like, that nigga do it in the moment, because there's a lot of, like, how we got bitches coming back from the 90s claiming that they got raped, bro. Like, come on, bro. Like, you, bitch, that's like 40 years ago. How the hell? They be like, yeah. And the niggas they be accusing, like, nigga, they accuse, like, Smokey Robinson. They be accusing some niggas, like, who dead senile now. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, Russell Wilson fucked me back in the 80s. Nigga, what? And you ain't say nothing for 50 years? Why we hearing about this shit now? That's, like, I understand that mentality. But the thing with Cassie, I do have a lot of grace for her. when you hear the story, it's not that it was only like, all right, like, yep, I do think part of it was that she knew this was the bag. She's not trying to fuck it up. She knew she was going to go back. She's even said with the freak offs, yo, I had to do it because I didn't want him to do it with another bitch. Cool. One thing I do notice, yo, Cassie was saving this nigga, bro. Like, yo, after the hotel incident, Diddy's calling her, yo, they're locking me up. Yo, that's him smoke signal telling her, like, yo, you gonna let them lock me up? Like, yo, pick up for me. This is after he just gave her a little Reese 300 combination and he just kicked a 60-yard field goal with her noggin. You get what I'm saying? She was holding nigga down. Bro, they come to her door. Her face is fucked up. The nigga was beating on the door with a hammer. And they ask her for a name. And she won't give a name. You gotta look at Cassie and be like, bro, again, I'm not saying, I'm just saying she definitely held it down for that nigga, man. You could tell she was trying to, I'm not saying she wasn't there for the bread, but I think part of it was like, she would definitely take a gun charge. Like I think he got rid of J-Lo. I think J-Lo was down to snitch on his ass. I think the first time some real shit happened, when they would have to shoot up that club, and he had brought the gun in J-Lo's purse, and supposedly J-Lo threw it out the window, whatever the fuck happened, I think J-Lo was just like, bitch, you forgot my skin complexion and forgot yours. I know I'm Jenny from the Bronx, but nigga, I would go up there and sing like Tweety Bird and get you the fuck out of here. After that, I think that nigga realized no more famous bitches. Second of all, because if she got a career, she'll definitely turn on you. So you got to get one of them, like, you know what I mean, with like a fucking, one of them little visas that she might have to get deported or some shit. She just relies solely on you. Without you, there's nothing going on for her. And I think after that, he probably just realized, like, bro, you got to pick the girls in a different type of way. Because the way how Cassie was, Cassie looked like she would have went to jail for that nigga. And that's what makes me look at her testimony a little bit different. The only thing is, I don't know if I look at it different enough to say she got sex trafficked. I do think she dealt with abuse, 100%. I ain't gonna sit here and say, oh, no, she ain't deal with abuse. She definitely dealt with abuse. Is that abuse sex trafficking? I don't know, because I think she was a freak too. I think she was a full-on fucking freak. Anyway, Agnophilia says, you two were best friends for 18 years, but now you haven't spoke to her since 2018? What's going on? Carrie says, true. Agnophilia says, that the danger of being Captain Obvious, that's a long time. She's moved on. And AUSA says, objection. Agnophilia says, why haven't you spoken with her? Carrie says, she did not support me after Sean assaulted me. I tried that line at assault. Or I drew that line at assault. Agnophilia says, did you reach a settlement with Mrs. Ventura? Carrie says, Diddy paid it, basically through Cassie. Right? Remember, she was about to sue them after Diddy throws a hanger, hits her behind the ear. I don't know, maybe there's a gash, bleeding, scar. Cassie don't say nothing because Cassie ain't about to go against her daddy. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, everybody know that one homegirl. Like, she gonna defend her man right or wrong, and she'll go against her friends. You get what I'm saying? And that was Cassie. So Cassie just didn't speak up for her. She said she can't be cool with Cassie no more. And you know why she probably couldn't be cool with Cassie no more too? There probably was mad times Cassie came to her crying about Diddy, and she was standing up for Cassie. Like, maybe even if they were all around, she would say something like, yo, why are you doing that? Like, so she felt she was standing up for Cassie, giving Cassie good advice. Also, here's the thing too. The girlfriend of your girl, all she hears is your girl talking shit about you. Trust. Your girl talks shit about you to her friends. So Carrie's probably thinking, damn, when you come over here, you be telling me how he ain't shit, he cheating. Oh, he put his hands on you. Now when he put his hands on me, you gonna stay quiet and defend him? Or, this is crazy. I'm good. And in reality, there's mad women like that. Because a bitch rather lose a friend more than lose a man. A lot of these chicks, listen, never make it and this is all my chat queens. You know that one or two friends in your friend group, never come between her and her dick. She will definitely pick her man who she claims, she tells you he cheated on her, he beat her, he did A, B, and C. But if it becomes you or her man, you don't got a fucking chance. You don't got a chance. So I think that was going on there. But she got offended because whatever. And then she started playing hardball like, yo, I need some bread. And then Diddy probably said, yo, Cassie. And this is another thing about Diddy. You could tell Diddy never wanted to handle none of these situations himself. It's like Diddy was smart enough but dumb enough. I'm going to tell you why. Smart enough to possibly foresee the day that today comes where these people are going to be like, Sean, you gave me a settlement. Yo, you dealt with... He had Cassie do a lot of the stuff. Cassie, you go hire the prostitutes. Yeah, I want this one with the big cock. Pause. But you hire them. Like, it would have Cassie do the bidding that if anything come back, Cassie name is on the thing. Hey, we're going to pay you a settlement, but you're getting the settlement from Cassie. So he was smart enough to try to keep his name off of shit, but just dumb enough that he was doing it, period, right? Let's keep it going. Okay. I see someone here that says, didn't Cassie say she paid half of it? That's what she had claimed. But Morgan is almost saying, nah. And by the way, let's think about this. In a roundabout way, it's all Diddy's money. Shorty didn't have a job except freaking off. How the fuck was she going to pay? I think the implied meaning here is that Morgan knows the majority, not majority, all the money came from Combs, even if Cassie supposedly paid with her own money, it's her money that was given to her by Diddy. Right? Anyway. Okay. Still rocking out here waiting for another tweet.
He invited me to come, and I did, and we were staying at this house he rented out, and we were having parties the whole weekend, and she had came over, and I noticed that they were gone for like a long time, and I was like looking everywhere for them, asking like everyone if they seen him, and everyone just told him no. But then like I remember like I like turned around and I saw him, and then I looked this way and then I saw her, like they reappeared together. I mean, separately, but like reappeared at the same time. Because I was looking for her too. At the same time I was looking for him, because I suspected that he like snuck away with her.
I'm opening up.
And now she's like at family functions, and like he invites her to his events and stuff in Miami, and they was just in Virginia not too long ago.
Wow. Now, I know you had mentioned there was pictures of girls that you found, like naked photos of girls and stuff, like while you guys were together.
Mm-hmm. Like his nanny or whatever, her name was like Nikki. I saw like her sending him pictures of her vagina to his phone, and I asked him, and he was like, well, what do you expect? You're fucking with a rock star. Like that's what he would say to me.
A rock star.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Or superstar, whatever he said.
What about like of any other of the women that you just named?
Oh, and on my birthday, he had shown me a picture of me and him. The first pic that we ever took, and I was like, you should save that as your screensaver. So he was like, I don't know how. So I was trying to show him, and I saved the picture to his photo album on his phone, and then I clicked on the photo album to like set it as a screensaver, and I saw a picture of him and Lori, like the same exact pose.
What do you mean?
I mean, the same exact pose that he took with me.
Okay.
And he did the same with Lori.
Were they clothed or not?
No.
They weren't clothed?
No.
Lori Harvey.
I mean, I didn't see the whole body. I just seen like up here, up. I mean, like up,
okay,
like from her chest and up.
And did you ever have any problems with Lori?
No, I don't have any more problems with her.
Or any of the other women? Because I know you said Cassie was, of course, very respectful, but she still wanted you to step back.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes me angry a little bit, but I know that it's not their fault.
Okay.
So I don't have any, I'm not angry with them.
Wow. Now, I kind of hate to bring this up, but if Diddy is messing with Lori, wasn't his son Justin messing with Lori as well?
I'm not sure what their relationship was, but I know that Justin was trying to talk to her when we were here at Super Bowl.
Wow. So does his family know about you? Have you met his family? Have you lived in the houses? Because I know he has a few houses and things like that. So.
No, I never lived in his house, but yeah, I know his whole entire family.
Okay. And so the family knew about you and Cassie at the same time.
Man, bench players talking like starters. I hate it, man. Yo, side things talking like wifeys, man. Like, yo, bruv. Yo, you're on a team with Cassie, who's the freak off specialist. Like, yo, she's like she's the captain of the freak off squad. You could do whatever the fuck you want with her. She got the most experience lathering up nipples with motherfucking baby batter. You got Lori Harvey. Like, yo, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Yo, freaking off Steve Harvey's stepdaughter is crazy. That's crazy. I wonder if Steve Harvey ever said anything to that nigga Puff. Like, nigga, leave my fucking daughter alone, you fucking creep. I wonder if he ever said some shit like that. Because Steve Harvey, let me see, Steve Harvey and who? Diddy. Where the fuck Steve Harvey been at? Whatever.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever, I guess, feel any sort of anger towards Cassie?
Mm-mm.
Never.
I mean, I felt like a little jealous, like wishing that I could
be her,
do the things that she get to do with him.
Yo. Okay, chat. No. I know I'm making I'm not trying to make light of it, but just keeping it a beam, man. Yeah, I feel like all these bitches were just kind of like fighting for spots on the roster. Like, the nigga not sex trafficking. He's just juggling hoes. Like, yo, come on, chat. They all jealous of each other. Cassie was jealous of Hirsch. She's 22. Cassie 30. You feel what I'm saying? Cassie's trying to do more and more freak off. Even when Cassie was supposed to age out of the freak offism, Cassie's saying, yo, I got to keep doing it because he might do it with another girl. This chick is like, man, yeah, he blowing my back out. I'm freaking off, but like he don't bring me in public. I want to go in public. You know what I mean? Like all of these, it sounds like a nigga juggling a roster. Now, does he look like he was trying to lay the pimp hand down? Yeah. We don't agree with that. We don't like violence against women. He definitely beat the brakes and pulverized some of these women, and we think that completely foul. But a lot of women here, it sound like it's a nigga who was juggling a roster of women. And we also got to remember, I think Diddy like men, niggas, rappers. I think he got to, yo, I feel like, chat, you could name them in the chat. There's a few rappers today, like sipping their tea, like, you tell him, sis, I was going through the same thing. I always wanted to be like him. At least he got to be in the pool. I never got to be in the pool. He never told me I was scrambling. I know. You tell him, sis, I'm going through the same. I think Diddy had a roster of bitches and niggas. My opinion, I could be wrong. They were all jealous of each other. A bunch of side niggas and side bitches fighting over the Lubriderm, the Astroglide, and the motherfucking baby oil, chat. We got to call a spade a spade. All of these niggas wanted to be the main nigga. All of these bitches wanted to be the main. And even the ones that were like the main were jealous of the time he was spent with the other ones or the younger ones. Chat, keep it a beam, bro. I'm not even being funny. I know something. I ain't saying in comment. This is chat. Diddy had a whole thing. Diddy was on his Leonardo DiCaprio shit. Yo, Cassie, you getting old. I need a new 22-year-old. Let's swap him out. Y'all know which rapper he was partying with first, and then he swapped him out for a young tenderoni rapper that screamed like he in the passenger. Come on. Like, come on, chat. He was always swapping him out. We seen some of these things in yo. That one conversation, I was watching Drink Champs. I'm like, why does this look like a hey big head conversation? What the fuck? Yo, what the? In so many words, all I heard this nigga say was hey big head. I'm like, what the fuck? What is this nigga talking about right now, gang? What is this? Is somebody? Diddy had a roster of men and women. Both of them, I don't know what he did to them. They're all insecure. They all want to be number one. And they all, I don't know about the men, but they all wanted to have his kids. Maybe some of these niggas thought they could have kids. I don't know. But she wanted to have his kids. Cassie wanted to have his kids. And we got to figure out, Lori Harvey's the only one that kept it P. Lori Harvey moved on to her like fourth or fifth nigga. You know what Lori probably did? Listen, right now I'm ad-libbing, or I'm just riffing. So I'm going to just say allegedly. No lawsuits, let's get it. You see, these chicks, they know how to, let me tell you this. I think Young Miami and Lori Harvey knew how to play with a nigga like Diddy. These chicks, they were so docile. Diddy would come in here and be like, bitch, you fucked up my eggs. Slap. Right hook. I don't agree with these things. I'm just trying to tell you how he was coming. I don't think Young Miami was getting no right hook. I think Young Miami was knowing how to play it and treating him like a trick. And then I think Lori Harvey was like, oh, you think you could play with me, huh? You think you gonna play with me? I'm fucking your son. Over. It's over now. She done put a pussy on your son. All that shit, what you gonna do? Kill your son? She put a pussy on your son. You start playing with her, acting like she wanted to, like she a option, like, you know, he over here juggling a bunch of bitches. She said, all right, I'm gonna put the pussy on your son now. You know Diddy was going crazy. Come on now. Diddy fuck with the right one with Young Miami and Lori Harvey. Lori Harvey said enough is enough, fucked his son, dipped out. Young Miami, you could tell that Lori boisterous bitch, you can't like, shit, you might have to have a shootout with her, man. I don't know, like, it don't look like, her voice even annoying. She don't even sound docile. It sounds like you gonna be arguing with this bitch all day, man. Like this chick right here, when you raise your voice, he says, shut the fuck up. You don't hear, nigga, she tiptoed to the bathroom after that. Nigga, she even put her phone on silent. Nigga, she don't even want to hear, bling, she don't want none of that. She just, you could tell, Cassie, one of them chicks, you say, bitch, if I will slap the, nigga, trust. Young Miami, you gotta go get one of them ratchet bitches. You got to fight her, man, because this chick on some other shit, man. Like, chat, we men, we know who we could try. We know who we could try. By her voice, I could tell. Yo, you run shit with this chick right here. You run shit with her. You don't even ask her. You tell her. Yo, tonight we having a threesome. Matter of fact, I got 2 hoes in town, foursome. Let's get it. You tell her what's going on. With Young Miami's like, bitch, you got to take me shopping, period. Like, yeah, and that bitch, she can't, like, so much mouth. I'm like, oh, my God. Bitch, you better Rolls Royce me. Like, yeah, I could tell, like, little ratchet hole. I don't even know why I didn't even fuck with her. I'm like, chick like that, man, she just running through your credit cards. Nigga, you need a chick like this. She over here searching for loving babies. All you got to do is pop in Plan Bs and back to Planned Parenthood every 4 weeks. Sorry. Y'all niggas know what it is. Y'all know what it is, man. Y'all be acting like y'all don't know. Like, come on.
You know, like,
and what did you ever talk to Diddy about that?
Yeah.
And what did he say?
He don't care. I just had to play my position.
Hold on, I don't mean to laugh. But like, it just goes into, that's why I keep telling y'all, like, yeah, I think Diddy know who he could try.
What type of, did he ever talk to you about him and Cassie's relationship?
No, he always spoke highly of Cassie.
Did Cassie know about your pregnancies, do you think? No?
No one knew until now.
Okay. So.
Yo, the more and more this goes on, I see why Diddy wanted to get me knocked off over, when Diddy hit me up like I was fucking up his pimp game, like, shit, if I knew all this shit I knew now, nigga, I would apologize to that nigga and send her a side chick gift and send him just a player gift. You get what I'm saying?
The video is out. Everyone obviously knows while watching this interview that you did upload the videos out of spite to actually prove that you and Diddy had a relationship. So when you did come forward.
Hey, what videos did she upload? Gina. She uploaded some videos. Where's the videos? She was trying to show. Anyway, let's get back to some tweets real quick. We'll get back to this. Okay, so Kerry Morgan says she didn't talk to her. Remember, this is Cross. Agnophilia shows Kerry Morgan the photo, then asks, hey, do you know if Louise Hayes is a self-help author about self-affirmation? She says yes. Agnophilia says, why did you send him this with words of encouragement? By the way, Chad, I keep telling you, Diddy's team is stacked. They got some investigators. This is about like the fourth time they've brought something up that's not going to be in discovery. But they're asking a witness, which means a witness, like, for example, how the fuck did they know that CASSIE just got a $10 million agreed upon settlement by the Intercontinental? How did they know that? You know, that's investigators. That's people who is poking and prodding. And this is why I've always told y'all, you know, you'd also get an investigator, or, you know, when you got bread like that, you got to, they're coming with their info. You got to do research to get your info. We see little movements on these civil cases because he's putting all his resources, as you would imagine, to his criminal case. So now they're saying, yo, why did you send words of encouragement to the self-help author about self-affirmation? She said, I don't remember sending it. So, okay. Then it says, I want to show you a few more photos, but first, let's talk about the incident when he put his hands on your neck. Were you and Cassie using any drugs at the time? She says no. Agnophilia says, what did he say? Morgan said, it's Kerry Morgan, she said, he said, who is she cheating with? So it looked like he was asking, who the fuck is she cheating with? And she was pressuring the friend to say, who the fuck is she fucking? The friend wasn't saying nothing. He grabbed her by the neck, right? Interesting, chat. Interesting. What? What'd y'all say? Somebody said you extra funny today. Picasso Black, what up with you, bro? He's had to pass through real quick. Man, it ain't me funny. This shit is just hilarious. Like, again, we don't tolerate abuse or nothing like that, but some of this shit is just buffoonery. Some of this shit is clownery. You feel what I'm saying? He says, you went to urgent care, not the hospital, right? She says, right. Agnophilia says, but you don't remember telling the prosecutor it was bloody and you went to the hospital? She said, I don't remember that. Agnophilia says, let's look at this. And this is, again, the material from her pretrial interview. So, again, they're using the same strategy. Your memory is hazy. You don't remember everything. You said one thing in pretrial interview, and now you're saying something different. Something's up. Now, I keep telling y'all, I think this is a good strategy. You're proving that these people's words are unreliable or they could misremember. You shouldn't take everything they say at face value. You should take it probably with a grain of salt. However, in putting together this narrative, if 1,400 people say that a nigga is a thief, even if they're describing how someone stole some shit and everybody has one point of the situation incorrect or off, you're still going to be like, where there's smoke, there's fire. All these motherfuckers can't be lying. That's a thief. So they're going to have to nullify the fact that the prosecutors are bringing up a lot of the same people to say a lot of the same things. Okay. By the way, it's 2:30. They're probably going to go on break, a short break soon. But yeah, let's get back to this interview.
There was actually receipts. How did Diddy react to you uploading the videos, being that you guys weren't on speaking terms? And he's always kept you out of the public.
I didn't speak to him that day because I guess he had surgery that morning. And then when he woke up from his surgery, he was like, what's going on?
What surgery?
Oh, he had a soldier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was like, I only know this from his son, because he called me, like, or whatever. but I guess he was like, what's going on? Like, I just woke up. I didn't do anything. And he never does anything.
Okay. Now, you said there was a text message that you received from him.
Oh, yeah. So I hit him the next day, though, and I said, hey, I just want to let you know that E! News reached out to me. And that's all I said. And he responded and said, TMZ is working on a story with you and Tristan Thompson, and I never even met Tristan in my life.
Wait. I want you to be clear with that. Wait a minute. So he responded.
He responded and said, TMZ is working on a story with you and Tristan Thompson, LOL.
Harvey. Put that camera on me. Harvey, so you've never met Tristan?
I've never met Tristan.
Okay. And Harvey was going to put together a story for Diddy to make it seem like you guys were no longer together because you were obviously messing with Tristan. So he was going to create a scandal, is what you're saying?
I guess.
Yo, Diddy's powerful. So look like, number one, Cassie's applying pressure like, yo, you're dating this bitch? He don't want to lose Cassie. Cassie is the freak-off champion of the world. And, you know, Cassie's really jealous of this woman. She's younger. She probably complains a little bit less. And this woman is jealous of Cassie because she's like, yo, Cassie gets to go to red carpets with you. Cassie gets to be seen with you. I'm just sneaking in and out of hotels getting my back blown out. You feel what I'm saying? So they both jealous of each other. She gets tired, drops some pictures. Because, like, I hate one of them chicks that be like, I don't want to be a secret. I don't want to be a secret. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? So she drops some pictures to let everybody know. Diddy my man too. Okay? That's what she dropped the picture to say. Diddy my man too. Right? Diddy basically would probably showed up and said, bitch, I'm about to slap the taste out of your mouth if you don't help me fix this. Number one, it's going to help him get Cassie back because Cassie's done with him. And it's going to get this idea that Diddy's getting exposed and probably fucking up his other situations. He's like, yo, I'm going to still fuck with you. You still my bitch. But remember, you're my hidden bitch. When I'm done with that bitch, you'll get promoted to up here. Yeah, Diddy was just rocking with a roster. Chat, everybody knows this. Any nigga who ever juggled a roster, yo, you ain't shit. That's how a nigga got a roster ain't shit. We got 5 hoes. When wifey leave, the second in command is that side chick that's the bottom bitch that done lied to wifey about you fucking her. Now it's her time to, you know, she get a little training camp, a little tryout to be wifey. And if she ain't she fuck with other niggas, she could never be wifey. If she fuck with other niggas, never get elevated to wifey. But if she kept it loyal as her side chick while you have a main chick, she get the job, starting quarterback. She's a new wifey. And then everybody moves up. The bitch you used to see once every 2 weeks, now you see her once a week. You feel what I'm saying? Like everybody, okay, you never used to get gifts. Now, yo, you move the roster up. Whoever leave, you know what they say, one monkey don't stop a show. And one thought don't stop this rotation. That's a fact. So to keep it real, I'm pretty sure you was selling her on the dream. You're 24 right now, shorty, okay? You're going to be fine. Cassie pushing 30. I'm low-key done with her. She fucking with Michael B. Jordan. But my public image matters. And right now I can't pop out with you and you just did some dumb shit. You're fucking it up. I need you to get this back on track. I'm going to have TMZ put a fake-ass story. You're fucking Tristan Thompson. Bitch, you better not fuck Tristan Thompson. I'll fuck you up. But that's what we going with. Jack, come on. We all know what's up. Nigga balancing a roster. Niggas use... Somebody said that's fantasy? Y'all wildin'. Yo, if you juggle the roster and it don't... Bro, like, niggas ain't shit, bro. Like, I would say 80% of niggas in here got a roster of at least 2. That's a roster too. That's a roster. Really should be 3. Like you gotta have more than 3. 3 is a roster. When you juggle the roster, if one fuck up, you look to the other. It's like you Bill Belichick. All right, bet. All right, well, let's not say Bill Belichick. He going through some shit. It's like you an NFL coach. All right, bet. This thing just called an ACL injury. All right, throw the other person in. I bet this other person, now they get more reps in practice. That's how it goes.
How'd that make you feel when you heard that?
Yo, niggas in here typing like they girl watching. Niggas, I never had a roster. Nigga, you sound mad like pandering. Nigga, even if you lame, you could have a roster, bro. Like, bro, yo, even women, well, women always got rosters. But women brag about their roster now. Like, you know what I mean? They'll be like, yeah, that's the nigga who pay my bills. That's the nigga that give me dick. That's the nigga who he be bringing me on trips. That's my club pro. Yo, a chick always got, or maybe the bitches I be dealing with, a bitch always got a club promoter or a photographer in her roster. And it's use purposes. Bitch want to be in a section or she love taking pictures. I'm telling you, bro. That's why you can't have your girl be friends with none of them niggas. Club promoter out. Photographer out. Trust me. You're like, how does bitch always got some professional pictures? Like, bitch start telling you she a model. You like, model for who? You ain't Vogue. The fuck is you talking about? She at the club. She was in the section. Oh, I know the promoter. I could get up in here. Now it's lit. You driving past me like, oh damn, it's too packed in there. Like, we gotta go to another club because look at that line. Oh no, I know the promoter. I'll just tell him to come outside. We could go. Matter of fact, we get a set. How? You not with her. She out with her friends. She in the same club. What the fuck? Damn, how you up in there? Oh yeah, no, we just got a section. How you got a section? Wait, which nigga y'all with that pay for the section? Oh no, there ain't no men, it's just me and the girls. It's the promoter nigga, she done fucking and sucking. He gave her a free section. He gave her his section, the promoter section. Chat, half of these jokes, the other half might be trauma. I don't know. I speak from experience. No, I'm playing.
I mean, they always using Tristan Thompson for something. I really believe they use Tristan Thompson to get Jordan Woods out of that Kardashian clan. Like, if you ask me.
Oh, if she know the DJ, that's bad. Her fucking stories, you see the DJ table, you like, bitch, are you scratching? Is this bitch scratching? What the fuck? You see the play button. You see the Serato. If you see the Serato in her story, you're cooked. How the fuck? The bitch is she DJing? Now, you know he's putting a different type of cock in her stomach. If when you watching her story, the DJ let her play the button while he switched to the next song, he's giving her a different type of dick. Trust. That's fact, chat. Y'all know I ain't lying.
They plotted that. You know what I'm saying? It was just way too close to home. Like, you know.
Let me get back to the tweets. This ain't comedy hour. You're right. Whoever said that, Mike, that dude, shout out to my man on Kick, man. He said, that's that promo box. Yeah, you're right. Okay, here they go. There you go. Because let me tell you this. The promoter that's fucking the chick always tell the chick he fucking, bring some girls, bring your friends. Because that's how promoters do. Like, we got to get bitches in the spot and niggas follow. Niggas buy sections. But they assign the promoter like a section or two that they could be in. Maybe it's just Miami. I don't know. All right. Let's keep it going, people. Let's keep it going. Chat, we are 6 hours in. The coffee stopped running through my stomach. I was feeling like I had the bubble guts for a little bit. I was thinking, I'm like, how am I going to do this? But it's chilled. It's chilled right now. Cool. So Carrie Morgan says, I see that. I said that. So she's basically looking at an interview that she did with the government to say that she has said that she went to the hospital. Okay? So she's admitting, yeah, I see I said that. And now we saw, not cross-examine, that's redirect. Okay. So then cross-examination ends because Mark Agnafilio says, we rest. And AUSA Foster comes back around on redirect. She says, do you remember Mark Agnafilio asking you about an incident in LA? And Agnafilio said, objection. The judge says, overruled. Again, the reality of they're going to object when you asked or you refer to someone else's testimony, or even if your own testimony, but just refer to even the prosecutor, or not prosecutor, but the defense in this situation. So you just got to present the question in a different way, right? And it says, do you remember when the story about you being in LA and Diddy hit her, like in Jamaica? And they were arguing about jealousy. What happened in Jamaica? She says he dragged Cassie by her hair down a 50-yard hallway. Holy shit. That's why I know Diddy couldn't be with no Young Miami. Man, you gonna drag her by her fucking weave or extension, whatever the fuck she got on, the glued on shit. Nigga, Tay gonna come beat your ass. That's what, and that's the nigga who they use the gay dude who do all them chicks hair. Tay, or is it Jonathan nigga hairstylist too, or am I tripping? Yeah, Jonathan or whatever. Tay or Jonathan gonna come beat your ass, Diddy. So he gotta do that type of shit to Cassie. Them non-black ambiguous women. AUSA says, was he talking about jealousy? Kerry says no. He says she spent too long in the bathroom. Now, this is actually a good point that the the prosecutor is going to harp on. It wasn't just toxic relationship shit. It was control shit. Now, control shit, even if it's within the context of a toxic relationship, could then be extrapolated to control over her life, control over this. And if it's established that all Diddy wanted from this woman was sex, it becomes, okay, these acts already seemingly as commercial sex acts because you're bringing in sex workers. Now, it seems like you're doing all this violence and everything else, moving her from state to state for the purpose of sexual pleasure. So that would kind of look like sex trafficking. Now, this is why, remember the defense when asking Cassie questions directly? They asked Cassie, they were like, what were the questions they asked? They asked Cassie, oh, did he love you? Did he do this? They were trying to establish that you guys just had a relationship, right? Like, the government is trying to make your relationship look like sex trafficking. But no, you guys had a relationship. You cooked for him. Y'all went out on dates. He told you how much he loved you. He, whatever. It just happened to be violent and toxic and a lot of cheating, right? So AUSA says nothing further. They says, is there a recross? They says now. Or maybe it's no. So there was no recross to that. Next witness is David James. Remember, this is a former assistant of Combs, and AUSA says, why are you here? James says, I've been subpoenaed. And so, were you Combs' personal assistant? They said, yes, from 2007 to 2009. Keep in mind, 2007 is when Cassie and Diddy locked in. AUSA says, who is this in a photo? David James says, that is David James. AUSA says, that's yourself, correct? And the person says, yes. Okay. Waiting for another tweet.
It was like I felt, it wasn't like nothing new to me because it's like now that I know Puff, I was like, he would do some shit like that to me because he's done so many fucked up things to me. But it's just like I posted a video of us loving each other. You know, it's not like I didn't say anything. I just posted videos and pictures of us loving each other. Nothing else.
And why do you think?
Shorty, you're the side chick. Like, bruv, you get love in private. Yo, these chicks are like thoroughly confused. Bruv, I have my main girl that I'm a famous mogul. For better or for worse, they're associating me with Cassie. You're getting dick, and yes, I love you. I probably tell you I love you, but this is private, okay? We could send videos and pictures to each other. Like, you could show your friends. Maybe, like, don't even post it on your Finsta, bro. Like, yo, you're embarrassing me now. Like, what's up? Like, you're the side ting. Stop it. Talking about I only posted videos of us loving each other. Yeah, this is a secret.
Anything. I just posted videos and pictures of us loving each other. Nothing else.
Yeah, you just snitched on me. That's what you see, all that posted was me showing you love and told on me. That's what you did. Fucking told on me.
Because it's like now that I know Puff, I was like, he would do some shit like that to me because he's done so many fucked up things to me. But it's just like I posted a video of us loving each other. You know, it's not like I didn't say anything. I just posted videos and pictures of us loving each other. Nothing else.
And
I don't know. I don't even know if it feel like Diddy wasn't even trying to give game like that or like spit game. I feel like these chicks are like willfully ignorant. Yo, how could you think Diddy's your man or he would want to stand by you posting pictures of him when in the media it's flooded with him and a different woman? And why do you think that Diddy wouldn't post the pictures himself if he wanted that to be known? Just play your role.
Why do you think he, I guess, seems like he was trying to fix it? Why do you think he was trying to fix it? Like, I guess this, I guess the publicity that was surrounding the videos and pictures that you uploaded. Why would he say to you that TMZ is trying to fix, like, I guess is working on a story?
Hey, okay, I seen some people shout out to people in the Kick Chat, man. Y'all really going crazy. Do I have the King Academic chat open too? Shout out to my peeps over there. All right. Do y'all want me to do the side topic real quick? We're waiting for more tweets. We're not fully there yet. So we're going to let a few tweets kind of back up. Remember, we're done with Kerry Morgan. That's the best friend. Now this is Combs' former personal assistant between 2007 and 2009. That's David James. It's probably going to take like 5 to 10 minutes for us to get like a good amount of tweets to read consistently and understand what's going on. I could do a real quick topic. I've seen some people mention it. They mentioned it on Kick just now. What is it? It's the Antonio Brown thing, right? So if you guys don't know, Antonio Brown was involved in a shooting at Aiden Ross's event after initial reports were allegations that someone tried to take his chain, but he wasn't going. The video was this. Apparently, a guy he got into it with, then he started getting jumped. Then somehow he grabbed a gun. He ran after the guys and then later busted a couple shots. And then he was taken in custody. Some people thought he was arrested. He wasn't arrested. He was taken in custody. I'll let the video play and then give some commentary. By the way, I seen a nigga who picked up the pinky ring. That's crazy. Okay, Antonio Brown later runs down here and then shots are free. You look at my boy Dean the Great, man, just macking over here, not giving a fuck. He's just trying to bag some tings. You get what I'm saying? Ain't nothing worse than when you're trying to bag a ting. And then, of course, niggas start firing shots, bro. Look, you trying to tap it. Yo, shorty, tap in with the DMs real quick. Like, yo, what we doing tonight? Look at Lil Pump with a chair. This nigga think it's WrestleMania. Crazy. Look at this little BBL bandit right here. Okay. Nah, Lil Pump, that nigga was out. Okay. All right, anyway, he was taken into custody.
Hey, don't let no one else in the gate. Hey.
You got shot? Okay. He was later then released. Same night.
You good, my boy? That is insane. He's back.
Okay. Come to find out, he was detained, not arrested. He even came back on stream.
You can't take him down! You can't take down AB! I smile.
Yo, imagine, the way AB ran at that nigga with that gun, the first thing that came to mind, I'm like, yo, there's a team in the NFL that still needs this nigga. Like, this nigga, yo, he went from catching bullets, pause, like in the sense of passes, to running niggas down, and I heard it was like a 3.540, and busting bullets. He was sending them shots. Got released the same night. Oh, shades of
You can't take down AB.
I'm scared for you, brother.
God is great.
God is great. Alhamdulillah.
I ain't gonna lie, you look like a badass though. You know I get it cracking.
Told you get it cracking. If I took my shirt off on the field and walked off, you think I'm gonna let a nigga take a chain off my neck without me shooting him?
Liberty City came out today.
They get the chain.
Yeah, he from Liberty City. Apparently that's like a very rough area.
Nah,
They try to take your shit? What the fuck? They actually try to take your
bro.
shit?
Yeah, he already knew what it was, but
That's crazy.
thank God, bro. The right calls are made. All y'all gotta know, man. This man is the. Yeah, he's him. Oh God, he got aura. AB.
You think you got aura?
AB. They want to know if you want to do a quick story time on you though.
Hell no. Fuck no. What the hell? My lawyer gonna talk. Anyway, so it was later than told or announced that he was Antonio Brown. He was not arrested. He was detained, and there's gonna be a pending an investigation about what the hell happened. So he might get arrested at some point. But he was briefly detained. Apparently, he told the police, yo, check this out. These guys were trying to attack me. I believe they had a weapon or something of the sort, and they were trying to take my chain. And, yes, I, grabbed my gun and whatever the case is, right? The Miami police wrote in a confirmed statement that officers responded to the area about 3 a.m. After receiving an alert from the gunshot detection system, ShotSpotter. What the hell? There's something called ShotSpotter? Ooh, I can't wait for the first rapper to make a song about that. ShotSpotter. What the fuck? There's gunshot detection shit? Oh, that's fire. They gotta put that in the hood. Officer Chiara Delva, a department spokesperson, said police questioned several people but made no arrests. No injuries were reported at the scene, and I think that's why no one got arrested. There's no one that got shot. The investigation continues, and they said they couldn't confirm the names of anyone involved. Now, I seen this video, which I don't know how, Myron is from Florida. Myron made a video saying AB's cooked, and he believes he's going to be charged, and this is why he said, and he's going to make some valid points here. But the point he's making is that apparently the investigation already is advanced enough where it's kind of known that the guys who try to rob or listen to the story.
Watches and all this other stuff. And, I think there was a dispute. Oh, you guys know, AB, a.k.a. former NFL player, he basically got into an altercation at a boxing event, the Brand Risk boxing event. What ended up happening was he saw a guy that he had beef with. There was a dispute over some money and a chain in Dubai, and these guys have had bad blood with each other. He sued him. I think he got, awarded in a lawsuit. So AB owes a lot of people money, okay? Not just this guy. I know he has some other dealings in Miami where he owes people money for chains and watches and all this other stuff. And, I think it's, starting to catch up to him here, right? So he's had some financial problems. I think he's filed for bankruptcy. But, things have gotten worse because basically what went down, guys, is he goes to the boxing event, sees this individual that he dislikes, that they had some kind of issue in Dubai over some jewelry, which Poetic Flacco goes into more.
Now we didn't know about that. And it looked like he's sourcing his info from Flacco. So apparently AB, who some people have accused of certain shady behavior, like, for example, a guy claimed that he sold him a fake watch or whatever the case is, or he took a watch from him and failed to pay it. Like, they've been accusing AB of a lot of, like, Sean Kingston. That's shit. I ain't gonna cap with you.
Detail on this, if you guys want, feel free to go check out his video. Gives a real good video, a little bit more on the backing of that. But I'm going to talk more about the law enforcement side and the legal stuff. But anyway, they see each other and they get into an altercation. And basically, in the video, you can see it yourself. AB pulls out a gun and chases after the guy and fires shots, okay? Multiple witnesses have said that it was AB shooting the guns. There were kids there selling candy. For those that have never been to a Brand Risk boxing event, there's a lot of kids that stand outside the boxing event, hoping to catch an influencer that they like or whatever, and, sell candy. They, a lot of them are athletes trying to raise money for their sports team or just make some money on the side. And AB runs out there as the kids are there, and there's like, commotion.
and he runs after the guy and he fires off a couple shots. You can hear some shots in the background. You can see him pull out the gun, and it just makes sense that he probably was the one that fired the shots, because shortly after he pulled out the gun and ran towards the individual, you hear shots fired. Now, he told the police that, and everybody else, that this individual tried to jump him and take his chain. But new information has come out basically that kind of obliterates that narrative. Now,
again, and I hate to pause him, but that is very important. Again, because what I'm citing when I think he'll be fine, to a certain extent, but when I say stand your ground, it needs to be a robbery, right? If someone try to rob you and they try to rob you with a weapon, or you have to believe they have a weapon, right? You could stand your ground. If someone attacks you, and it doesn't necessarily have to be with a weapon, it has to be with at least, force that made you fear for your life, you could protect yourself with lethal force, which is what firing a gun is. Now, granted, no one got shot here, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. It's going to be easier for him that he could plead self-defense. And, oftentimes, many charges are avoided or jail time is avoided because niggas don't know how to shoot. If AB had went out there and spliffed that nigga, gunshot through the head, AB's probably in jail. He might beat the case or he might get released later, but he's definitely getting jailed, right? Similarly, if he goes out there, he fires 3 shots, one of them kids selling candy gets shot, you know it's going to be hell, right?
at the scene, he was not arrested. He was detained and released. Now, I don't know if they have the gun or if they don't. I'm going to assume that they probably don't have the gun, but there was a very tense situation. Him and this individual were even fighting over the gun at one point when they were out there in the street after AB had fired the shots. So AB gets released and he's out free right now. Now, this is what I think is going to happen. Over the next few weeks, detectives are going to conduct an investigation. They're going to interview the individual that basically got shot at. He's going to provide them a statement and say, no, I didn't try to, steal his chain or anything else like that. He chased after me and tried to shoot me. And the problem, with this is that AB was the aggressor, guys. Anytime you close the distance on someone and you chase...
That, I would love to hear... I would love to hear Bradford Cohen's statement on that. Bradford Cohen, I know sometimes I might think I'm dick riding him. Not only a great attorney, but he works out of Florida. So this is a Florida incident. He would be a good lawyer for AB to get. And matter of fact, I'm gonna ask him now. Maybe he is the lawyer. A lot of people get Bradford Cohen as their attorney. Let me see. All right, I did ask him. He usually answers to me pretty quickly. Anyway, all right. Myers, former law enforcement. He never worked for Florida, and he was feds, but he's still former law enforcement.
After them, you're basically not going to be able to have a stand your ground or self-defense because you're the one closing the distance. And in this case, the threat was gone. They got in this altercation. The guy was already outside the gate, and AB chased after him with the gun in hand.
Now, this is very interesting. So, I know people kind of, when we think of stand your ground, we think about, Trayvon Martin? Now, it wasn't illegal for George Zimmerman to, some people call it stalking, but George Zimmerman followed him, right? Some people feel like because George Zimmerman got off and he followed him, stand your ground means you could follow or you could pursue anybody in any situation. Stand your ground just means whatever you're doing, you don't have to retreat. Now, with Trayvon Martin, that turned into a fight after Trayvon was like, nigga, why the fuck is you following me? The fight is what supposedly in the eyes of the law, justified George Zimmerman to use deadly force. Because during the fight, it felt like, number one, he claimed he was attacked. Remember, dead man tell no tales, so we can't tell. He claimed it was attack, and during the fight, he started getting unconscious. That's what he claims. Again, dead man tells no tales. So he pulled his gun out and used it, and in that regard, the prosecutor who was trying to put him in jail was like, you had an opportunity to get out of there, but in stand your ground, if someone's attacking you, you don't have to run. You could fight back. And if fighting back then results in you killing them, that person dead. That's just what it is, and you go home. So this is a little bit different, and I'm starting to realize, like, the understanding of stand your ground might be a little bit different. This might not fit directly under it, but potentially, it could be seen, and I'm pretty sure a lawyer is going to prepare his side to say, no, the niggas was trying to take his chain. He lost his pinky ring, which he did lose. Someone actually found it. It was like, yo, we're trying to give it back to you type shit. And maybe he thought they took his jewelry and he pursued them. And remember, it's all about what you know at the time. He pursued them because he thought they took his jewelry. So it's one big act, not him just running down after a fight. That might be another thing, which obviously a defense attorney would be able to argue. Anyway, if that's it, I'm going to get back to the tweets in a second. Remember, David James is on the stand in a Diddy trial. That's a former personal assistant. We kind of like went sidebar a quick second that we could build up a few tweets that we could read consistently. Let me see what else he says.
He tried to shoot. So there's no way that he's not going to get arrested within the next month for this. Completely erratic. I'm shocked that he even tried something so audacious. But yeah, man, I mean, I'll be honest with you, man, he's cooked. And look, we had him on the show before. Keep it real with you guys. I didn't really want him as a guest. You guys know how I feel about certain individuals coming on the show, especially individuals that, aren't necessarily the most articulate or most intelligent individuals that can't contribute. Fresh made that magic happen. And, Fresh is a good networker because obviously AB is a very famous guy, very influential, very relevant. So, as far as like having him as a guest on the show, hey, it is what it is. But, the things I've seen him do off, social media, especially after we've interviewed him, is actually pretty wild. Between him, having disputes with people, scamming people. There's, a lot of rumors out there of him scamming people in Miami.
We will see. Let me get the update on the first half of the trial.
I am live at the courthouse of the Diddy trial on day 6. And this morning we saw the completion of the testimony of Dawn Richard, an employee of Diddy, who is a musician who worked with him between the years 2004 and 2011. Now, she told over several incidents where she bore witness to Diddy being physically abusive to Cassie Ventura.
Oh, by the way, guess who's back? We're not back, but guess who's there? Guess who's at the Diddy trial today, y'all? Everybody making their cameos. I would imagine to see Jaguar Wright next.
Gee, if you've seen all of that and was at puppy parties,
Don't play with me, boy.
And you the same size as Uncle Phil, and you the same size as Professor Ogilvy, and you the same size as Lucy.
Why he roasted like this? Why this nigga roasting Gene Deal like this? He said you the same size as Uncle Phil and Professor Ogilvy. Yo, who's old enough in here to remember who Professor Ogilvy is? Oh, shit. Ogilvy. This is hilarious. Why niggas try to play with Professor Ogilvy like this, bro? Watch this.
Gee, if you've seen all of that and was at puppy parties,
Don't play with me, boy.
And you the same size as Uncle Phil, and you the same size as Professor Ogilvy, and you the same size as Lucien Griez, Clive Davis.
How you doing? Okay.
Why you want us to believe that you weren't at them parties participating in that behavior, Gene? We heard everything you got to say on the line, Gene. Gene, are you a victim of Diddy?
on there. Yo, chat. You know what I've been told? And Myron told me this too. Chat. I hear this heavy trolling going on up in here. I don't know if you think they're gonna troll me if I pull up. I don't think they're gonna troll me. Everybody love Big Act. They love Big Act.
Y'all give him some space, y'all. Hold up.
Okay, hold on. I just want to stop.
Wait.
Are you testifying today?
Not at all.
You are. So why are you here? Tell
All right, give him some
'Cause
space,
you were the
y'all.
original
Give him
person
some
that
space.
told us about Diddy for
Please
years.
give him some
I was
space.
never scared. And he never sued too. So tell us, why are you here then?
All right, watch our backs, y'all. Watch our backs.
I ain't gonna lie, Gene looked like he was trying to bring Shorty to the Diddy party. What? Gene, I'm not mad at you, bro. You know Gene and Wack is beefing? I went to Gene's Instagram. Y'all went to Gene's Instagram? Y'all went to Gene's Instagram? Gene Deal. Why go on Gene's Instagram and look, this nigga got a picture of Wack on a bed, bro. Like, this picture right here. I can't even show the whole thing type shit. Like, this nigga got Wack on the bed just laying down on Clubhouse. Man, y'all leave Wack alone, man. Wack a G. Wack a gangster, nigga.
This is Diddy's former bodyguard. We gotta proceed with caution. He will body slam my ass. But I'm gonna say, can we get a screw?
I was just watching you last night. That's crazy. I just saw your
Hey,
video.
sir. Good morning. How are you? Happy Monday. Can we get a scoop on anything new?
So what brings you in today?
Anything that used to happen that you might have seen?
Wow.
That you just willing to say? Okay. We got a reaction. That's cool. I can deal with that.
Diva.
This is Diddy's.
Okay. So Gene Deal is there. Let's see. Gene Deal. Let's see. Oh, okay.
Gene, are you testifying today?
Not at all.
You aren't. So why are you here? Tell us.
Is that the person y'all said be talking shit about me? This person? Okay, all right. You got the shit. This nigga started roasted. Ain't you built like Uncle Phil?
Size is Uncle Phil, and you the same size as Professor Ogilvy, and you the same size as Lucien Griez, Clive Davis.
How you doing? Okay.
Why you want us to believe that you weren't at them parties participating in that behavior, Gene? We heard everything you got to say on the line, Gene. Gene, are you a victim of Diddy?
Y'all give him some space, y'all. Hold up.
Okay, hold on. I just want to stop.
All right, man. All right, man. Okay. All righty then.
What, you live?
Yeah, I'm live. Because we getting ready to go into court. It's over.
What's over?
No, I'm just saying, it's over. I just wanted to get a little something before we went into the courthouse. That's it. You go live. You live? All right.
Does Gene Deal got a channel? Gene Deal YouTube channel. Does he have a YouTube channel? The Gene Deal Show. Oh, he did.
Come on, bro. Come on.
On the ground.
I'm calling it. All of them hoes.
Shouting, go, Gene, go.
It's real.
Huh?
Hey, y'all come on in here. Let me see if I get a few people in. $250 ticket down here just to come to this court shit. It was well worthwhile seeing that nigga have to face some of the shit that he got to face. And that's real talk. You understand what I'm saying? What's good? How everybody doing out there? I was on live with my man Paperwork early, and then I had to go into the court. So when I went into the courtroom, I had to put my phones up and shit like that. Now, I want y'all to know, I seen Dawn testimony and her best friend, Karen, her testimony. And
hold on, we'll get back to this. TMZ just published the pictures of Cassie's injuries. And Diddy's federal sex trafficking trial is chugging along, and Cassie took the stand last week for 4 days of intense testimony, where she told the jury Diddy physically abused her during a relationship. Photos of the injuries Cassie says she sustained at the hands of Diddy has now entered as exhibits in the case. By the way, these are already put in court. Now, you know, they're proven for the press and for them to be entered in the docket that people could actually see. So we've collected some of the most compelling photos for y'all to see, and this is when she was hiding the fact that she had supposedly her eye was swollen up. Wow, she did have a fat lip. Jesus Christ. Whoa. On one image, Cassie snapped a selfie of her swollen, busted lip, and she's wearing a hoodie, hiding her eyes behind a big pair of sunglasses. Here's another one, and I guess this shows the kind of swelling and bruising. And it says, click here to see the injury. This is the government exhibit. Wow, that's a gash. Jesus Christ. They said this is when Diddy threw something at her. What did Diddy throw at her to make this cut? Wow. Another photo showed a deep gash over Cassie's left eyebrow. By the way, she claims that this deep cut still exists now. There's a bit of blood and open flesh and appears to be some swelling and bruising too. Same injury appears to be shown in separate photos later on because it appeared to be healing, so it was healing at this point. Though there's still a decent wound on her left brow. Wow. Cassie's seen the fourth photo with her back turned, and she has a shirt off, and there appears to be a dark bruise on her left butt cheek, some more bruising on her left shoulder blade. Okay. In addition, Cassie testified about Diddy abusing her. We've also heard testimony from Danny Kane's singer Dawn Richard and Cassie, former friend. Okay, all right. So,
Okay. Diddy asked for a break, and the judge told him that shit was crazy. The judge told him, said, well, we're going to break at 12. He said, well, I want to break now. A couple of minutes. And the judge let him break. I was like, damn, is he running the courtroom now? This shit was crazy. It was real crazy. I said, is he running the courtroom? So now.
You know what's kind of sad? They're looking and not treating. They're looking at Diddy like he's a farm animal. Like niggas is just showing up to be like, yo, let me see this nigga before he goes out and slaughter. Right? Like everybody's just showing up just to look at Diddy and be like, oh, he over there.
I had to wear my Ferg 54 shirt down here. You know what I'm saying? Had to run my Ferg 54 shirt down here. So now,
Imagine
Dawn,
this. Thank you for the gifted sub. And also
the
Heater on deck.
prosecution did a great job with her, but the defense lit her up. It seemed like she was only doing this for compensation. She had talked to the federal government a couple of times, and she never said none of the stuff that she said until.
Wow. So we're getting consistent reports. Dawn Richard took a L. I think Cassie's testimony is mixed. I still think Diddy did what his team, his lawyers, Estavio, I think she did what she needed to do. But a lot of people are coming back now and saying Dawn Richard or Dawn Richard, she looked like she's just out there for the money. Now, granted, she's not a victim, so to speak, in necessarily the sex trafficking stuff, even though she claims that she was, part of some compensation. I don't know if she's claiming forced labor, but they're saying that she don't seem too believable, or it kind of struck on the jury and people that were watching like, I don't know.
After Cassie tried to say that she continued to have a working relationship with Diddy, but then she said that she was scared, and she was scared for her life, but she continued to have a working relationship with him. I met Tupac several times, man. We're not talking about that, though. I already seen Tiss. She ran up on me. All right, so you know we're doing. Nah, they don't want me to testify. I'm not testifying today. If I testify, he's gonna be buried just on the shit he said about Dawn them. He actually, and I heard him, and I was law enforcement at the time. He said I'ma drug them and pimp them out.
Oh shit! God damn. By the way, Grand Heights, thank you for the 10. It says, yo, they got them all over the hood. There's white boxes on the street lamps. They try. Oh, okay. You're talking about the little things that the gunshot detectors. They triangulate the sounds and create a point where the shooting is taking place. Wow. I wonder if they ever get false positive. Daddy Logic says, man, Diddy was hanging with Saucy Santana, your arch nemesis. Shit, maybe use Young Miami to get closer to. Never know. Issy Wells say, yo, Ak, I specialize in photography, videography, graphic design, and social media management. I was wondering, do you possibly have any job openings, man? Send an email, bro. PT Bullet Boy Gaming says, yo, bro, call Dr. Umar, man. Ak won't leave white bees alone. Who? Me? Stop it. Low Life Braid says, I like to know skincare Charlamagne better. We talked about this already. This is from when we were talking about the Charlamagne stuff. Westside Wolf says, Charlotte asked Diddy, was he gay during the Breakfast Club? He did. Diddy never really answered it directly. He just kind of skirted around it. Sincerely Yours says, Act, look up Ray Daniels. He says it's Keisha's fault and makes a lot of sense. What, Keisha's fault? What are you talking about? Sylvia Robinson, thank you for the 2. He says, how could you be scared and cheating with the other guy? That's a good point. You're saying that if Cassie was so scared of Diddy, why was she cheating? Knowing that if she was cheating, she was going to get her ass beat even more. Grand Heights reminded me that was Young Jock interview on Vlad where he said that Diddy saw in the club a hairstyle and told Cassie to adopt it. Yo, Real, thank you for the 2. It says Diddy was getting that Ellen Dick Henneris. Okay. Legendary says we played it. Thank you, Legendary, for the 5. Jay Weather says, Act, look up Diddy's reaction on Jimmy Kimmel when they asked about Gene Deal comment on The Bodyguard and look how serious his face got. Yeah, I remember that. I'll play it in a little bit if I got time. ED7 King says, Act, he's already talking about the West jumping Joey? No, we didn't yet. Bro, isn't Joey Badass trying to... Y'all got to tell me. Y'all got to put me on game. We'll try to get on it together. Pause. Ain't he trying to battle with Kendrick? Yeah, Kendrick needs to respond, okay? Boosie hosts topless parties. She's just yapping. Does Boosie still do that topless party? Missy, thank you for the 10. It says, regarding the Diddy cheesecake incident, allegedly the cheesecake was for Beyonce. Yeah, I heard that too. She was craving it when she was visiting the studio. Love you, Ack. Well, here's the thing, though. That cheesecake's going to be, half melted, kind of, soggy and, fucking humid as fuck after you get them to do that. So would you give that to Beyonce? So I know the idea was for Beyonce, but I got to imagine he probably sent a vehicle to go get that for Beyonce and probably sent them niggas just to give them busy work. Dreamlit Beast, thank you for the 10. It says, happy belated Act. Appreciate you. King Buck 360, thank you for the gifted subs. Grand Heights, we did play Nate the Lawyer. Andrew says, they all act like they F with you, but not one celebrity posts you on your birthday. Act F the industry. I know you feel like Drake right now. Now, a couple of them did hit me privately. A bunch of them did hit me privately. I'm not even going to lie to you. A bunch of them definitely did hit me privately. I haven't even gotten back to everybody. Oh, shit. Yeah, Rollo hit me. It's most of the no disrespect, the lesser unknown ones. Kwani hit me. Not much of the bigger rappers, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I never posted about my birthday on my main page. The only person posted about it on my personal. I'm pretty sure if I had made a main page post, maybe it would have gotten if my intent was to get celebrities or rappers to just say congratulations or not congratulations, happy birthday. So I don't hold it over a lot of people, but I get what you're saying. King Kivo Cato says, Act getting skitty. Put me on with a diet. Man, stop drinking and eating after a certain time. Or just take the Ozempic. You feel me? Yeah, my boy told me he's on Ozempic the other day. He's like, man, it's like that shit been working. I've been fucking more bitches. I was like, oh shit. Manga. Thank you. I don't know if you're a guy or a girl. I'm guessing you're a girl. Thank you for the hearts. And Gregory Richards says, work. Mike Jones says there's a video on Money Buys Happiness with a girl that went to Diddy freak-offs. I wish Ak would watch. She talks about going into the clubs and shit and getting into people's parties. Mike Jones, I seen you comment on J-Dub's thing and said also why was 50 Cent's ex mentioned in the early docs? What was her involvement? Well, they dated. They definitely dated. Or obviously Diddy wasn't dating one woman, but they were involved. Was she involved in freak-offs? I don't know. For some reason, it's kind of I kind of feel like she would not be involved in freak-offs, and just because of this one thing. Because if Diddy did want to keep a secret that much, you have to imagine anything you do around or say to his baby moms, if she ever becomes cool with the nigga, she's liable to go tell him, and he's liable to say whatever. You say you seen Muscle Definition? Bro, I'm telling you, yo, listen, I'm actually doing... Remember that leak I told you? I got to do some drywall shit. I've been like, not really working out, but just like lifting a lot of shit, so... Feels like I'm working out. I don't know. All right. Let's listen to Gina a little bit more, then we'll get back to the tweets. Let's cue up some tweets. But let's listen to Gene. Okay, we do have some tweets queued up. Remember, the person who's on the stand now is David James, a personal assistant. We're going to play a little bit more. It's only like 3 more minutes of what Gene was talking about, and then we'll get right back to the tweets, okay?
We had a whole conversation about that shit. But no, I'm not testifying, y'all. I don't think he's going to walk because you got to understand the racketeering and the prostitution and those charges right there. Paying prostitution is against the law, and the federal government, that's easy. You know, they got the receipts from that shit. So, no, he's not going to walk. And I thought, and I want to tell y'all something. I thought that he had 34 counts, but what happened is they broke that shit down, and they only went on 5 counts. And those 5 counts that they going on.
It's only 5 counts. The predicate offenses fall under the racketeering.
I had this D Ferg shirt on him. I didn't really want the nigga to see me, but the next time I'm gonna have something when they see me, it's gonna crush you. I'm gonna have something on that he know that's gonna crush him. I got Big originally a sweater from Brooklyn Mint, the one that they specially made for Big with his birthday and every shit on the back of it. I have that. I want him to see me with that on when I walk in the courtroom.
I ain't gonna lie, these niggas hate the shit out of Diddy, bro. God damn. Yo, it's like they want this nigga to die. Like, and what I'm saying is like, yo, he's already charged. He's gonna go through the process. He's gonna get found guilty or innocent of whatever he supposedly did. The proof is the government claimed they got the proof. The people are gonna judge if the proof is enough. But a lot of these dudes, they really hate the fuck out of this thing. And now I understand his point too. Like, he claims that, you know, he was helpless and you know, he was around for a lot of fucked up shit that Diddy did, and he wanted Diddy to get, you know, be taken care of in terms of in the justice system and look like it's happening. But he still want to stick it to him a little bit. I could tell. Ain't no way Lorma G came over to the Academy and said, yo, just to let you know, Rumble R Block got the best chat all day. 3-Car King, thank you for 5. I'm about to read Rumble chats in 1 second. He said, happy belated, Ak. I've been watching you since WIC/2K streams, okay? With Herman James. Get your Breitling watch and get ready to go to Fogo de Chao. Yo, you're the best, bro. Joe Music 931 says, what is he going to do if Diddy beat the case? I don't know what a lot of people are going to do. I mean, well, I think at that point, there's going to be a narrative that justice never got prevailed, and then it's probably going to be on an OJ thing. I'm going to be honest with you, where they're going to be like, watch, he's not going to beat the civil cases, though, right?
Okay. Is he on the paperwork? This is my YouTube channel. I got to go to the paperwork there. Let me get back on there. Hold on, y'all. This shit is crazy. I called paperwork. I'm trying to see what's going on. He must have left the channel on.
Okay. All right, all good. There's another update woman who I was told was really good. And she has a like really compelling title. I don't know why it's this. It says Day 6 Usher Dawn Rich's testimony. What? This is the woman right here.
Day 6, Diddy.
By the way, before we do this, let's get up to date with our tweets. Okay. So David James is a new witness. They're there, and basically David James says that's me in the photo, right? He then says, I went to college in Michigan. I later faxed my resume to Bad Boy Records. I said, where was the interview? 710 Broadway. So who'd you meet with? I met with Tommy and his sister Keisha and others. He said, how did they test you? He says, well, they gave me 40 appointments and asked me to make a schedule. You know, for example, what time a particular show on Hot 97 came on. And AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs ask you? He said, to make a spreadsheet for Miami. David Jones says, I said I know his food and restaurants preferences. He asked me why'd I make a good assistant. I said, can't stop, won't stop, and I got the job. He said, were there others? He says, yes. Miss Robles, Mr. Barber, and others, okay? He says, what would you do as an assistant? He says, bad boy to 5, then out to dinner, then to studio at 3 a.m. We'd get call at any time of the night, okay? AUSA says, did you travel with him as well? Says, yes. So who was his security staff? D-Rock, Bonds, Uncle Paulie. AUSA says, you work 20 hours a day? It says, yes. Security did 2. So what did security staff tell you? It says, to stay in my lane. Who said that? Bond and Uncle Paulie. AUSA says, focusing on his personal chef, says Chef Jordan, who's now Jordan Atkinson, which, by the way, this chef is also expected to take the stand at some point. Let's Google to make sure that's the same chef. Diddy. Let's see if the same chef that Okay, I do think we'll find out more later. Is this celeb chef? This is her?
My bills. But I actually decided to save for Floyd Mayweather.
What's the most memorable meal you've ever prepared?
I'd have to say for Floyd Mayweather. I was with him for 3 or 4 training camps, so it's like...
Holy shit, yo, chat. You know, Floyd got like a roster of hosts too. You think Floyd? Oh, I hope they don't get Floyd. I don't know. If we're trying to say these are men who probably got too old, still was running around here trying to have a roster of 10 chicks, lying, deceiving, obviously violent. And now, shit, sex trafficking, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Flying chicks left, right, and center.
It's a part of history at the time.
That's amazing.
What keeps me motivated? My bills. But I actually decided at 19 years old that I'm a chef. Sean P. Diddy Combs, Puffy, Puff Daddy, was my first celebrity client.
Do you have a specialty?
High-profile clients right now, they want things to be clean. A lot of people are doing paleo, gluten-free.
Okay, all right. AUSA says, did Mr. Combs have girlfriends then? Personal assistants, he says, yes. Kim Porter, Sarah, Tara, oh my God, Yana, and Cassie. Told you my boy had a roster, 5 of them. Got a good roster right there. Kim Porter, Sarah, Tara. Who's Tara? And who's Sarah? Yana and Cassie. What was your first conversation with Cassie? We were on Star Island. Kerry Morgan was there too. Cassie said, this lifestyle is crazy. David James says, I asked her, why don't you leave? She says, Sean controls my life, my music. He pays for my apartment. AUSA says, the next conversation with her? David James says it was about her music, but the album never came out. AUSA says, did you overhear a conversation? David James says, yes. David James says, Mr. Combs said, Kim is my queen. Out in LA with my family, he said, I have Cassie where I want her. Ooh, okay, so he was breaking down his thing. Say, Kim is my queen in LA with my family. Cassie, I got her right where I want her. She's my young, moldable chick. Okay? AUSA says, Your Honor, how much longer do you want to go? This would be a good place to break. The judge says we'll break for the day. Oh, my God, it's an early day. Now, there's more. Agnophilia says, MDC Brooklyn makes us end VCT at 6 p.m. We need more. Ending at 3 p.m. helps if you can extend it. The judge has put a letter in the docket, okay? Okay. What is this? Let me... What's VCT calls? Oh. Is that visiting calls? Oh, that's video teleconferencing. Oh, wow. So it looks like they called court earlier today. They probably raised this issue in the morning. We didn't get it written out. It appears that Diddy's lawyers are saying we need to speak with our client beyond being in court. If we end at 5, by the time he gets back to the jail, we can't even have a conference. Like, he's shut down for the night. We get him back in the morning, but we can't really talk to the guy other than during lunch. So we want some time to prepare for him with video calls, clearly. And they're now agreeing that ending at 3 p.m. probably is going to work out, that everybody could get to wherever they need to go to at 4 and maybe have a call for at least an hour. Wow. That's interesting. Interesting. Okay, people. Let me play this guy.
Described the work environment, which was toxic, and claimed that there were threats from Diddy that he would kill her if she spoke, if she revealed any of these different incidents to other people. Now, that was her direct testimony. It was a very strong cross-examination from the defense. That much of the time, the room that I was in was just gasping when she was crossed and had to admit that she had changed her story from what she had told the police, changed her story from what she told her own lawyers, and that her story has changed multiple times over the last year and a half since she started telling over about the abuse that she witnessed at the hands of Diddy. So for most of the people sitting in the room there, it was a fairly effective cross. Now, on redirect, there was efforts by the prosecution to try and rehabilitate her testimony by getting her to testify that Dawn had been trying to block out her memories of her time working for Diddy because it was just so toxic. Whether the jury took much from it, it's difficult to say. But that's all stuff you're going to hear from other people. I want to share with you what's really happening here. So I'll tell you that the objective of the prosecution, what they are trying to do is trying to show the impact that Diddy's toxic environment, the chaos of Diddy world, as CASSIE has described it, that the impact that had on her mental state and how she felt controlled by Diddy. Because at the end of the day, as the defense will tell you over and over again, this is not a domestic violence case, this is about trafficking. In order to establish trafficking under 18 U.S.C. 1591, you need to establish that CASSIE was actually acting because she was compelled to act, coerced to act, and engaging in commercialized sex because of that compulsion and coercion. And that's really what the fight here is about. And part of what the prosecution wants the jury to take from the testimony that we got from Dawn Richard and also from the testimony of Carrie Morgan, whose testimony I'll get into momentarily, is that we see this recurring pattern of Diddy gets mad, he gets violent, and Cassie's reaction is to curl into a fetal position or run away and then go back, while others are telling her, why are you doing this? Stop going back. And this brings us to the testimony of Carrie Morgan. Carrie Morgan is a longtime friend of Cassie Ventura, knew Cassie years before she ever met Diddy. They were living together as models in New York, and were sharing an apartment and spending all their times together. And she describes how Cassie was her best friend and that they had a pretty clean-cut life, that Cassie never drank, she never did drugs, never did anything of that kind, going all the way up to 2004. Now, when they meet Diddy in 2007, she talks about how she learned about the relationship developing, and at first she thought that Diddy was nice and generous and that he could be somewhat intimidating. But as time goes on, she starts describing more and more control and violence and mood swings that she saw from Diddy. She also specifically recounted 2 different incidents where she saw that she remembers vividly where Diddy was allegedly violent to Cassie, one of them happening in Los Angeles, where she said that they were in a house that Diddy was renting out and that she saw him putting hands on Cassie, and the 2 of them fled and were hiding from Diddy on a neighbor's staircase, laying flat down on the surface in order to stay away until he would cool off and to stay away from him, and that Cassie ultimately went back to the house, whereas Kerry went back to her own hotel. The second incident she recounted happened in Jamaica, where she said that she saw that he was being pulled, that Cassie was making a guttural scream from the other room and being dragged out by her hair. And then she said she went in to get her purse because she thought that they might need to flee Jamaica and they're going to need their money. And when she came outside, she saw Cassie on the ground, again, curled in this fetal position. This is a part of that recurring theme. And that Cassie never struck back, and during that period of time, this is in 2013, Cassie would never hit him or strike back in any way, shape, or form, and that she would just take physical abuse. And even during later years when she would start fighting back, that she never saw any sort of levels of force from Cassie that resulted in an injury sustained by Diddy. When she tells over the story of what happened in Jamaica, she said that Cassie got up and fled into a wooded area, and that she and Diddy each grabbed their own separate golf carts going off to look for Cassie. It's almost like there's a hunt on. The way she describes it, I was envisioning that there's this hunt going on of the race to find Cassie, and she'll be rescued by the good guys who are trying to protect her, or by the evil Diddy. I'm listening to this and I'm thinking I need to get like a t-shirt that says "Mark Safe from Diddy." It sounds horrific. It sounds terrifying. And that they hid in a ditch there while Diddy was searching there, and hid in a ditch, which she said what felt like for hours. And then ultimately, after they had hoped that Diddy had calmed down, that Cassie went back. She said that she's had many conversations with Cassie about leaving Diddy, and that she never could. And when asked why, she said that he controls her house, her car, her career, and everything, and that she couldn't leave him even if she so wanted. She also said that various people who work for Diddy or in the Diddy world would continually be pushing Cassie to stay with Diddy. This likely plays into the RICO claims that the state plans on hoping to get a conviction on, that the entire team working around him was trying to facilitate this sex trafficking operation for many years. Now, she finally told over about an incident where she herself had been hit, allegedly struck in the back of the head, right behind her right ear by a wood hanger. And this, when she talked about how Diddy came in, and she claims that Diddy was upset and trying to find out who Cassie was allegedly cheating on him with. This was during the period that she was forming a new relationship with her current husband, Alex Fine, and that he was at first choking her and then hit her with a wooden hanger, that Cassie was in a different room when it happened, and that she ended up fleeing. And when she wanted to file a lawsuit against Diddy for this assault, that she apparently, her lawyers made a legal claim, and Cassie is the one who came with $30,000 to settle that claim, and met with her in a pizza store and had her sign an NDA. And according to Kerry Morgan, her best friend of, at this point, 17 years, told her that she thought she was milking this entire situation. And she says she never spoke to Cassie again after that day in the pizza store. We have not yet heard any cross-examination of her story. I will tell you that on direct, Kerry seems relatively compelling. She said she's testifying here pursuant to subpoena. She has nothing to gain from this entire thing, and that she doesn't want to be here testifying, but that she's legally obligated to because the subpoena that was issued by the states. So it'll be interesting to see how well she hangs up on cross. But again, the objective here that we're seeing from the state is they're trying to pound home, because this is not merely a domestic violence case, it's a sex.
Okay. I was going to play Shreddy's video
trial. I'm going to make this super fast because we have a short lunch break. But Diddy came in this morning, really seemed to be in good spirits, hugged his lawyer, Alexandra Shapiro, and Mark Agnifilo. And they had some discussions about witnesses getting certain testimonies struck. And at one point, Mark Agnifilo said something along the lines of that, this case is becoming based on gossip. He brought up the fact that there is a chef, Diddy's chef, is expected to testify, who was allegedly assaulted. And Agnifilo says, well, where is this in the indictment? This has nothing to do with racketeering, etc. And the government came back and
I know what y'all thinking, chat. I'll tell Dr. Umar on y'all. Don't. 50 lashes for you right now. Don't.
said, look, the chef is a victim of forced labor. And there was a lot of discussion around this, but I want to give you one little piece of that before we go to Dawn Richard finishing her direct examination. Now, I'm going to make this kind of general, but Dawn Richard, she testified about the CASSIE skillet incident with Diddy. And she said that after she witnessed this, that both Diddy and Harve Pierre, they kind of threatened her at 2 different times. And one of the last things Diddy had said to her, according to Dawn Richard, was, if you tell, people go missing. And during the cross-examination, which was done by Diddy's female attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, and I thought she was effective, but she was a little nervous seeming at first. That's just my opinion. She forgot to say objection, but I mean, again, that's just why I kind of thought she was nervous. But she pointed out that about 7 of Dawn Richard's prior conversations with the government, she left that part out, the whole people go missing part. And Dawn Richard would get this transcript, she would look at it and be like, I mean, I don't know, like there was a note taker there, but I don't know why that I didn't say it. She admitted that her memory has changed throughout the years. And then the government, got her to elicit during their redirect that, well, your memory has changed because you've tried to suppress these bad memories for so long. And then we kind of helped you elicit these memories by talking about your trauma and doing all these interviews. So yeah, defense went on to say, well, okay, so let's say you met with them 8 times. You really only remembered this alleged death threat the 8th time. They showed her a transcript, I believe, from April or May of 2025, where she did say, people go missing. They also called her out, the defense called her out on another, statement from her civil lawsuit where she had described Diddy pulling Cassie out of a car by the hair and dragging her onto the grass, and a lot of people saw. And Dawn Richard said, oh no, that was something that my lawyers, they messed up on. It was a miscommunication, excuse me. And then the government got, during their redirect, to say, well, you were actually thinking of another violent incident, so it wasn't completely made up. Let's see what else. So Dawn Richard talked about how, she worked with Diddy from 2004 to 2009 with Danny Kane, and then 2009 to 2011 on the Dirty Money Group. And she left in 2011, and she described, Diddy would call her on FaceTime sometimes to check in, and Dawn said, the best thing to do to kind of, keep him at arm's length or keep him happy was just be nice and polite and cordial. Well, the defense kind of got up there and said, well, didn't you call him and try to work with him after that? And she, at that point was forced to say yes. And so she did, reach out and initiate communication several times first. And then the government, when they did their redirect, they got it out of her that she only reached out to him because of Kalena Harper, essentially, and Kalena wanted her to. And then it got a little spicy with Nicole Westmoreland and Dawn Richard at one point. Sorry, my papers. Because she said something like, you were very successful when you were with Sean Combs, Danny Kane, Dirty Money, and talking about how she sold all these albums. And she alluded to the fact, and she actually said the words, no offense, but you haven't sold nearly as many albums since then. And I'm paraphrasing. And then at one point, Westmoreland kind of said, you were successful. And Dawn Richard is like, I am successful. So it was kind of like this little moment, I guess. I was like, oof. And then, yeah, they talked about how she filed a civil suit after Cassie. And I was a little surprised that
I ain't gonna cap chat. Don't tell Dr. Umar, but I followed her.
Dawn Richard didn't really seem to know much about her civil.
Just for like the coverage. Just for the coverage. She's thorough. She's like the girl that wear glasses on Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Like, what's that chick name? It's not Velma, it's the other one. Scooby-Doo. You know which one I'm talking about? This one right here. The one that wear glasses. Is that what I'm talking about? Right there. Sure. This is just for the info, chat. It's just for the info.
Civil suit, what her attorneys wrote in it. She really seemed to not. I don't want to say she was elusive because she really seemed to genuinely not know. I want to make sure I didn't. Oh my gosh, I'm almost forgetting. A crazy celebrity name was dropped today. Oh my gosh, I can't believe. There's so many notes I almost forgot. Usher.
Ooh.
Dawn Richard said that Usher witnessed Diddy punch Cassie in the stomach at a dinner in LA.
Usher, bring your cherry giving ass over here. Pause.
And there was another Jimmy Ovine was mentioned, and I think there was a Neil something. I didn't quite get this, so maybe look out for that name.
So Jimmy Iovine. Ooh, wow, that's interesting. Jimmy Iovine was named in one of these lawsuits. You know, right? Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, Quinn Emanuel represented him in some shit. Jimmy Iovine sued. They scrubbed the internet of this shit. This is true Illuminati shit right here. Look, the accuser dropped the case. The woman dropped the case. And by the way, Douglas Wigder, this is Cassie's lawyer. He paid the bread. The matter was resolved to the satisfaction. Yo, that Douglas Wigder nigga, he's been running up a bag. He don't sue nobody that don't got 100 mil. You need 100 mil. Like, Jimmy Iovine's a billionaire. He don't sue nobody that don't got 100 million. So if he got 20 from Diddy, that Jimmy Iovine is like Diddy. By the way, that's Interscope. That's Kendrick's label. That's Interscope's co-founder. I'm telling you, that bread got cut. Damn, this Douglas Wigder nigga, he don't miss, bro. He don't miss. He got 10 from Intercontinental Hotels. He got 20 from Diddy. And he caught Jimmy Iovine and caught some bread from him too. Told mine a statement. The lawyer for the woman said the matter was resolved to the satisfaction. Holy. Go ahead, Velma.
Witnessed Diddy punch Cassie in the stomach at a dinner in LA. And there was another Jimmy Ovine was mentioned. And I think there was a Neil something. I didn't quite get this, so maybe look out for that name. But Dawn Richard said that they were at this dinner in LA, and this is who was in attendance, and Diddy punched Cassie in the stomach, and then she left, and she was like embarrassed, and then he kind of like choked her or something on the way home. But yeah, she said Usher was there. So I'm assuming Usher saw this. We don't know if Usher saw it with his own eyes, but he was at this dinner. And the government also made a point after all of these questions. The government would say something or about the violence or whatever. The government would say.
By the way, that's definition of hearsay. Like, how are you gonna tell us that Usher saw? Suppose Usher was there but just had his eyes closed. Like, again, you need Usher to say he saw, right? But saying Usher was present, that's fine.
Well, who of Diddy's employees were there? They would always want to know which employees were there, if any, and there always was a bodyguard, assistant, whatever, present. She also testified about this drug dealer named One Stop who would sell Plan B and birth control and come to the studio. And
yo, your drug dealer selling Plan B and birth control? And Molly and cocaine?
And she also corroborated Diddy's LV med bag that he kept his drugs in. And, she testified that Diddy wore a gun in his back pocket and that scared her. Then the defense came up and said, how many times did you see this gun? Basically insinuating that, you worked with him for over a decade. You only really saw this gun 2 or 3 occasions that she testified. And then they said, did you see him take it out? Did you see him wave it around? Did he threaten you with it? And she said no. Defense ended their cross or their recross, I should say, just by asking Dawn what she wanted out of the civil suit. And Dawn, she would say, you know, she wants justice. She wants to be compensated for the work she did with Diddy. And they'd be like, okay, so you want money? And then she was like, yes. Like, I think she was like, done, I'm done. And then we saw the start of Carrie Morgan's testimony. Carrie Morgan is Cassie's friend, her former best friend, a model. They were friends from 2001 to 2018.
Now I'm fucking with this chick. Pause. I like her breakdowns. She act like she took notes for a quiz. She's
and this
telling
is the
everything.
friend that Diddy allegedly hit over the head with a wooden hammer. Oh my gosh, I have to hurry up. And okay, so I'm gonna make this general for now because I'm gonna make
Wooden
another video
hanger,
later.
not hammer,
but
hanger.
Carrie Morgan testified that there was an incident where, well, there's a couple. There was an incident in Jamaica where Diddy got mad at Cassie for taking too long in the bathroom. And, you know, when she came out, they went to the hallway. They rented this house in Jamaica, and Cassie let out some guttural screams. She described them as guttural and terrifying. And they ran away and hid in a ditch for what quote, felt like hours. I'm trying to think. I think I wrote that down with Cassie. They hid behind a tractor. I'll have to double check that. But also, just really quick, last thing before I run for now, and I'm sure I forgot things, but I'll go back later. But last thing, Carrie Morgan was at Cassie's house during the 2016, after the beatdown at the Intercontinental. She describes Cassie coming home with the hood, a black eye, puts her bags down, basically, and said that Cassie was kind of despondent. And then she described Diddy as showing up 30 minutes later, banging on the door with a hammer. Now, somehow throughout all this, Carrie Morgan doesn't know how, but the police were called. The police show up, they ask for Carrie Morgan's ID, she gives it to them. They ask for Cassie's, Cassie doesn't give it to them, and they end up leaving a card. The detective leaves a card and they leave, and Carrie, we were shown a Celebrate communication between Carrie Morgan and Christina Coram, Diddy's chief of staff, you know, talking about this. And I have to go back through it and look, because she sent him a picture, or her a picture of the card, you know, and she was kind of saying, look, I'm not used to all this. This is like really intense. But yeah, and you can tell, by the way.
New Facts Unlocked, thank you for the 5. It says, I don't know why they don't bring up Cassie hiding under the blanket, and it's that infamous video. It's clearly that there was no crime that happened. I know y'all want to think there was a crime that happened. It would have probably, there's video of this, right? So they would have probably brought it up in court. Oh my God. Tony Busby's there? What the fuck? Well, we got to watch this at some point. Let me see. Diddy, Cassie blanket. Yeah, I know y'all want to believe that this is right after a beatdown. It would have been brought up in court. And again, here's the thing too. Diddy recorded her. Diddy was a master of cover-ups and this and third. He was not a master of punch her in the eye and tell her he would hide her at hotels when she had injuries. Why the fuck would he beat the brace off of her and then post it online? That wasn't Diddy. Diddy isn't that.
What you got to say now?
Now, granted, the tone of the video is definitely, after we've heard some other shit, the tone of the video is kind of creepy, of course, because you knew he may have beat her before or after. I'm just saying, in this video, she's probably not curled up because she has injuries. Diddy's not the type of person who would fucking film the body.
What you got to say now? You ain't got shit to say. When you put your girl on the snap, baby, yo, babe. I mean, shit getting weird. Come on, baby. It's hot outside. You fucking wrapped up in that blanket. Let's go jog on the beach.
Now, is this a sign of her being somewhat scared of him? Of course.
Now, is there anything more beautiful than the sunrise in the morning? Well, beautiful. What you got to say now? What you got to say now?
Okay.
You ain't got.
All right, we pretty much got that going on. All right, good. So cool. We got all of that.
I can tell you why it's farcical to me is this idea of this mythical creature that can take ketamine and...
Okay, so let's listen to Tony Busby. So Tony Busby popped on Piers Morgan. Listen to this.
So let's start first of all with the fact that when we last spoke, you said you were representing 120 further alleged victims of Sean Diddy Combs in civil suits spanning 20 years with victims as young as 9, 14 and 15. Now, in March, you announced you were dropping 15 of these cases after Diddy's attorneys argued you weren't authorised to practice in the Southern District of New York. So just explain, before we go any further, explain what's happened there.
Yeah, typically when you're a licensed lawyer in New York and you're accepted in one of the...
I'm going to be honest with you. This nigga, he ain't looked the same since Jay-Z gave him a spanking. I told y'all boys, stop fucking with the... Y'all stop fucking with the... I won't even say their name no more. Just stop fucking with the... I'm telling you. They gave Tony Busby a buzz cut.
The federal districts, it's by reciprocity, you're accepted in the others. Well, they challenged that. And so they filed grievances against me and basically attacking my ability to practice in the Southern District of New York. And that is being sorted out. And while it's being sorted out, I withdrew from about 12 to 15 cases, but still represent those people. Those cases are still ongoing, still being represented by my firm and our local New York counsel. So I would call that a sideshow. Much ado about nothing, and we're working through it.
You've had a lot of time, obviously, since we last spoke to really, I guess, go over all the individual stories of the 120, as it was then, alleged victims. Have you now narrowed down that number to cases that you believe are incontrovertible? Are they all, in your estimation, incontrovertible? What's the sort of credibility looking like with each of these cases now?
I'll tell you where we are now. We have 40 cases that are filed. We have 60 to 70 that will be filed in other jurisdictions. Remember, we were trying to make the limitations period that existed in the state of New York. So the rest of the cases that will be filed in other states, primarily in California. But the number's about still the same. Some people, because of these various sideshows and controversy, have dropped out, but still around 100 people who alleged that Diddy assaulted them in some way. And as I've been receiving reports on this trial as it goes forward, one thing that has struck me is that the evidence and the factual circumstances are very consistent with what these plaintiffs have alleged. So we've been watching this criminal trial very closely, as you might imagine, and have watched this go forward, and it's striking to me, the allegations that are being made and some of the testimony that came out with CASSIE and some of the testimony coming out today, very consistent with what these plaintiffs in the civil cases have been alleging.
And what is the sort of modus operandi consistent pattern that you're seeing?
What I'm seeing is there's obviously a lot of violence involved, a lot of threats involved. Some of these counts, specifically transportation to engage in prostitution, that keeps coming out over and over. But also the implicit and then actually explicit threats that are made towards individuals after this conduct ends. You won't say anything, you won't do anything about this. I mean, that has jumped out at me. I've also been watching the commentators. People have been seizing upon this word and that word and saying, oh, look here, that proves that there was no coercion because CASSIE, allegedly voluntarily participated in this activity. And I think one of the things that hasn't come out and hasn't been discussed that I think needs to be discussed is this idea of trauma bonding. When someone is in a long-term relationship and they have been allegedly abused, people have a hard time wrapping their head around the fact that why would they continue in the relationship? Why would they go back? And that's classic trauma bonding. There's other names for it. When people are kidnapped, you've heard about Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Heard about battered wife syndrome. What I have seen, we had somebody there during the opening statements, and of course we've been receiving real-time updates every day of the testimony, and that has jumped out at me time and time again, is that this idea of trauma bonding and these commentators who have seized upon certain snippets of text and so forth, where they.
Somebody said beating and R-wording a girl, then doing a Vine with the OG Ciroc is diabolical. Yeah, this was 2018. This would have been the year that supposedly the R-word happened, right? Because that happened in 2018.
I shit this.
They talk about, well, look, Cassie was voluntarily participating in this. I don't see it that way, and I'm not sure the jury will see it that way either.
The other thing that's happened with you personally since we spoke is that in February, you withdrew a lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z, which alleged the rape of a 13-year-old.
Yo, he swallowed spit when he heard Jay-Z's name. He don't want to fuck with them. He don't want to fuck with them no more, bro.
Girl in 2000. The anonymous plaintiff, referred to as a Jane Doe, voluntarily withdrew the case, the court records show. Now, in that lawsuit, she'd initially alleged that she'd been offered a ride to a party at a private residence by a limo driver for Combs following the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000. Now, as a result of those claims, Jay-Z came out fighting. He filed a lawsuit against you personally. He said that you and the Jane Doe, the accuser, were soullessly motivated by greed in abject disregard of the truth and the most fundamental precepts of human decency. The filing claimed the woman voluntarily admitted to Jay-Z's representative that he did not assault her, and that you, Tony Busby, had pushed her to go forward with a false narrative of the assault by Mr. Carter, Jay-Z, in order to leverage a maximum payday. And he went on to say this further about you. Busby directed his employees to edit Wikipedia pages to enhance Busby's image and damage Mr. Carter's and Rock Nation's reputations. What is your response to all this?
You said a great mouthful. That's almost every line you stated is false, and all that will be sorted out. And it's all in litigation, as you probably know. I mean, this whole situation with Jay-Z started with him suing me as a John Doe in California, simply because we sent him a letter stating that these are the allegations. We want to sit down and have a talk. And the reaction was thermonuclear. I mean, it was suing me, ultimately suing her, suing my local council in New York, and on and on. And all of that will be sorted out in the courts, and I feel confident about all of that. But again, that's a sideshow to what's going on here. What's really going on is we have 20 years of conduct. You know, when we first came out and said, you know, there's this many people who have called, there's this many people who alleged to be victimized by Sean Diddy Combs.
Boy, set up a hotline, man.
Raised their eyebrows and said, how is that possible? How could there possibly be that many alleged victims? Well, now I think what we've seen over the last week or so of testimony is that this conduct that's been alleged was happening almost on a daily basis, certainly on a weekly basis. And so it's not surprising or shocking at all that there would be people who would claim to be victimized by this sort of conduct based on the frequency of it.
But do you accept, though, that in Jay-Z's case, the allegations against him from that particular accuser were false?
I think you should talk to or hear what the alleged victim says. And I think I will, you know, I'm a lawyer. Let's be clear. You know, people come to me. I don't go out and look for clients. I don't need to look for clients.
You had a call line. Nigga had a call line talking about he don't look for clients. You have a call line. You made a hotline. That kind of seems like some solicitation in terms of trying to figure out who else could have a story against this guy. You had a hotline, brother.
And people come to me and they tell me a situation. I have people vet it, have other people vet it. We file a case, and the whole purpose of the court system.
Y'all didn't have people vet it. Y'all got very small but very important things wrong. Her father doesn't remember her going there. Her father doesn't remember picking her up. It's no proof or 100% proof that Diddy and Jay-Z were at the same party. There's no proof that there was any sexual thing or anyone saw a child running out with their clothes in their hands. Bruv, what do you mean you vetted it? Like, I ain't gonna cap with you. And trust me, I don't want no smoke with the people too, but yo, and if Jay was gonna be guilty of some shit, let him be guilty. But you kind of just agreed with this slow talking victim that sounded like either they're schizophrenic, autistic, and everything else all in one, and you just filed some bullshit. What you mean you had him vetted? Like what? Like You see, peers don't know the case like that, because the first thing I would say to him, you did solicit, you had a hotline. Okay, your answer. All right. Oh yeah, we vetted it. How the fuck did you vet it? We can't even tell the person was there.
Is to sort those things out and to determine whether the individual, what they say is true, just like what is going on in this criminal case. So I'm confident that the courts will sort that out. And
like Pierce, you got to ask this nigga. You have 100 potential clients. How come not one of them are involved in this case? You have 100 clients and the government needs victims, and they ain't pick up one of your clients. What vetting are you doing?
Rather than attempting to try the case in the public like has been done, I'll be confident to try it in the courts.
You did a press conference. Oh my God, this guy's crazy, bro. Yo, now we don't want to try it in public no more. We want to try it in court. You did a press conference. We don't want to try it in the public no more. We want to try it in court. I hate to be seen like I'm defending, but come on. Nah, we don't want to try this in the public no more. Yeah, because Jay and them on your ass. They on your ass. Now y'all want to try it in court? I guess.
So just to be clear on that, are you saying that case is still active, that those claims against Jay-Z remain active?
I'm saying that the alleged victim has never recanted and continues to say the same thing she said from the day that she called the lawyer that called me. Let's remember, she contacted a different lawyer.
Oh, blame that nigga, not me.
Who vetted her, and then...
Yo, didn't he just say before, they vet everything? Now it's another lawyer that called him that vetted it. Bruv, I ain't gonna lie to you, I've never... Listen, this was like a flawless victory for Jay. Like, I think he ruined this whole lawyer, bro. Like, every time I hear him talking, I'm like, oh, this nigga capping, bro. Why you capping like that?
Sent her to me, and then my office vetted her. So this is not a situation.
Okay, so he did say his office vetted her. How? So she passed 2 vetting process. This chick looked like she was slower than Franklin the Turtle. How the hell she fool y'all and get exposed in less than 3 days when y'all went public with her?
Has been portrayed that we went out and found somebody so we could sue Jay-Z. That's so far from the truth.
And how come the very first interview she did, I believe it was either with NBC or CNN, her claims were debunked immediately. And she even admitted in a follow-up interview, I may have misremembered some shit, but y'all vetted her and her claims checked out to y'all. How?
That it's almost laughable. But as just as late as the latest court filing from Jay-Z, he acknowledges that this alleged victim continues to say the same thing she said from the beginning.
If you're struggling with sleepless nights and exhausting days, you might want to...
Okay, all right. So they pretty much wrapped that up. Here we go.
How do you think she did? Obviously, she's heavily
pregnant. It's talking about Cassie's thing. And then after that, we're done with this. And then, chat, I got to cover a few topics, and then I'm probably going to take a break, and then I'm going to link with mine. But I still got a couple topics. They got Bossman D-Lo claiming, people claiming he's trying to link with a trans person. We got DDG Soulja Boy, and I think I got 2 more. So we do have some regular topics I want to cover real quick, too. I know we're about, how many hours in? Oh, we're only 7. All right.
Which must have made it a very difficult experience for her. But how much of her testimony do you think, if you're a juror listening to all this, what are the sort of very persuasive parts of what she said, and what are the parts that may give you pause for thought?
Well, one of the things I want to point out is none of us, maybe your commentators were, but I certainly wasn't in the courtroom to hear what she had to say. This is a situation in the federal court where they do not allow cameras, so we can't see her testimony and see her body language and hear her tone of voice and that sort of thing. So what we have is commentators who seize on certain things she said, certain things she fails to say, and then try to make a mountain out of it. Let's remember that in a lawsuit, you don't win a case based on one witness or one piece of evidence. Typically, you're building a wall, and one of the things they teach you in law school is a brick is not a wall. Cassie Ventura's testimony is one brick in what I expect to be a very long trial with a lot of bricks attempting to build a wall. People have seized on some of the comments and texts that she sent where she seemed to be voluntarily participating in some of these so-called freak-offs. I would suggest, if I were the prosecutor, that this is classic trauma bonding, that she is trying to please the individual with whom she's in a relationship. And I would not place a lot of stock in the fact that that was not coerced simply because she was acting like she wanted to do it. Now, I didn't sit there and hear the testimony. So that's going to have to be decided by 12 people. And, you know, I made a living over 30 years. I win a lot of cases because I put a lot of faith in the jury. And I try to put the bad evidence and the good evidence and explain why the bad evidence doesn't keep me from winning the case. And I think that's, you know, I know you're going to have commentators who have different points of view, but I think the prosecution is doing the job that it does. And let's remember, we're talking about the federal government. Typically, the federal government does not bring a case unless it has a lock solid case. And I'm assuming that the prosecutors knew the weak points of CASSIE's testimony and understood that there would be cross points, and understood that this was going to be watched and poured over with a fine-tooth comb, like I'm sure your commentators will do. But if I'm the prosecutors right now, I'm thinking, okay, the opening statement laid it out. We have our first witness, our first key witness, who really demonstrated that there was a lot of violence, a lot of threats, and really explained the nature. And
all right, man, I can't listen to this nigga no more, bro. Okay, I can't, bro. Okay, we'll kind of get back into a few things shortly. Let me see. Okay, give me 1 second. I know what I'm gonna do. Wait, why did I just open that up? No. So today was an early day in court, really early day. I can't believe. Okay, not long crimes. Fox 5. Sorry, New York. Are they still going with this? I'm trying to see if there's an outside. Okay, that's people leaving. Chat, I'm not gonna what do you call it again? I don't want to cut stream yet because I gotta do some regular topics. I know today was a short day for court. I know we covered the whole thing, but I do wanna hold on. I want to cover these topics.
Talking about, we got a question here from.
Yeah, if I don't cover these topics, we're gonna get behind in topics, and we just can't cover Diddy all day. You feel what I'm saying? So let me see. Okay, it's fine. Give me 1 second, chat. I gotta grab. I'm gonna grab some food, right? And then I'm gonna come back, and then we're gonna do regular topics, low key. So I have them kind of wrap up like this bullshit for y'all. Not bullshit, but
as evidence in her absence.
I don't want to watch that. Where's this shit? E News. I like E Entertainment. E Entertainment. Oh no, I had something else on here. Hold on. Tony Busby. No, I don't watch that. Gina, I'll have that for. Oh, this was the freak off description again. All right, man, y'all could watch this freak off description.
And so we did exchange Instagram like a week in the house, right? But when I got back home, I was trying to hit her up. Her Instagram was deactivated. So the rapper guy blocked me and her Instagram was deactivated. And then also, it was a realtor that I had met, because when we stayed in the $30 million house, that was an Airbnb. So it was a realtor from New York, right? And he was like a young boy, so he was black. So he was asking me like, how you get up in here? Because, you know, I was one of the only black girls. So he was like asking questions like, how you come up on this prince? Do he really got money like that? Because he's doing business with him, but he's trying to be nosy. What ended up happening, when I got back he started hitting me up like, hey, are you still in him? And I said, I left. I had to leave. I said, shit started getting weird. When I told him stuff started getting weird, he like, yeah, I thought them was weird too. He like, man, he said, and he still owe me money. Like, they were just fraud all the way around, you know, like everything was just a scam. He started to scare me a little bit when I said that I wanted to leave. He started talking in his language. And then he was just like, I'm trying to change your life. And you said you wanted this and that. I want you to be the head bitch in charge of this house. And you're sabotaging yourself in the house. He wanted him to fall in line so bad. So that by the time we got with Diddy, everything would just be like, yes, because, and ain't no telling what they was gonna try to have me do. And I have kids myself, so it was just like, you never know, like, bitch, where's your kids? You know, like, I don't know. So that was just, a very freaky story.
Oh, and then the Tory Lane shit we gotta do too.
In the midst of all that, Cassie was there. Like, I swear, I seen the timidness in her face.
Okay, this is a little bit too eerie. Okay. Not laughing at that, just make it seem like a crime movie, bro. No. Oh, maybe I could play this. I just need this on for a good. Okay, cool. Yeah, what?
Starting to notice a pattern here is when the Diddy defense is going to struggle, and when they struggle, it's not pretty. We just wrapped up day 6 in the Diddy trial, and the primary witness today was one Kerry Morgan. Kerry was the BFF of Cassie Ventura, one of the alleged victims of sex trafficking courtesy of Diddy. Now, Kerry spent most of the day this morning describing the abuse that she saw her friend suffering at the hands of Diddy, and specifically recounting 2 specific incidents where she saw him getting beaten, while saying that he pushed her multiple times and shoved her around. But there were 2 incidents that she highlighted. One of them happened in LA, when she said that she saw her getting hit and kicked and pushed, and that the 2 of them ran away and were hiding on a neighbor's steps, laying on the steps, so that when Diddy was looking for them, that they would not be spotted. They stayed there for like roughly 20 to 30 minutes. Another incident happened in Jamaica, where she said that Diddy had said she's taking too long in the bathroom, and the next thing that Kerry knows, she hears a guttural scream from Cassie, and that she's being dragged from the bathroom, thrown down outside the staircase, and hitting her head on a brick. The 2 of them were in Jamaica. That Cassie fled into the woods and was first located by Kerry, who was hiding with her in the woods, like while Diddy's looking for them, like little girls. It sounded surreal. Like, this can't be like what real life is like. But that was direct testimony. On cross-examination, this is where we start seeing where the defense is struggling. Much like we saw on day 1 of the cross-examination of Cassie Ventura, the tone of today's cross-examination of Kerry Morgan was similarly an interview type of style, where it's like maybe less of a People magazine that I felt we saw on day 1 of the Cassie cross-examination, more of a police getting a fuller statement, but the entire nature was not in any way aggressive or attacking Kerry about her story, and more a matter of fleshing out details that are perhaps somewhat interesting, but not really helpful, one would think, towards establishing much of a defense for the crimes that Diddy is accused of committing. We're starting from how Cassie and Kerry first met and what life was like during those early days, and then how things changed when they met Diddy, and how that changed their life. And the only thing I got from it that might benefit Diddy at all in this case, the one thing I took is that he was trying to show that it wasn't all just one day after another of beating, that there was a lot of love. He showed some pictures of the different members of their crew carousing together, because Kerry became part of the Combs world courtesy of being friends with Cassie, and that there was, a lot of friendships and relationships there, which for the most part were fun and enjoyable and, healthy for everyone involved. And the point I guess that we're supposed to take from that is that it's not like it was a daily beating, that she was Cinderella under the thumb of some evil stepfather, but that Cassie and everyone there were, for the most part, happy. I think that's what we were supposed to take from it. It was really a little bit unclear, because most of it was just, asking for a more fleshed out story of everything that Carrie was talking about, except for the 2 incidents of violence that Carrie recounted. On redirect, we saw the state come back and start going into those particular areas. The defense was very upset that the judge allowed this. They were objecting to it, saying we didn't ask any questions about that. And the court still allowed it, saying that because the state said, well, they were talking about the issues being about jealousy, so I want to ask about that. And the state allowed it. And the point that was made on redirect, which was a fairly strong point, was a complete refutation of everything that the defense has been telling us with respect to the cause of the violence and fighting between Cassie and Diddy. They keep saying that every time there's a fight, ask yourself, what is the cause of this fight? And it's always drugs and or jealousy. And she was asked, was there any discussion about jealousy or other people in Cassie's life before Diddy started striking her in Los Angeles? She's like, no. Was there any talk about jealousy or other people when he was dragging her down the staircase and throwing her down onto a brick in Jamaica? No. What was he talking about before he went into the bathroom? He was complaining that she took too long in the bathroom. And that was a pretty powerful way for the redirect to close out. And then we moved on to the next witness, which was only a half hour of testimony, 40 minutes perhaps, from David James. David James, personal assistant for Diddy from the years 2007 to 2009. And what he helped do from the perspective of the state is give us an overarching perspective as to what Diddy's circle would look like. He talked about his day, where he would work for 20 hours a day, making $70,000 a year, and basically attending to all of Diddy's needs. He was Diddy's right-hand man, would fly with wherever he went, was with him every single day that he worked for him, and that his job was to get up before Diddy, make sure everything was properly prepared for him, from getting press clippings and making sure his breakfast was ready before he woke up, to staying with him throughout the course of the day, setting up his meetings. They talked. It was an interesting conversation about how he got the job and the different requirements he had to meet in order to show that he would be someone who would be able to meet Diddy's needs. And I plan on going into that in detail tonight when I go through my extended coverage of day 6. And I do that every night. I cover on a podcast, which if you enjoy that type of content or you're enjoying these updates, I would urge you, please, please, please make sure you like, share, and hit sub. I need the objective here is that I want people to be able to get coverage from me that they can't get anywhere else. So if you like that sort of thing, make sure you sub and hit the bell. But we closed out today without the state finishing the direct, and there were a couple of key moments that came up during the course of near the very end of today, specifically with respect to statements and conversations between David James and Cassie Ventura, as well as conversations between David James and Diddy about Cassie. He said that when he spoke to Cassie one time when they were down in Miami and they were going around on a yacht and they were standing on the shore somewhere, and Cassie said, "This is all so crazy." And he's like, "If you don't like it, why don't you get out?" And she said, "I can't." And he's like, "Why not?" And she said, "He controls everything. He controls my money, my car, my house, my salary, my allowance. He controls everything." The other significant statement was with respect to a conversation that he claims to have had with Diddy, where he said when he was talking to Diddy about his various girlfriends, and he listed off 5 of them, one of them being Kim Porter, another one being Tana, Sarah, and Cassie, listed last. He asked about how things going with Kim. He's like, "Oh, Kim is my queen. How are things going with Cassie?" She's okay. She's moldable. That was the word he used. She's moldable. This is very early in the relationship between Cassie and Diddy. And I'm sure the state was very pleased to have the jury hear that, to basically imply that the objective that Diddy had for Cassie from the moment that he first began forming a relationship with her was to mold her into what the state claims ultimately was his sex slave. That's what I got from day 2. We're going to continue tomorrow, day 7, with the continued direct examination of David James. Please make sure you like, share, subscribe. Until next time, Godspeed. I'm good.
All right, perfect. I got a couple of bites, Chad. I'm good. You know what I mean? Let's get it. All right, we're at 7 hours and 35 minutes. I got my lunch in, or really lunch and dinner. That was dinner. I've always ate like once a day. All right. Let me see. We do want to, I want to get into some hip hop shit. But low-key, I kind of want to watch this real quick. This ain't really hip hop, but I've been like following this. I don't know why. It's like a guilty pleasure of mine. So, Zoe Spencer and Soul Illuminati beefing. I wanted to see what Soul Illuminati said. Essentially, Zoe Spencer is this woman who's an influencer. Apparently, she showed up to my birthday party. I had no idea. A girl showed up from Baddies too. I didn't know. They came with it's not like they came for me. They came with what do you call it again? They came with Kyle Rich. I only noticed afterwards that this is Zoe Spencer, I think. And then this is the Anna Mac or something from Baddies, and that's Kyle Rich. Anyway, so Zoe Spencer was like crying because Kai Cenat, #1 streamer in the world, announced he's going to do a streamer university. Okay, she started crying because she did not get picked. About 120 people got picked. She felt left out, and she started crying. Let me see if I can find her reacting to it. Sorry. Could we? Sorry, I gotta scroll. Scroll. Okay, this is not it. Jesus Christ. Okay, this is her.
I did not get into the streamer university. Yes, I applied for the streamer university. I know I troll and I play a lot, but it's just my personality, you know? I'm a real person, and I mean well behind all people.
Oh.
Even people that hurt me.
Oh.
I give chance after chance, and that's in all my relationships, my friendships, everything. Like, and I wish people saw all of the good in me. I don't understand why I'm outcasted.
Don't cry,
the way
girl.
I
Don't
am.
cry.
I'm not a troublemaker. Yeah, I
Now, granted, I don't know much about her, honestly.
play, but don't we all play?
Okay.
Don't we all do the same thing? It gets to a point when you know, it gets to a point sometimes. So everybody has a breaking point. You know what I mean? It gets tiring to me too. Like, I'm a human. Like, I get tired, bro. There's a narrative going around that me and Kai messed around. Not true. Absolutely not true. So, whatever narrative y'all got, y'all narrative could suck dick.
Oh, wait.
Not true.
Oh, shit. Now, let's keep it calm. She's from New York. And a chick from New York is liable to, as what they call, throw a frank in your direction. Tell you to eat a dick, suck a dick, whatever. Now, granted, I don't think that's... well, I guess that the modern 2025 woman, that's how they talk. Right? Okay. Then I believe what happened was Kai Cenat responded.
I'm not putting it past you because I know who you are as a person. September 24th.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. There's like a full thing. I don't know if that was the full thing. Hold on.
Drewski Show. September 24th.
Okay.
Drewski Show. I never got to tell you how that shit made me feel because of who you are and how your humor and like how you are as a person. Nigga, I dead ass for the first time. And my bad I didn't get to like talk about it with you, but like felt secondhand embarrassed, like felt embarrassed. If y'all see that clip, like at one point I told her to chill because, like, bro, there was like a lot of going on. But you know, Zoe is like very, you know, she's very outgoing. She's very positive. That's her shit. So I'm like, you know what? I'm not even gonna put that past her. But right there, something felt off. But like, I didn't put that past her. I'm like, okay, then it's none of my business. It's none of my business. This is how I'm looking at it, right? It's none of my business. Something happened with Zoe and the bros. That shit happened, that behind the scenes, that was some type of weird shit going on that's never been on the internet, none of that. And there's no reason for me to talk because, you feel what I'm saying? That's their business.
Huh?
And I'm not going to speak on that. A few months ago.
Now, I mean, he opened the door to it, but I'll say this. Shit, I think, and I'm commenting as I go, because I'm about to play the supposed clip he's talking about. I think Zoe Spencer, I don't want to butcher her name, she has to realize the atmosphere that things is going at right now, with niggas basically losing their careers or livelihood based on either accusations or whatever the case is, and there's a non-reciprocal approach to a woman being able to act a certain way, but a man have to really walk in on eggshells. Male creators are shook of really doing content with y'all beyond a certain extent. Like, it's very sad for females. I think there's two things with like female creators or streamers. Number one, the OnlyFans chicks done fucked up y'all shit. So it's like, the majority of the audience just objectifies every female. Secondly, you have the majority of dudes, they're trying to walk on eggshells with y'all because things are not reciprocal by the very nature of y'all being women and them being men. No one's trying to lose their career, their sponsorships elsewise, and also, you know, they get put in precarious situations, especially with women that sometimes don't act like women, right? Now, I believe this is the clip that Kai Cenat is talking about. I believe this is it.
Nothing, you a bum ass.
Hold on, wait. Let me play it so I can find it in full. So the clip is this.
I just don't like the fact that your man's is spilling shit on me. You got niggas spilling shit on me. You not protecting me. You not doing shit, bro.
Now, here's the thing. She walks up to him and says, I'm not feeling, there's a million cameras around. Apparently this is like a Drewski event or something. This is the back room. She walks to him and says, I don't like the fact you're not protecting me. Now think about this in 2025, chat. When women start saying that type of shit, you gotta exit stage left. You see, again, like these streamers who are making NBA money, they're not trying to jeopardize this shit. Especially Kai, who is, you know, he's going through his fair share of BS, but like he's kept a pretty clean image. Now, here's the thing, and without even watching all this, because really I didn't see the Soul Illuminati, and I want to watch it. I guarantee she's going to be like, I didn't mean it like that. Let me tell you this. When you're talking to women, if you ever hear the word comfort, you end conversation and walk away. Like, you have to take extreme precautions now. I'm serious. Us men have to take extreme precautions. If I'm joking with my mans, and he's like, man, yo, bro, stop playing with that, man. That shit ain't cool, bro. All right, that's your mans. A woman, run for the hills. Check out, dip. By the way, this should be noted for female creators who maybe you edge on the side of bro humor, because bro humor cannot be for you. Not in this world. Not with these cameras on. Not in this clip culture. Your humor is a cancellation. So as soon, and again, I'm watching just 8 seconds in. You know the first thing Kai does? Smart. She got a microphone on. Oh, hell nah, you the fans. Oh, hell nah. This is recorded. There's a big camera. This is the biggest camera I've seen in streaming. There's a big camera here. You see a microphone there. It's not like you're saying something to her that's not recorded. It's going to be crystal clear. Let's keep playing.
He's put that on you?
So I guess he's no, actually he's pointing at, I guess this is a stain right here. So he's dealing with that. But he definitely sees a mic. Sees a mic. So he knows what's up.
He's spilling on me. You're not doing nothing.
I just came.
Yo, that's.
Oh, okay. Benadon's here. Benadon brings some napkin because somebody spilled something on her.
Real nigga shit, bro.
Okay. She's a little bit, you know. Yo, chat. This is baddies culture right here. The women talk tougher than you, and then they call you pussy. Zeus have emasculated men and made women the new men. Women are the new men these days. Okay.
I just came.
Yo, that's real nigga shit, bro. You didn't even pull up with nothing. You a bum ass nigga.
Oh, wow. Wow, okay.
Don't talk to my dog like
Fuck
that.
you,
You a bum ass
nigga.
Oh shit. Then he just brings some, she said, fuck you too. Okay. What was Benadon trying to say?
You didn't even pull up with nothing. You a
Look, he's so confused.
bum ass nigga.
Don't talk to my dog like
He said, don't talk. Okay. Or maybe that kind of like skit mode. I don't know. Was this like a skit?
Fuck you, nigga.
Oh, he said, fuck you, nigga. He know what time to leave.
He just got here.
That nigga left at the right time. You know why? He just got a bag from he was the host on Drake and J. Cole tour. He know it's time. Ratchet, loud, black woman, I am exiting, okay?
Fuck you talking about?
whoa.
Now, looks like Kai says the B word.
Fuck you talking about?
Whoa.
Who you? Nigga.
Bro, he's crazy, bro.
Did you call me?
I apologize.
Now, I'm gonna shoot her some bail. I can't tell if the context here is everyone's playing and it's like a skit, or this is reality. That's also the thing with the streaming world. Like niggas, what they call clip farm, rage bait, they do these things. I can't tell what's real and what's not. I be watching the streaming world. I see the crazy, like, nigga, I was watching one thing. They say, yo, this nigga got kicked out of FaZe. I'm like, damn, this Lacey dude got kicked out. 2 minutes later, just kidding, back in. Okay, all right, that's not real. There's really nothing real when it comes to streaming. So even me, a streamer, because especially when it comes to IRL shit, it's all about clip farming. I can't tell what's real. So I can't tell if this is a skit. Is he in on it?
I apologize.
Because, I glanced over this clip. I didn't realize Kai said the B word. I don't think Kai, if they're serious, says the B word. So Kai might have been okay with the joking. Ben Don, the way he said, don't talk to my dog, it felt like he was doing like a skit thing. So maybe she's thinking they're joking. I'm trying to shoot her bail too, Chad. I'm not just here to pile on. But I am going to tell you, a woman comes up to you in 2025 and says some trigger words, run. Run. Unfortunately, y'all women, again, y'all going to have to understand the age we live in. Y'all don't get canceled. We do.
It was a prank on some Twitch shit.
Bro, because you be wilding on me,
You
bro.
call me a bitch?
Okay. Are they still joking or not? Okay, now here's the thing. It felt like that was when the record stopped playing or scratch.
You call me a bitch, nigga?
Yo, help, Ben.
Bro, y'all are aggressive.
No, Ben, fuck you, Ben. You call me a bitch, nigga? You calling me a bitch in front of all these motherfucking people, nigga?
Now, it feels like this is a skit that she's doing too well of an acting job. And Kai's like, wait, hold on. Did I tell her, like, we joking now? Or is she serious? Now, I have been told she exudes male heavy testosteronal energy where she'll seem like the most aggressive person in the room. That's what I've been told about this young woman. Now, I don't know, okay? Maybe Kai, because Kai's now looking over, like, he's looking at the director, be like, it's time to cut. Like, can we do this again? Like, this, are we still playing? Like, what's going on?
Hey, cut.
Okay, he even says cut. He literally says cut. Like, basically saying, okay, I'm losing the plot. I don't know if we're still playing.
Fuck cutting.
Oh, shit. Okay. So now she's like, fuck cutting. Now, maybe this is part of her shtick. Maybe this is part of her shtick. Now, the way how Ben Don is looking, You could tell this nigga's seen a lot of these type of women already. He is staying far. He got his mouth closed. Pause.
Nigga, fuck you.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. I think he's trying to tell her, yo, the skit's over. We're regular now. We're back. Like, we're back to being normal.
I'm embarrassed you, nigga. You
Okay. And I ain't gonna lie to you. That's my worst. Listen, I love y'all black women, man. I love y'all black women. But anytime you're around a woman who would say this, I'm about to embarrass you, run for the hills. Run for the hills, y'all.
Nigga, I'm embarrassed you, nigga. You calling me a bitch in front of all these motherfuckers?
Yo, it's quiet.
I don't even know.
I don't give a fuck if it's quiet. Fuck, I don't even see nobody, nigga. You calling me a bitch?
Now, I'm gonna shoot her some bail. I think she is actually thinking they're doing a skit. I think she thinks they're doing a skit. Here's the thing. Her testosterone level is at like Dwayne Johnson, The Rock levels. So when she's like, oh, I'm just acting, I think Kai is scared. This is the same type of look Tory Lanez had before he... I mean, yo, no, I'm playing. That's a joke. Kai is scared. Kai 4'9". She looked like she 5'11". Come on now.
Fuck is you talking about? Call me a bitch in front of all these motherfuckers.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I think she legit, I can't even try to cap on her. She thinks she's filming because this big camera here, I think she thinks it's filming, bro.
Zoe, relax.
Yeah.
Everybody's watching.
I don't see nobody. I only see you calling me a bitch, nigga.
Oh, she's acting, Chad. She's acting.
If I fucking bite you.
All right, Zoe.
Yeah.
Scene. Clap it up for Zoe, y'all. Good job. Okay, I'm sorry, bro.
You a bitch. Yo. Yeah, I locked in.
You locked in.
Oh, so it was a skit. She said she
I locked in.
Oh, she dabbed some Phantom. So it's a skit. Okay. Kai felt away, and I'm not gonna lie, man. Overly aggressive woman, like I really like, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. This era is so trash with like the popularization of women acting like men, talking to you like men, and you have to speak to them in a very docile tone, or you're abusive, right? Like they try to say, I hit a girl when I was trying to stop two chicks from fighting. I'm trying to get in there like, yo, I'm the man. Yo, niggas fall back. That was supposedly aggressive thing. So you got to be mad docile and run. I get it now. Okay. Now I think she apologized. This is her.
Okay.
And I ain't gonna lie to you. Some way, somehow, from the last clip to now, I don't know if she put on some eyeliner, mascara. She looks a lot feminine now. Let's see if she's gonna keep the feminine energy or tell niggas to suck her dick.
That was the clip that happened that day. Kai, this is for you. If I offended you in any kind of way with that clip, I do apologize. I don't ever like to make anybody feel uncomfortable. That's not what I was like trying to do. I didn't even think you would feel embarrassed because of that, just because like there was times where like that same kind of banter happened. Like there was another time you like called me a bitch before and we react like that. So I assumed like we were doing the same thing. So if I like offended you or like if I embarrassed you in a way, like I apologize. I did not know that I did that. I felt like I did something just because you like wasn't saying anything to me. So yeah.
Oh, her sneaky link just walked by. That's the nigga who get the feminine energy out of her, Kai. Let me tell you the truth. You see all these little bullbuck chicks who brolic as fucking headstrong, it's always a YN who dicking her down. It brings out all the feminine energy. When they're around the other niggas that's not dicking around, they like men too. Women are the new niggas. They say the same thing like niggas. They got a roster, they outside, they got hoes. Women want to be niggas. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I do believe I see people chiming and tell me this is her energy all the time. I'm only going off what I see, people. I think she was thinking she was killing a skit or a role, and Kai felt like she should have read the room and should have realized that it turned from being a skit to now you're embarrassing him. She never read that. Okay? I don't know if I could fully blame her, though, because fully blaming her is not understanding that she didn't mean to do it purposely. She was doing this thinking this was part of a skit, an act. Okay. Now, what happened afterwards is that Soluminati, and he's been streaming recently, he chimed in. This is what he chimed in and said about it. They have a history. Look.
Niggas don't like that shit. Niggas is not. Shut the fuck. Shut up while I'm talking to you, nigga.
Okay, and this is the thing. You know, love Kai, but y'all are platforming a woman who act like a man. Y'all can't tell her when to, like, if y'all platform a chick with higher testosterone levels than y'all can't tell her when to be docile. I gotta be honest. We gotta be honest now. There's a lot of these manly looking chicks that I see y'all love putting y'all streams. If y'all are platforming them for them to punk you when you're the man and they're the woman, don't expect them to snap back into some femininity when you want to. They're gonna grab you up at times you don't want to get grabbed up. They're gonna lift you off your feet, and your girl might be in the room and your feet are dangling and you're like, leave me, put me down here. They're gonna, listen, when you deal with these little ratchet ghetto hoes, and I'm not calling her a ratchet ghetto hoe particularly, I'm saying women who act this masculine, they don't turn it off. You gotta be almost give them the same energy back to say you'll choke them the fuck out. This is domestic violence heaven. Chicks like this, they Kodak Black and niggas like that. The little Reese's of the world. They know that nigga, he might wait for the cameras off, but he gonna uppercut her ass. I'm sorry. We know chicks like this. They be with a nigga that they scrap with. They don't listen to nothing else. Them and their niggas get it in like this. What's up, nigga? What's up? So all of this shit y'all doing for stream, stop platforming masculine women. Here's the problem with streaming and content creation. Women have not figured out a way how to fit in this without trying to be like the men that have dominated, unless they're selling themselves on some OnlyFans shit. Docile women don't really bring a crowd. Women who act like they're the female version of one of the popular male streamers, that's how they feel they're winning. But these dudes got to start telling these chicks, bro, we don't want another nigga, because here's the thing. If this chick, if that was a skit between Kai and Talil, no problem. If it was Kai and Talil, Kai wouldn't feel that way because Kai could respond because it's a nigga. The thing is, when y'all dealing with masculine men or women, y'all can't respond like masculine men. If you respond like you have a dick in the balls and have a fucking Y chromosome, you're fucking canceled. Because when she's doing all that, you're cowering down. Man, Cassie not stronger than that chick. If he stand up to her like, bitch, get the fuck out of my face. Kai's image has changed. So why y'all be around these chicks? That you can't do what you need to do. And then if she punks the shit out of you, which she gonna punk you, you are now embarrassed because sometimes they miss social cues. I don't think she meant to miss it, but she did miss the social cue. Hey, shorty, cut it. Everybody's done it. It's quiet. They told her. Now, this ain't one of the clips we're trying to watch. This is an old clip. We got to play Soluminati. Soluminati's here. Let me find it. By the way, any chick, look at this shit. This chick look like Meg Thee Stallion, man. Bumbleclad. Get the strap. Oh, Kai. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. I see why Kai was... is this her? I see why Kai was quiet. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. All right. So here we go. This is Soluminati responding, I think. No. Is that it? I want the first response. Here we go.
Under the bus. So you didn't make it, and now you throwing a nigga named Zeddy under the bus because he's not a streamer?
Who the hell's Zeddy?
Maybe they see the potential in him.
Oh, you one of the people got accepted.
Like, no hate towards whoever this girl is. No way you got your ass on and cried because you didn't make a university, bro. You a grown-ass woman. Like, this bitch is a grown woman. And I seen what you be doing, that masculine. You the type of... Bro, that masculine ass shit you be doing, you the type of bitch that'll bite a nigga dick while you sucking it. Like, we can't trust you. I wouldn't put you on at all, bitch.
I ain't gonna lie. If I'm this chick, I feel a little bit betrayed though. I think she been doing skits with these niggas. They listen. Zoe is a chick. From what I know, I don't think she's that popular on Twitch like the rest of these guys. But she has 1 million people that follow her on Instagram, and I'm pretty sure on TikTok she's popping. So it's like whatever she's been doing has been working on those platforms. It's just that Twitch is a male-dominated platform that especially in this type of realm, women only really work if they're objectified and super objectified. Anyway.
Cut that masculine shit out and maybe you might get more opportunities. Nobody want to be around a masculine ass girl, even if it's fake. My baby, simple.
Okay.
Girl, whoever you are, your name Zoe Spencer. Maybe you should just focus on becoming a better creator because the masculine shit that you doing, no nigga want to be around that. And I wouldn't even...
Now, I'm going to say cap. I'm going to say cap. And then now I gotta call out the crowd that she's a part of their group. There's men bringing her around. I'm sorry. You can't... She's not forcing her way into these content. I never knew who this person was if I didn't know about the realm and the world of... like, you know, some of Kai's affiliates. They bring her into this world. Why the fuck y'all bringing a masculine woman into this world of streaming that really only appreciate dudes and then get upset if she punks y'all? That's her job, to punk y'all niggas. Her job is to emasculate you in every shape, way, and form. That's usually part of the joke. There is no place really in society for masculine women. None. There's really no place. But if y'all gonna play the stupid games, you're gonna get some stupid results. Chat, she didn't bulldoze her way onto her stream. I didn't know who she... I heard of the name before. Nigga, she showed up to my birthday party. I didn't know who she was. Again, no disrespect to her. I'm not trying to... Like, she came with Kyle Rich. And I'm not saying she wasn't invited. Because Kyle was my guest. The point is this, I'm not knowledgeable of what she does. I'm not that knowledgeable of what she does. But I'm not going to just, not because we fuck with Kai and we love Kai, but while I agree with Kai feeling disrespected, the blame can't just only be on her. Y'all be bringing this butch, aggressive acting chick around and get mad when she don't turn off her butch, aggressive acting self. I wouldn't bring Krishan Rock around a family barbecue unless I want to goddamn fight. Krishan Rock. You know, this is a Krishan Rock archetype. Don't bring her around if you don't want bottles breaking, fights, arguments. They only do one thing. I'm sorry. As soon as she come in the room, y'all be like, yeah, somebody get her. Get her. Get her. We know what she gonna do. She acts like a man, but she ain't a man. So we can't choke her ass out if she does something like a man would do that's disrespectful. So get her out, please. We can't do content with her. Y'all got to stop doing content with masculine women. The Krishan Rocks of the world, unless you down to get it, you see, you know, with all due respect, Blueface never got online and said, yo, you embarrassing me. He took the hit with a Henny ball in the head like a champ. He took the black eyes. That's what comes with this type of girl. Black eyes, hitting the head with a Henny bottle, get scrapped, chipped tooth, missing tooth. That's what comes. Nigga, didn't you see her punch the whole bag straight off?
Even bring you around nobody. After a while, you will just become annoying. Seriously, and that's probably what CASSIE.
Yeah, but, and again, love Kai, but Kai, you gotta put your foot down from here on forward. If you bring her back around for content, like, look, I know a few homegirls and niggas. I'll go out with them, act's an alcoholic, but act don't ever act crazy when he's off his shit. I know a few people, when they get drunk, they're going to the hospital, somebody's going to jail, somebody's getting fight, somebody's fighting. They always end bad. At a certain point, if you keep bringing that one friend with you or that one person with you that acts like that, it becomes like, nigga, why do you think you're going to get a different result? Y'all should stop. If y'all don't like Zoe Spencer's behavior, stop inviting her around y'all shit. I know they're making a stance now. You're not invited to the Streamer Academy or Streamer University. Perfect. But for content elsewhere down the line, if y'all choose to keep doing content with her, and I don't care what makeup she puts on, they don't change her stripes. Krishan Rock is Krishan Rock. Nigga, she could go to church. She could go anywhere. It's Krishan Rock.
Maybe you just an annoying ass female. It ain't even got to be nothing deeper. You don't have to come, I don't know why. Just take a look back at your track record and look at what you was doing. You trying to emasculate niggas? With that personality you have, you...
Okay. Now, what happened was, I think she went off on him. She went off on him. So let me find it. Soluminati Zoe Spencer. And I ain't gonna lie to you, the way she went off on him, kind of, it's like, y'all gotta see how she went off on him. Look at this. I gotta show you. When you see this, you gotta be like, why do... Oh, here we go.
I don't want no problem. I don't want no problems.
Like, with all due respect, all of these women right here give the same energy.
I want problems.
You gonna...
I want problems. Stop talking like that. Stop talking like that. Stop talking like that. Stop talking like
Tell him slide. Some troll gets their number and it's trolling them.
that. We don't give a fuck who you is. Stop talking like that.
They talk like gangsters. Okay, I got to show you the first crash out on Soul. That's what I want to show y'all. This shit was crazy. All right, here. Look.
Your dog fucking dog. Your fucking mother.
Hold on. Yeah, I got to find a longer version of this for y'all.
Illuminati.
Here we go.
Who is the Solid Illuminati nigga? Who's the Solid Illuminati nigga? Who's the Solid Illuminati nigga? Yeah, Solid Illuminati, suck my dick. Because you're a grown-ass man talking about a grown-ass bitch, right? How about you get a life, you old bitch, and suck my dick? You're on my dick. I don't give a fuck what the fuck I did, bitch. Are you going, you fucking gay-ass nigga? Suck my dick. I don't give a fuck.
Are you talking about the one that's straight down right now?
No, some fucking black nigga named Solid Illuminati. His name is stupid as fuck. He's talking about me and talking shit. If you ain't got nothing to say, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, hey, Solid Illuminati, do you have anybody saying hi to you? You hating ass bitch. Yeah. How about that? You done fucked up the wrong tree, bitch. Cause now I'm not gonna stop. Every stream, I will call you a bitch ass nigga. You bitch.
Yo, chat. Can we bring back the times that women used to go tap their male friend to go handle the males? Because the women now talk crazier than the males. They talk crazier than the men.
Bitch ass nigga, I don't even know you until now. I don't even know who the fuck you were. Hi, how you feeling, my heart? I don't even know who the fuck you were.
Damn, she dapping nigga up. Hi, how you feeling? My heart. Like, yo, you know what it is though? It might be a New York thing. Yo, chat. Anybody not in New York run into women like this all the time? It's just a little poll. It might be a New York thing. If y'all down there in, I don't know. If y'all down there in South Carolina, are the women you're running across, the young women, are they, is this what we're getting?
Until now, you boring bitch. You're mad because you're a boring bitch, and I'm crashing out on you. You fucking stupid ass. You have a dumb ass username. Your name is, hold on, Mike. Your fucking name is dumb.
Damn, Mike about to get done up too.
Bitch, and I'm crashing out on you. You fucking stupid ass. You have a dumb ass username. Your name is, hold on, Mike. Your fucking name.
Yo, this nigga flinched. Yo, this nigga flinched.
Stupid ass. You have a dumb ass.
Look at this nigga. He flinched. He tapped her in the middle of her whole Comania speech, and he flinched. Look.
Username. Your name is, hold on, Mike. Now, here's the thing, man. Zoe Spencer, I think you're a product of your environment. I don't even think she is mean-spirited. I think what happens is there's certain women from certain places that lack self-awareness. Like, this is what they call, they always have some ratchet terms to, like, describe some of these behaviors. Like, put like this. Anytime I see this type of behavior, I guarantee I could probably look up
2 or 3 videos that she might have, like impromptu videos, and she the one be like, yeah, I'm outside, I'm doing my big one. Once I hear that, I know what it is. I'm doing my big one. I'm like, what? Once you hear that, chat, let Jesus take the wheel and just leave.
Mike, your fucking name is dumb, and you're a pussy, and you're a bitch. You fucking lame. You look fucking
Nigga said, why is rice gum with her? 9 break, what up, bro?
lame. You're lame. Oh my God, you're fucking ugly, nigga. Are you?
Yo, this is where, like, yo, let me tell you this. And I do want to ask one question. Yo, Dr. Umar, I'm with you. I think no white woman summer, I think we should do it. But, Dr. Umar, could we have some etiquette training? And this obviously, this is not the majority of black women. But Jesus Christ, if you're telling us we can't go Spanish, Asian, Indian, Persian, or motherfucking snow bunnies, could you at least teach these motherfuckers how to act, bro? Please, could you teach them that we can have a conversation without them saying, what up, my heart? Could you tell them to stop sounding like Pop Smoke? Could you tell them to, like, stop telling us to suck their, I don't even know if it's a dick. Could you please, Dr. Umar, you're leaving us no choice. You're leaving us no choice, gang. Because we love black women, but we love feminine black women, okay? And this seems to be the archetype of the black woman that is promoted the most, that gets the most amount of likes, shares, and celebration and ridicule.
You're a pussy and you're a bitch. You fucking lame. You look fucking lame. You're lame.
Damn.
Oh my God, you're fucking ugly, nigga. Are you dumb? You have a fucking
Are you dumb?
USA outfit on. Fucking July 4th ass bitch. Hold on. Like, are you kidding me right now? I can't believe I'm even giving you the time. You're fucking, you have 2019 videos up here. You trying to show that you pulled numbers before. You're showing shit from 2019. Show shit now!
Yeah, if you'll notice, the modern black woman, she's the loud one, and the guy is like the quiet one, not trying to get embarrassed. Or he's not trying to get snapped at by her. You see what this black dude been doing the whole time? Let me mind my business. Let me say, you know, she could have just gave the phone to him and be like, yo, this pussy's like saying something to me, and have him defend her honor. I don't know. This is crazy. Anyway. Yeah, he looked like he's scared of her too.
2020 was the last post. You're a bum. You're a bum, and you have on a weak ass outfit.
Okay. So now, So Illuminati response. And I'll go to Fearbook to eloquently outline the points that So Illuminati said. Let's see.
The world painting the picture. Now Zoe came out crying to the world, painting the picture that Kai was a bad person. Painting the picture, telling people why she feel like this, she feel like that. She started throwing people under the bus who got a big opportunity, talking about he's not even a streamer. She was doing all type of different shit. And she didn't understand. She didn't understand why Kai didn't want her around. So she started pointing fingers at everything, playing this sympathy shit. It reminded me of Megan Thee Stallion and them. People felt sorry for Megan Thee Stallion with the Tory Lanez shit. You giving them sympathy energy. You don't really give a fuck about them. You just feel sorry for them. So she painted this picture. Now niggas getting bashed. She throwing other people under the bus, all type of shit. Now I didn't know who she was, so I had to do my research. I does my research, and all she does is emasculate niggas.
Really?
Bro, I don't know who the fuck this girl, where she came from. I don't know how long she been streaming. She's a fucking... Y'all know what industry plants is. We talked about that on here. Where did she come from? Bro,
I think she came from another platform. I think she came from, because she has way more followers on Instagram and I believe TikTok. All right, let me look up her on TikTok. Zoe Spencer TikTok. The new meta in getting lit on Twitch is that former YouTubers are all going to Twitch, right? They're all going to streaming. But what happens is that the TikTokers are going there too. So see, she has 2.7 million on TikTok. That's really huge, right? So, you know, I don't want to be, you know, kind of just, you know, it's not being informed if you act like she just came out. I don't consume this type of content, but clearly someone does.
Whoa.
Okay, I don't. Okay, this is not my type of content, but who cares? Like, it works for her, right? 2.8 right here. She got 2.8 million right here, and I think she got a million, Zoe Spencer, on Instagram. I think she got 1 million on Instagram, right? So yeah, she came from another platform, but I think on those other platforms, they, like TikTok is really meant for beta males. You get what I'm saying? So it's like they like when women are masculine. That's what pops over there. You get what I'm saying?
My nigga, every male that's a part of her stream, she humiliate them. Why you can't just sit and just have fun with niggas? Every person that stream with her feel like they going up under a humiliation ritual. Seriously. She putting humiliation rituals on everybody.
Yo, I know one of them ones still.
A chill nigga. I done seen so many clips with girls just thirsty as hell for this nigga dude. A chill nigga. He don't really do anything wrong. You going around biting niggas. You have bit more than 10 niggas.
Showing her Pluto vibes? No way. Wait, she bite guys? Like, what you mean bite?
This bitch a zombie. Bro, Zoe Platt, the dick eater. She's a zombie, bro. Every male she streamed with, she has to make him feel uncomfortable. Bro, can you do content without humiliating niggas? Seriously, can you? I honestly think you deserve a chance in the streamer university. You have to kill your image. You got to get rid of that plant energy. Do content with a man without making him feel uncomfortable. She bit the nigga Duke. Why would you do that?
I ain't gonna lie. He got to look on his face and be like, yo, you know you got to just tolerate it because you can't do nothing? And you know you on camera. He really want to be like, get the fuck off me. Like, you could tell he was just like, here we go again. Yo, the look on these niggas' faces is like, this ain't the first time, bro. You could tell.
You got to get rid of that plant energy. Do content with a man without making him feel uncomfortable. She bit the nigga Duke. Why would you do that? Why? Look how uncomfortable he is. Why? We see that. Your personality, this masculine ass, fake ass energy. This is why you're not in the streamer university. Why did you bite him? Why? Bro, listen. She bites everybody. We just seen him with Mulatto. They was going crazy, or Lotto, whatever the fuck the bitch name is. They was going crazy. Good vibes, good energy. But when she come around, she has to do the most humiliating shit, and she makes everybody feel uncomfortable. Bro, listen. She check out as she biting everybody she come across. Remember I told you, she emasculate every fucking man that she live streams with. Notice how she look at the chat reaction. She gotta make sure people laughing. She gotta read.
Oh, that might be main character syndrome, bro. It's when women don't like when the focus ain't on them. So whoever the focus is on, they'll start to embarrass. It's like the homie who, like, he'll be on some like, yo, why y'all on his dick? Yo, that nigga ain't shower in 2 days. He just said some crazy shit to try to, I don't know, maybe that's what it is.
Look at her looking at the chat reaction. She like these. Look at her as soon as she do something.
That's a bite mark. So we know.
She bite the next nigga. She infecting every fucking body. Zoe, this is why I say you will bite a nigga dick if you sucking it. This is why. Who don't trust you in bed? Is to be around her. Nobody likes you. Nobody.
Damn.
And then you don't know how to read energy. You are a fucking bot. You don't know how to read energy? Like, I could walk in your house and know it was just an argument. I could feel the bad energy everywhere I go. She don't know how to read energy when enough is enough. Enough is enough. Sometimes you be doing too much. Look at my nigga just looking at you like, bro, why am I even collabing with you? And I bet you ain't never getting one with him again.
Let me say this. I don't know how old she is. I'll Google it. How old is she? Okay, she's 24 years of age. It was Zoe Spencer. I'm gonna give you some. I think I've been trying to be fair to you throughout this whole conversation. And I think after So got at you, because he has a huge audience, you're probably gonna feel the whole world is against you. It's not. I do think, though, what you're probably hearing now from strangers online is what many people around you probably have wanted to tell you, but were probably either too scared, either attracted to you, or just they talk behind your back. This is an opportunity to kind of shift, though. You get what I'm saying? Now, here's the problem. When people get to be that age of 24, 25, these are years of reactions and habits of how you react to things, places, and people that you're not going to be happy yourself if you can't be yourself around them. Because in your mind, how you are, you don't see a problem with it. And if that's the case, you should probably find another friend group that accepts it. Because there are groups that accept your behavior. And shit, I saw you around your girls. They look like they're just like you. But if you want to be accepted by that other group, you should probably look at some self-reflection and introspection. And not everybody's against you, because I don't know too much about you, but I don't have anything really negative to say about you. But your behavior does come across as some of the things I've like. When I see you in those short clips, it shouts Krishan Rock. Like Krishan, I've never seen a woman like Krishan Rock. Like I told you, I think Krishan Rock is a swine that should be caged. I'm not used to women acting like that. I'm not used to women acting like they need a rabies shot. I'm not used to women who will embarrass everybody around them and will be so detrimental to, especially when you're doing content with them. Like, these people don't owe you nothing. If you had a boyfriend or something, I guess, your boyfriend might like that. But these people you want to be around, they do content similarly. Like, there's a lot of other women who are beautiful and you look good. Yeah, other women look good. Other women who are funny. So, if you want to be, it seems like that's your group. Like the Kyson that, I don't know what that guy name is. Who is this guy? I don't know his name. This one right here? I don't know his name. But like Tyler Hill and all that, and like AMP, like if that's your group, yeah, just be chill if you want to be fitting in the group, or find another group. Okay?
All of these niggas is in the streamer university. None of them want to be around you. It has nothing to do with Kai. It's who you are as a person. Zoe Plant. The dick eater.
Yo, come on.
Worse.
I think it's the last clip.
Not only do she bite niggas, bruh. My guy. She farts, my nigga. She's a farter. This bitch stink. She stink. Not only do she bite niggas, but you fart live on nigga streams. Bro, Zoe Plant, this is why you didn't make the university.
Now, again, I'm going to still shoot her some bail. I think what's happening in the streamer world is that there's a lot of streamers acting like women. They're doing very zesty things, and I think the women think it's opposite day. If y'all acting like us, let us act like y'all. That's what I believe. Because every time I see some super clippable shit, I'm like, that kind of gives zesty energy. I could see why the women coming in and saying, if y'all are doing us better than us, let's us try to do y'all better than y'all. I'm being honest. There is a little bit of, I'm telling you, you start to see some of the streamers, they're doing a little zest. And I think what happened is the females are like, all right, we'll take the other role.
This is why.
Man.
That is so rude.
And you just, what, you farted?
You just farted?
That's exactly why PZ don't want you, DG don't want you, Zay don't want you.
Did y'all hear that? He just named so many niggas that don't like her. She's fucking trifling. Her whole point is to humiliate niggas she's around. Oh, don't worry, she do it to girls too. But wait, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all niggas.
Nobody likes you.
Nobody likes you.
You dead. Just if nobody wants you.
Nobody. You just do too much as a creator. And this is why you didn't make it. It ain't gotta be no hidden agendas. A nigga can't even bring his girl around you. Maybe that's why Kai girl probably didn't want you around. You just bad energy. You toxic as fuck. You humiliate everybody you around. You always looking at the chat to see what they saying. You got plant energy because...
I will say, though, so Illuminati, being fair, the new crop of streamers, all they do is look at the chat. They're not having genuine reactions and stuff. You know, so I'm not singling her out all the way. I think part of why she acts like this is because of how the men act. I think why she looks at the chat is everybody is obsessed with just doing some random thing as long as they get instant approval from the chat. So I can't say she's alone in this. It's clear we're saying what she does we don't like, but what she does is created by everything else that we haven't complained about.
Because all you do is make streamers look bad. Nobody likes you. Nobody fucks with you. But I'm the bad person? Like, bro, why you trying to hit a nigga while he chilling with his girl? You pushing his girl and shit? Yeah, she do it to bitches too.
Really?
Y'all bitches ain't safe either. She doing it to everybody. She trying to humiliate her way to the top. That's an industry plant. She's a fucking plant. And I'll find out who put you on. How you end up around all these niggas and you only been doing this for 1 year?
Well, again, I'm blame the men. What's happening in streaming is that it's like a clout fusion. So if someone comes from TikTok with 2 million followers, they're instantly all around that person like it's not like it's all good. So it's like a clout infusion, and then they're a little bit surprised when they realize, no, we actually don't mesh with this person. Wait, is Pink Dreads this guy? Is he a dude? I thought Pink Dreads was a song. Pink Dreads protecting girlfriend Zoe Spencer. I thought Pink Dreads was a song. Right? Isn't it like
I chose.
What are you doing?
Who's Pink Dreads? This is Johnny Sink Johnny's this is Jay Cinco. This is Jay Cinco, right?
Oh my God.
Like, he's doing this in front of you.
Stop. I'm not trying to hit you. I'm for real.
Oh yeah, nah, that's crazy. Wait, she's trying to swing on that man while his girl's in his arms? Now, girls like this act like that, and they would want to try to scrap it out with your girl. You can tell she's not like that.
Put your hand down. I'm not abusing him and shit. I'm just like.
Whoa, sis.
Don't touch her like that. Don't touch.
You see, I can't tell if this shit be real or fake. I'm usually thinking this is fake, right?
Yeah. Nah, Max.
Wait. Say that to the camera one more time.
Why you don't protect me like that? That's crazy.
Everybody, come on. Hey, chat.
Okay. All right, man. It's that TikTok world, man. That's what I be trying to say, man. I only got a limited amount of advice for newer streamers. I'm glad I got whatever I had to get back when I had to get it, because now it's a wild, wild west. I can't tell what's real, what's fake. The men act like women. They're surprised when the women are now acting like men. It's a whole bunch of bullshit going on. I just don't know, brother. I just don't know. I just kind of like watching. I'm like, listen, what I will say is if Kai felt offended, he felt offended. That's what it is. It's his shit. He felt offended. Beat it. Go get another group. It is what it is. Or take constructive criticism. All right, bet. Let's go. Speaking about the men acting like women and women acting like men. They say boss man D-Lo might be on the D-Lo. I know, clever play of words, but I ain't capping. So boss man D-Lo, who just recently had to respond to this thing, there's a man. Oh my God. Chat, I don't think I'm mature enough to deal with this topic. So apparently this guy name is Timmy Bansom. He is messaging Boss Man D-Lo. By the way, this is D-Lo's number, so he got his number somehow. He says, "What's your real name?" Boss Man D-Lo says, "I ain't giving mine. He ain't give yours." And confusing how. The dude says, "Justin is my real name." Boss Man D-Lo says, oh, Lord. So you is that. I don't know how he could be confused. Yo, Boss Man D-Lo, bro. It's no way. It's no way. It's no way. This nigga look like Poetic Flocka with a lineup, bro. It's no way, Boss Man D-Lo, you got fooled, bro. It's no way. So it says, Justin's my real name. He said, that shit confusing. He said, yeah, I know, sorry. God made me this pretty. LOL. I understand if you not fucking with me now, though. Boss Man D-Lo says, I appreciate you being real. I never did that. I don't want to be all the blogs on shit. Now, I ain't gonna lie to you. That was the most confusing response. I never did that, and I don't want to be over the blogs. You should be like, just goodbye. I'm not into this. You leave room for speculation that if you weren't to be over all the blogs, that should have been the last message your ass sent. Now, I understand if Boss Man D-Lo was trying to say, hey, listen, I ain't trying to be homophobic or transphobic either. And whatever, I'm going to let you rock. I ain't trying to disrespect you. Okay? I think that would be reasonable. Boss Man D-Lo continued by saying, just looked at your Twitter too. The dude is proving that it's real. Hope you don't leak the number. Oh, yeah, he showed that him and Boss Man D-Lo was DMing. Okay. Let's see where the message go after that. He said, I can see now you just do people any kind of way. That's what Boss Man D-Lo says. He haven't done nothing to you, though. So what you talking about? He says, I'm just saying you're not genuine for real. You just about money. Fuck a bond. Fuck a real friend, real vibe. He says, all you talking about is linking up and having sex. What is going on right here? You act like we can pop out and be in a relationship, though. I mean, you started the conversation talking sexually. What am I supposed to be thinking? Okay, this is all I'm going to show. Go to my fins to get, what? Huh? Hold on, chat.
The biggest helly? What the 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 helly? My new watch on Prezi, diamonds on spaghetti. What the helly? What the
helly? Got the transgender trying to bring you to the telly? What the helly? The transgender you see look like Nelly? Oh, hell no. What the fuck going on here? Boss Man D-Lo, we need some explanations. I thought this was going to be an easy one to defend. What the helly? Ain't no way Boss Man D-Lo was checking out the belly. What the helly? Got a nigga named Justin trying to bring him to the telly. What the helly? What the hell? Wait, hold on, chat. Let's see what's going on. Yo, bro, this is flagrant. This is flagrant, bro. This is flagrant. This is flagrant, bro.
What the hell? What the hell? What the
chat, bro? What the hell? Yo, listen. Boss man D-Lo, you better do this nigga like Y&W Melly. I don't know what you got going on, but apparently Boss man D-Lo responded. So let's see what Boss man D-Lo said. Nah, this doesn't look too good, chat. This don't look too good. What the hell?
I'm a shit talker, I'm a shit popper. He got money problem, he ain't got $1,000.
He said, that's all I gotta say. New music on the way. New sauce on the way. Pause. Wait. I ain't trying to beat nobody on the internet. I don't even play them games. Just keep shit in the streets when you decide you want to play with a real straight nigga. Chat. Chat. I ain't even gonna cap with you. This is my face right here. Chat, this is my face right here. Hold on. Hold on. This is my face right here, chat. This is my face right here, chat. Hold on. Bro, I don't know what's going on. Here we go. Here we go. This is my face right here, chat. That's my face. Yo, chat. Maybe I read it wrong. I don't know. Still, hold on. I got it. We owe that nigga the benefit of the doubt, bro. Okay, this is on the 27th of September. Okay. So this was over a year old. Okay, why are we just seeing it now? Or not over a year old, but like 8-9 months. Chat, should I even go to the Instagram chat? Timmy Bansum. I don't even know if I want to do that, bro. Nigga, I'm trying, bro. I just like chat. Like, I'm Jamaican, so I can't do this test, but I want y'all to do this test, okay? I'm gonna go on homie's page, and y'all tell me if y'all see something that could have made you think like, oh, I'm sliding the DMs. Like, yo, man, I'm bad, man. I'm gonna deal with Batty, man. So I can't do that. So y'all could do it. So I'm gonna just do a quick scroll. What the hell you think? Yo. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yo, boss man D-Lo. Gang, I tried, bro. I'm trying to read. Yo, you ever seen some shit you turn your phone? You're trying to turn your phone. I'm like. Now, here's the thing, too. If boss man D-Lo was actually D-Lo, right? Oh, there's more? Y'all, the way he thought I was going to link him for free is crazy. Because I'm going to post my messages on the other page. He don't want no puppy. He want to ban some Barbie. What? Bro. Now, here's the funny thing about this chat. And I'm not trying to stick up for, and pause on sticking up for anything at this point. But if D-Lo, all right, so again, D-Lo getting fooled, I ain't gonna lie, that's bananas. That's not, or pause it, even pause on banana. Holy shit. Let's hurry up and get out of this topic. D-Lo getting confused based on that Instagram profile? Whatever, bro. What I will say is this, okay? If D-Lo had responded to this message saying, Justin's my real name, and if he said if he said the F word slur, or he says I don't F with no T words, or get your T word ass out of my DM, or get your F word ass out my DM, or off my phone, or bitch, what you think this is? If he had disrespected and said something that they would call homophobic or transphobic, we don't have this conversation. I think he was trying to be courteous here and not disrespect. He said, oh, so you is that. That shit confusing. And he said, yo, appreciate be real. I never did that, and I don't want to be all over the blogs and shit. Just look at your Twitter too. Now, here's the thing. What I think is that this tweet, this one, I think they're acting like this is after. This seems before. Oh, no. I don't know, bro. Your boss man D-Lo, bro. You on your own, gang. I'm trying to make this make sense. It's just like, bro, let's just move on, bro. Let's just move on, bro. I mean, the nigga did have Timmy. Like, the nigga name is Timmy, though. Like, it's not even like it says Tina. It says Timmy. The nigga real name is Justin. This pick wouldn't even fool Ray Charles. I'm gonna leave it alone. Oh, last thing I'm gonna say, I just hope when my man was talking about Mr. Pot Scraper, hey. Bro, chat. I don't know, man. Oh, my bad. Yeah, my bad, chat. I don't know, man. Yo, sometimes the jokes write themselves, but I fuck with D-Lo too much to make it. I just want to be a comedian right now, but I know it's affecting his image, so I ain't gonna make these jokes. I ain't gonna lie. In part of the song, he did say, why would I go chase a bitch? I'm like, now I get it. Now I get it. Nah, I'm playing. D-Lo, I fuck with you, bro. I don't think you're gay. And I don't think you transgenders. All right, let's get out of this topic, chat. Shit. Well, that was uncomfortable, huh? So anyway, it appears that Tory Lanez and Rich the Kid is beefing over his chick. Yo, let me tell you this, man. Could we put this in perspective? How come the niggas locked up seem to be getting more pussy, or all the girls want the niggas locked up and their nigga be free? Remember Devin Haney girl? She crying to Young Thug while Young Thug locked up. Her man free as fuck, knocking niggas out. What the hell is going on? Rich the Kid free as a bird. I don't know if his ex-wife or I don't know what it is. Tory Bricks is supposedly texting Tory Lanez. Now, a few messages came out. Tory Bricks, which we know for being, what's her name? Young M.A.'s ex-girlfriend and Rich the Kid's baby mama and supposed wife or girlfriend. Tory Bricks said, Tory, thanks for the house you paid for and the rent. Now, here's the funny part about this. This was like I was like, huh? Thanks for the house you paid for and the rent? Well, if you bought the house, ain't no rent. Maybe she told my mortgage. Who knows? Then she says manipulation and finesse at the highest point. Then she says, Tory, stop calling my phone. Who's calling my phone? Sounds like Nokia already, right? Then she says, Tory ain't nothing but a fucking finesser. Stop trying to call me to persuade me to do shit. Tory Bricks posts later. Clearly, that wasn't me. Rich the Kid comes out later and says, I've been in the wrong. Tory has been more than a great woman to me. I've messed up before and I take full accountability. She's an outstanding mother and great person. I don't know what's going on. If you ask me, look like Rich the Kid done fucked up. Tory Bricks done start boo loving because nobody got time for a girl emotions and a nigga in jail. He gonna sit there with her all day. He don't got nothing but time. And look like either Tory pulled Rich the Kid girl in jail or something or another. And I don't know if, obviously Tory Bricks later says Rich the Kid took her phone and typed that. Regardless, looked like Tory Bricks might be dating Tory Lanez. And Tory's in jail while her baby daddy free, which is kind of embarrassing, right? Rich the Kid did post a picture of his family, which includes her. Don't know if it's still up. Seems like it's going away. Oh, but it's also there 2 days ago. They're at Disney World. And he says, family first. Everything else comes after. Live life, give thanks. I don't know. But that boy Tory's a bad boy. Damn, he's out with her. Yo, Rich the Kid, bro. If you and Tory battling for this girl, bro, I know you got kids with her, bro. But I don't know how serious you can take her. You're going to have to deal with her, but just warning. Warning. Okay. Is that her and him? Yo, Rich the Kid, I ain't going to lie to you. You ain't fooling nobody. I know what happened. Chat, I could see this from a mile away until it happened. Rich the Kid done cheated on her about 4,000 times. She got tired of it recently and started entertaining other niggas. It's all good when your chick is entertaining other niggas till you find out the nigga your woman entertaining. When you find out the nigga your woman entertaining, your skin is in heat, nigga. You like termite in heat, nigga. You know how to act, you don't know how to think. This post right here is, let me get my woman back and my family back. Trust. He dicked her down one time, and then she fell asleep and went through her phone, and all he saw was her sending titty pictures, pussy pictures, everything to Tory Lanez burning her phone in jail. Tory Lanez nursing his stab wounds right now, just whacking into his shit on some Diddy shit. Not like that, but you know what I mean? Just whacking into the shit. Whacking into your girl. He probably went crazy on her. This post is, I'm sorry for cheating on you with every bitch that's ever lived. Trust me. Bro, he doesn't post. I ain't never seen this nigga posted this. This nigga posted family pictures. When you see a nigga posting family pictures, he know that the girl he dealing with, she's at wit's end. She's done. She's almost gone. She's tired of it. He just didn't realize she's already in the streets. He probably came over, brought a gift for her, dicked her down. They was drinking. The kids was with the nanny or with the grandma. And she done fucked around, was watching YouTube on her phone and left her phone open. And Rich the Kid said, let me go through it. And when he went through it and seen that she been putting money on Tory's books, sending Tory titty pictures, videos of her playing with that little clit, oh, hell no. It was World War III, nigga. She posted all that shit. Tory, you fucking simp. Keep sending me money. Stop calling me bitch ass nigga. He wrote that shit. He wrote that shit. He wrote that shit. Come on, we know he wrote that shit. He wrote that shit. That's why I just figured it out. That's why that nigga came back later and said, yo, that's why she came back later and said, yo, that wasn't me. And if that wasn't him, he would have been like, leave me out of y'all fuckery. If you just found out that your woman is sending nude pictures to Tory Lanez and you ain't with her, and everybody think it's her man who doing it, and they think you're her man. I don't know if that's he's the man. But I know they were married and they got kissed. You would have said, you'd have posted big bold letters, keep me out of your clout chasing fuckery. Leave me out of it. But you know damn well it was him. And he probably started apologizing to her again. He wanted her back. And she probably told her, you know what she probably told him? You caught me not even fucking a nigga. You caught me texting a nigga in jail. He couldn't fuck me if he wanted to. Yeah, I sent him a picture. So what? You done fucked 4,000 bitches. And I forgave you for all 4,000 of them hoes. You can't forgive me for texting a nigga in jail? And he probably just apologized and be like, all right, let's get it back together. Yeah, trust. Story probably goes somewhere around there. I'm pretty good at this. Trust. So what if Rich was the one that got Tory stabbed? Shit. That's some shit, huh? Let me see. Tory Bricks Instagram. Let me see what's going on still. She still look she still look pretty good, right? Mm-hmm. Still bad. Let's see. Does she follow Tory Lanez? Okay, she don't follow Tory Lanez. Does she follow Richard Kidd? Oh, she followed her husband or her guy. Okay, they getting back together. Yo, Tory. I know this probably happened on before the stabbing and everything, but Tory, leave that woman alone, man. Leave that woman alone, bro. You just looking for somebody to pass the time. You got a million other women on your line. Leave that woman alone. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get out of jail. And I'm seeing all the petitions. It look like, you know, I seen even a senator say, get you out. You going to get out of jail. And you done fucked up her life. By the time you done violated with her, Richard Kid don't want her. And now we got a whole bunch of single kids raising. And you not going to wife her, bro. Like, just, let me tell you this. One thing with me, I was dealing with this shorty, right? Her nigga called me and politely asked me. He said, I got 4 years with this woman. I know I fucked up recently, and I know she been fucking you. She been trying to come back, but I need to know if you will stop fucking her. And I ain't gonna lie, that man asked her politely. I did. I couldn't fuck up a happy home because he was so committed. Nigga was pot committed, if you know that term in terms of poker. Lo and behold, chat, 2 weeks later, he proposed to her. I got to keep it 100. Touche to homie. And I'm pretty sure it's the same situation. Homie was cheating on her like it's going out of style. She gave him a taste of his own medicine. And then dude realized, all right, nah, whatever. He forgave her. Now they back together. Good for them. Yo, Tory, please stop messaging Tory Bricks. That's Rich the Kid girl. Leave him alone, bro. Please. Okay. Yeah, no, there's mounting support for Tory to come out, man. Look, I'm calling for Governor Newsom to review Tory's case and issue a pardon. 10-year sentence was based on flawed evidence, political pressure, and prosecutorial bias. Justice must be blind, not driven by headlines. Ooh. So many other people have been, like, supporting him. So many, like, rappers. I see everybody posting. Kodak Black. We got Popcorn. Was that Jacquees? Malu. Kyle from the Nelt Boys. Nicky Jam. Gilly the Kid. Kodak Black. Joyner Lucas. We saw Chris Brown. Ty Dolla $ign. Even Drake. A Boogie. They're saying Drake posted the shit and moved the needle crazy. Let's look at the petition now. Tory Lanez petition. This is it? Yeah. Now, I think after 100,000, the governor has to at least look at it. We will see. We will see. Okay? All right. We're almost at 9 hours. I couldn't give you 10 today. Pause. But let me read a couple donations before I get the fuck on out of here. I am going to be streaming or making some content for the rest of the night. I'm really only cutting stream to go do that. I respect y'all. Thank y'all for rocking with me. If you've donated or became a member or even subscribed or followed, I appreciate you. If this thing could load. Yeah, it is a good sign that public support seems to be on Tory's side where people aren't scared to say it. I am trying to see the blowback of this, though, because I do think Rock Nation is going to exact their revenge in a very... Everybody who done posted Free Tory. By the way, shout out to Keep Six Solid. They told me that Rock Nation lawyer did a takedown on their page, and their takedown and the page takedown seemingly was from Rock Nation. They sent it to me personally too. I hope this is not true. But they said I made a post on Instagram about Desiree and Rock Nation being behind Tory getting stabbed. And they sent the lawyers in to get the post taken down. They said this photo might belong to someone else. It goes against her TOS on intellectual property. Next thing says, look, reporter name? It's interesting. Also, I think they showed who the lawyer was. They said they sent in the partners. Jay Kennedy's behind one of the complaints. Gotcha. Okay. Oh. I'm reading donations. We're 8 hours, 57 seconds. Or 57 minutes, I mean. Newbie says, yo, my head out act. That's when I started posting. I started showing that Boss Man D-Lo story. Low Life Braid says, D-Lo will see a pic of Shaq and say, no, stop playing. Streamer Portal saying, I mean, his name is Boss Man on the D-Lo. Nah, his name is that. He said, that's like if somebody named Bati Boy 69 did some shit like that and people are surprised. Low Life Braid says, bed bugs with braids. Streamer Portal say, Dr. Umar was right about Gabrielle Zuniga and Shannon Sharp, but leaves out the Meg Thee Stallion, Halle Baileys, and Zoe Spencers of the world. Somebody said, why was Rice Gum with Zoe Spencer? New Fact Unlocked says, yo, why did they... Okay, we read all those before, I believe. Yes, we did. Perfect. Thank you guys for all the donations. I really appreciate you guys. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button. It's saying a lot of our viewership is coming from non-subscribed people. So I would like if you guys could do that for me. We're also trying to get to 1 million on King Academics and eventually get to 300,000 on the Academy. Edwin Pena, thank you for the 10. It says, Rock Nation tied to kill Tory. Free Tory. Or he said they tried to kill Tory. That's what you mean. Okay. Cousin Tino Funny says, since you're on Kick, when will you and Drake collab? Ooh, that's a good question. Drizzy, what's cracking, fool? Savon I, he says, Cash Capel coming from Memphis. You got to tell Yo Gotti leave. What that mean? Luis Castro says, that's that New York female shit, but Zoe is fire. Everybody judges said that's Cap Act. Snag V4 says top crash outs. Number 1, Academics. Number 2, So Illuminati. Everybody judges says femdom fetish goofies. Caleb Counts says, yo, remember sex trafficking includes paying people to come to you, taking them somewhere to have sex for money. It's not a movie. Read the laws. Sheeny Beanie says, laughing my ass off. Busby's terrible at spin. Jay-Z came back at him hard, and he's like, all we did was send him a letter. Okay. You see what I got you, Playboy? We read the second report. Appreciate you. Parker said, do you think a Diddy interview is coming soon? No. Okay. Yeah, Captain Hart says if Diddy gets found guilty, I feel like it would be from the persona they're portraying him as, not from actual evidence. Keno says talk about Bossman, D-Lo, and Transformer. We just did. Somebody said look at the gash on Cassie's head. We did. King Beezy says, yo, did you look into Kesha's case to compare? Remind me tomorrow. Sorry, again. Or King Bezzy. Solo Screen LLC says, hey, you think Diddy and Meek audio real? Nah, it's fake. Listen Solution says Meek. Tanya Vicente says you still got a comment about the new Daylight Diss versus Joey Badass. Okay, yo, I haven't. We'll do that tomorrow. A first class mail. He says thank you. He says best podcast ever. Neshington says for $40 million, you'd be locked in a room with Diddy. Angel says on Apple Music, the last song last night featuring Keisha Cole at the end, Diddy mentioned shooting and beating up a woman for not answering his call. What do I think about Gene Deal testifying? He's not testifying. Jesus Pimentel says, yo, what message did I receive? What do you mean? Dragon Ball Z, we talked about Paul's name being Dragon Ball Z, giving the comment. He says, let's talk about Bossman D-Lo being gay. Entertainment Zone says she said every single time her ass know what she was doing. Okay, and I think we did the rest. Thank you guys so much. We accomplished 9 hours and 1 minute. We're 59 minutes short of 3 10-hour streams in like less than a week. Hope you guys appreciate my effort and my due diligence, and I appreciate you guys sitting here tolerating me. Not only we don't only talk about topics pertaining to Diddy. We obviously did a few more topics, which I appreciate you guys for. We're kind of caught up. There's a few lingering topics that we're gonna touch back on. Pause tomorrow, and we'll probably have another long day as well. So I think I'm gonna be able to stream tonight, but it will be me and Myron. And if not, and we just record something that's going to get posted later, you will see me back here in the morning at between 8 and 9 o'clock. I'm always trying to aim for like 8:30, okay? Chat, I love you. Thank you for supporting me, all right? And thank you, and make sure you sub up. Make sure you hit the like button. Appreciate you, and I hope you appreciate me.